Alright, if we are live, which I believe we are for stint 2 here, I am currently trying to get the grid set, so I can't really intro us just yet, and for whatever reason he keeps shutting the stream down, so I can't see the last two people. I mean, I can't set the grid because he's not showing the grid. No, you're still not showing the grid. Scroll down, man. Thank you. Tom. And scroll back down. Why do you keep showing off the bottom? Shake and baked. So we are here at the 24-hour Apex. We are getting the second stint underway, but as GT Sport always does, it has its own issues. So we're currently trying to get the host set up because there was some massive lag earlier, and now when we're test starting, it is causing some crashes. So while we are working on the lobby, so Wolfman, yeah. So uh 11 is Potter, so that would be, again, I do apologize that I'm just kind of going through and trying to get this grid set right now. So that's Philo is going to be starting in 11th. Groot is teamed up with, it should be at the top, which he is, D Baggage. "13 is Tom. He is going to be teamed up with, let's find him. There he is. The Humble Guys. So he is teamed up with Dankirk or TS Dankirk. Alright, he's in the lobby. So 13th is Dankirk, and 14 is going to be Shake and Baked, who is currently teamed up with Rushed or I'm Not Jimmy. Rushed. Alright, perfect. Alright, so that should be the grid. Hello, I'm sorry for everyone who just got to listen to me try to figure out how to set the grid through somebody else, while also trying to get the lag situation under control. But we are here for the, it's not Aquapex, I've been reported, it's Akipex. But we're here to race against Dementia, guys, so thank you guys so much for joining us. We will get the second stint, so the second 4 hours underway here as soon as we possibly can. The lobby was being a little bit of a pain for most of us, but I think we should be good to go. Let me go ahead and let them know once grid is set. We are good to start. So for those of you just ending stint 1, welcome to stint 2. I'm glad you guys could be here. We are just about to get it underway. We hope to have it timed a little better, but it's actually not too far off. We aren't doing a too terrible bad of a job. I hope that's not on. Cool. So, as we see, we will be starting, I believe it's Viper who's actually going to be sitting on pole for us right now, once we get it started. Currently we do have a separate host, so I'm not actually doing the hosting, so I'm trying to tell the host that he can start whenever. So I apologize for being quiet again. Start when ready. So we are going to get this 4 hours underway any minute now. And let's wish everybody good luck. Alright, so again, thank you guys so much for jumping in here. Welcome to the round, or not round 2, I'm so used to it being a round 2, stint 2 of the AXR 24-hour charity race against dementia. Thank you guys so much for joining us here on the lobby. So we will be getting underway any moment now in the stint 2. Like I said, we should have a pretty good race ahead of us. We saw a real good race in stint 1, a little bit of a lead change strategy working in different ways. You know, people on different pit windows, some people on no fuel, some people on low fuel. So I'm really interested to see what's going to happen. Over 4 hours here, I think, you know, everybody can agree keeping it clean is going to be pretty much the primary goal. And as long as you keep it clean here, for the most part, you know, you have potential to always gain positions. You know, a minute could easily be lost if you take damage anywhere, as we've saw people take engine damage and just about every type of damage you can imagine around this track. Oh yeah, that would be very smart of me to check the grid. So I will check the grid real quick to make sure we are... Where do I check the grid at? Can I even do that? Viper, Sprinkler, Touchy. Let me pull my list up. Dino, Wolfman, Toner, Filter, Rush, Anchor, Dab, and... Yeah, good. Awesome. Alright, so the grid is good. I mean, I hope it's good. It looked good. I'm human as anyone else. It could have been wrong, but I'm pretty sure we're good to go here. Alright, so the grid's good. The racers are good. The finalists started. We got 4 hours starting right now. It will be a rolling start, so for those of you who watched Stint 1, which started as a grid start, the remaining stints will be on a rolling start, so there will be a little bit more gaps going into potentially the first corner here than you would see from a straight grid start. Cars aren't going to have the same advantage from a dead start as they will on the rolling start, so you won't see, I don't think we have any Citrons, but you wouldn't see any of those Citron launches or anything like that. But we do have some Vipers. The BMW is going to be quick here as well. I love the Subaru here. It's so fast through the quick sections. I can see why it's probably sitting on pole right now, because, I mean, it's a sneaky quick car to track like this. Yeah, it's going to lose out on that long straight, but, you know, believe it or not, this track has a lot of corners, and the Subaru is very quick in the corners. So, I have all the race info up. Where is it? So, we see them starting to roll. The Vet will be solid here as we see the South African Sprinkler coming in here. And we got Tai Chi. Is that a Malaysian flag? I am not good enough with my flags to know if that's right or wrong, but I think that might be a Malaysian flag. So, Malaysia making an appearance. We got March as they are off and ready. Is there going to be any battling? March is looking to get aggressive into turn 1, it looks like, as he tried to late break and get some sort of overlap, but he couldn't. Looks like everybody else is pretty much filtering in. No one else wanted to get racy, so, you know, March was about the only one to try to look to make a move early, as everyone else is kind of lined up, which is expected from a rolling start, as we see Tai Chi just taking a normal line. Viper keeping it clean through the first lap. He's getting hunted all over by Sprinkler. Sprinkler's starting to... Oh, he's already forcing him to go defensive on the first lap. Usually you kind of want to try to get separation, and... Oh, the Viper's going to try to go up the outside. If you can keep the overlap, you can actually make it stick, but it's so hard to keep it there. There's just no real way to do it, as he has to filter back in. And honestly, the Corvette wants to be in front here. This is a power part of the track. He can actually go pretty quick through the S's, but not as good as the Subaru, so it can be hard to keep up through the dirty air. But really, Sprinkler's doing a fantastic job here. I think the Subaru would have pulled away a little bit there, but he's keeping it all in there. And believe it or not, we've got Tai Chi following in tight as well, looking for any opportunities to slip on. So we got pretty much everyone just keeping it relatively close. Top 4 keeping it very close. Pebsy is still in range of the slip, so he can pretty much get pulled through. And we see a little bit of a drop back as everybody else is starting to filter through this real fun chicane. The chicane this track should use for all layouts. By far the best chicane. As right now, we see Sparks coming. That is a tough corner to go too wide through or any kind of battling through, as they are really starting to use this whole track. That is, I would not like to be in Pebsy's spot. They're just taking up the entire track, and you're on a faster line than both of them, but there's just really nowhere to go. And this is where we should really see if Viper's got some pace on everyone else. This is a strong part for the Subaru. Just all this weaving section, he can really keep his pace up. It can jump all over these curves and just really stretch out, because if he doesn't get a big enough gap, all the real quick cars as you come into these big straight sections will start to close up. Although it is currently looking like we got a WRX 1-2 going right now. So Subaru in the first little section definitely stretching out and getting out, but we'll start to see things like the, we got the Corvette, will definitely be quick in a straight line. The Supra is, I don't understand the Supra. I just know that I lose to it in racing a lot, but anytime I try to drive it, I can't get it to go quick. So I don't even understand how it's good, but I know it's a good car because it always beats me. Yes, we are back, and sorry for the slight delay. We had a little lag issue, but we do have the Stint 2 up and running. As we see Graham, this is a tough corner to battle into. It's easy to punt someone, and he's just kind of like sandwiched between two cars right now, getting followed all the way through by Philo, and then we've got Storm Pacer kind of leading this next little group of three. You do see Dino with the penalty. I don't believe they are going to be burning those. There's no like pin burn zones or anything. I think they'll just let them wear off naturally throughout the races. They are trying to keep it close. It's so hard to race close through these early sections, as they're just like nose to tail in their little separate groups right now. You know, Pebsy's still keeping it tight. Right off the bat, it looked like he was losing a little separation with his lead group, but he's actually keeping it right in there, as March tried to make a move early in the race, but now he's kind of just filtered back in, and he's also looking like he can keep up with the fast guys here, as Sprinkler has ended up getting passed by Tai Chi. We saw that earlier, was starting in second, had a look for first, and is now down in third, and he's really just going to have to try to hang on through these sections. We know he's going to have a lot of top speed on the back part when you can really start to stretch the car out, and then the real part where it's just straight for 4 hours almost. So he'll definitely need to keep it in there. As we see Tai Chi look like he may have gotten either a little bit into Viper, and he's going to go up the inside. This is a tough part to pass because you're going to end up, that's smart, get it done before you get there. Like, really get aggressive with it, because you can't go side by side. You'll lose out inducting. You'll lose out to the Subaru going side by side through there. So smart racing from Sprinkler to really take advantage of a bad move there from Tai Chi, but they're just filtering right back in. I'm sure that battle will continue to rage on until they really start to separate any of their paces out. Looking back through, Pebsy's kind of dipped a little bit, lost a second through that section there, so wants to close that down, as they are going to go on to a nice little slipstream zone. As we see Rotary making moves up the inside, it looked like he was either looking for a pass or maybe he was going defensive there on Philo. There's just really too much going on in the first lap to keep up with all of it. Seeing stuff in the foreground, stuff in the background. Oh, you can't do 3 wide. Look at Philo, just like which lane to go, which lane do I follow. This is like driving on any highway. You know whichever lane you follow is the wrong one. It'll slow down right as you get behind it. Oh, that is a quick corner, and they are flying side by side. The leaders are starting to separate out. Oh, we see March not getting that corner right. Luckily, you can kind of ride the grass for a real long time without losing an insane amount, just about a second, right? Sprinkler making the move into the lead. I did not see that pass, and this is where you want to get in front, because now you can be defensive for the end of the lap until you get on this real long straight. And if you get a good exit on the long straight in the Viper, he's not in the Viper, he's in the Corvette. In the Corvette, you could probably separate even out of the slipstream on a car with a little less top end. So the Subarus are definitely going to want to be pushing here, as we see this battle for fourth really starting to shake up. March getting it a little bit wrong, a little bit of a lot wrong, but really it's keeping it on the track, so it's good to go there. But Pebsy's like, well, I will take those tenths and keep closing this gap down. As we see 6th and 7th still keeping it pretty tight. Philo's found his way by Rotary, which is interesting. Rotary pretty quick, with Pacer closing up on him as well. This is looking like a pretty pacey lobby here. Everyone's running pretty quick through here, and even 11th is only 8 seconds back of the lead across the first lap, which pretty close when you consider the rolling start formation was roughly probably 8 seconds back. Dankert has had a little bit of issues, but luckily it is a very long race. He doesn't have damage. That is the big thing to keep an eye out for. Every time you're looking at that bottom left corner, if you see any red flashing, that's just time that is hemorrhaging. As we see Baggage finding, he's looking like he wants, there's just nowhere to pass through this area. It's so hard to get your car even alongside someone. They can just sit down in the middle of the track. As we see Pacer still trying to close the gap down on the group ahead of him, as it looks like Rotary's gotten back In front, or no, he's still behind Philo, that's right. As we do see a little bit of separation up here at the front, they're starting to get their paces down. Viper, though, doesn't want to separate. He's trying to get that first position back. He knows he needs to keep slip for this straight. You can't lose it. If he comes around this final corner and he's 6 or 7 tenths back of that vet, he's probably got no slip for the entire straight. So this is pretty huge for him. It may have been smart. Maybe he let him by, knowing that if he can just keep in the slipstream, this is going to be a huge saver of fuel. I wonder how early he's shifting. Well, he's in 6, so he doesn't get to shift anymore. I wish I had paid attention on the last one, because I bet he just sat there and shifted to like 20-30% and is just cruising on saving fuel. Then you can lift as you come up behind him. He might just be in a full save strategy right now if he thinks he's got the pace, and you can see first, you don't have to necessarily pass him right now. Oh. So Tai Chi slipped back just a little bit. Well, he didn't have the slip, and you know when you're getting pulled by a vet and you're in the exact same car as the person in front of you who's getting pulled by the vet, like, you're just going to lose a lot of time on that real long straight. So, I mean, that might have been smart. Viper used that to kind of get some separation on the rest of the pack, so he doesn't have to worry about them if he keeps it clean. It's really just about setting up and getting by first now. As we do see Tai Chi getting fall down, we see some people looking like they're going racy behind. It looks like a vet going by? It's like Deanna went ahead and got by. Rotary still sitting in, filed in behind there. We got, pretty close gap. This is a real tough section right here. It's pretty awkward. If you drive the other track a lot, it's a lot different, so. But 12th all the way to 8th right now in a very single file line. And again, they're not even that far back in the leaders, so anyone finds a wall, anyone finds a car, like, damage doesn't go away. So any mistakes that are made are, all the way until you get around this lap. And I mean, an 8-minute 12 out lap with a rolling start's actually pretty quick, but we're going to see people probably pacing in the low 8 minutes would be roughly, probably the best lap in the high 7s, like a 7:58, 7:56, somewhere in there. So when you're looking at a low 8-minute pace, if you take damage and have to drive with damage for 7 minutes, well, it's going to add a ton of time. So it was pretty smart by everyone to keep it clean. We didn't see anyone pick up any damage there in the first lap. So, and now that they've all got a little bit of space, you can be a little bit safer, a little bit more racy. You're not likely to randomly end up in a wall from someone. As we see them all coming through, and I mean, I think most everyone here is probably sitting pretty happy where they are. They can see the position they probably want to be in, and as long as you can keep an eye on the position you'd like to be in, if you're sitting in 11th and you want to be like top 8, well, if I can see 8th, it's right there. I mean, and that's just a gorgeous car. Let's just go ahead and talk about how beautiful this Viper is. I mean, it's a great livery. Was it a Spuds McKenzie livery? Regardless, I mean, the Viper is just a beautiful car. We could just watch it drive for 4 hours and probably never change. I mean, if we were going to change, we'd have to go to the Corvette or the Beamer. As the Pacer is all over the back here. I mean, again, it's like you're going to see a lot of people all over the back, and what they're really waiting for is a mistake, because there's just nowhere to realistically get your car alongside without getting the door shut on you. It's just so easy to put your car in the middle of this track here. And I mean, to be fair, Deanna's got to be running a pretty hot lap, because he's been carrying that penalty for a solid, like, almost entire lap now. And knowing me, I run my penalties off accidentally by spinning out. So you're on a pretty good lap when you can keep your penalty from running down as well. As Philo slipped back just a little bit. He's out of the slip, and you clearly would like to have the slip, but considering March didn't have slip, he probably gained a little bit of time on him there. You can't change camera angles. Sorry about the change of camera for 2 seconds, but there we go. Now we can change camera angles. Okay. As we do see Rotary just all over the back here of Pepsi. I mean, that's pretty impressive. Oh, it's Philo who's moved up into 5th. I didn't even notice that. So Philo's gained a position. He's looking for 4th. He can see top 3. I didn't even realize that. So Rotary's actually now battling for the 6th position, but that's against Pepsi, who used to be in 5th, so he slipped down 1. Alright. As we see in the background there, Dino's still closing it up pretty well. Dino's not far back, less than a second. He's got the Viper, and again, I mean, when you're driving the Viper, I'm pretty sure it just gives you 2 tenths for having a cool car, so you've always got that going for you. And it seems like, to be fair, Philo here, not Philo, Pepsi is almost slowing down Rotary, as it looks like Graham Rotary here wants to get by like any way he can. I mean, that is heavy damage, and he's riding him like that. That is next level. Let's go on board with this. That's a terrible onboard. The BMW's onboard's terrible. We'll do this one. Let's see if you can get any kind of run through here, but there's just not a whole lot of room. I don't think he's actually going to. We'll back out of that. Philo, though, is closed up to March. He's looking for that top 4 already, as he's really looking. I mean, with this kind of track, you've got to be planning so far ahead, because there's parts where there are passing zones, and then you're going to go through 6 or 7 corners where even if you get the run, it's just too dangerous to even make the pass. So, and guys, don't forget, we're here for a race against dementia, so it's a charity event to help out, you know, with really anything dementia related. Dementia is a huge, you know, aspect of mental health and things that's near and dear to my heart as well. So if you have, you know, any extra time or anything, feel free to check out any of the links. They should be in the description. I think there's a donation link and a link to any of the information and everything for the charity as well. So feel free to check that out, as we see Philo, I mean, going side by side, really putting the pressure on into there and up into top 4, and he can see 3rd right in front of him. He can see 2nd right in front of him, for that matter. Philo's on a mission right now. Was he in 7th when we started, and now he's already up into 4th, looking at 3rd and 2nd? I mean, that is a start, literally 2 laps in and just knifing through the field. As we see, Rotary got by Pepsi finally. Oh, looks like Dino's trying to find any move. And again, it's just like you're always looking on this track, but there's not a whole lot that you can do as you see them going through carousel here. That's such a cool little screen of 3 cars following each other through the carousel. Won't let me post the Just Giving page. I am not technologically savvy enough to know how to fix that, but if it won't let you post the Just Giving page, I don't know. But we do see the leaders here coming around, as Sprinklers really started to separate out, you know, and Viper slipped back just a little bit. It's hard to tell. We don't have enough laps to see if it was just a mistake and that's not that big a deal, or he doesn't have damage, so that's a big thing, but he does have more tire wear than his teammates, so my guess is he went off. Oh, no, he doesn't. They all have the same tire wear. So he probably just lost a little bit of pace on that lap, and Sprinkler sitting here 3 seconds up, so he's really been hitting a good lap here. I mean, we'll see when he gets around, but that is definitely starting to gap those Subarus, and you don't look too much, but Philo in the background starting to close that gap down as well. It's 5.7 to the lead. I mean, he's within gap of the lead as well if he can keep his pace going, and doesn't surprise me. The Vet is also, like, you know, I do love a Viper, but the Vet is a beautiful car as well, and it is flying around the track. So, I mean, I would love to brag about how he's purple, but everybody's purple on the 2nd lap. So let's talk about purples on like lap 4 and 5. Viper's starting to get it together here as we roll through. Rotary's kind of found himself in a little bit of nowhere for a second, but it's really all about maintaining the gap behind you and trying to close that gap in front. You had a lot of battling there early, so got a lot of work left to go. Dino really has been an impressive run so far. You know, he kind of looked like he got botched up there at the beginning, fell down the boards a bit. Ended up having that penalty, which is probably a corner cut penalty. Oh no, we've got someone off. Is that Viper? Oh no, and because of the heavy... Oh, and he has insane damage. I don't have a replay function. I can't go see what happened, but oh, he took huge damage. That is devastating for the pole sitter as he goes down the straight. Oh, that is not a good start at all. No one's wanting damage, and that's maybe as well. Oh, we see a Corvette. Oh no, a Corvette has huge damage as well, and Philo was on such a good race. I mean, this is why you've really got to keep focused the whole time. This is lap 2 of 30. Philo started 11th and worked his way up to potentially a lead, but he's taken damage, getting past here as Pacer makes his way through, and so he's going to have to get in the pits, get that stuff taken care of, and try to get taken care of, as we see him and Viper both with those same issues, as we've also got damage on Wolfman Willie, damage on Viper. We've got LNR here. I'm not going to try that one. And everyone else seems good as rushed. Oh, picked up a little bit of front and fender. That's a lot. That's probably enough damage to come get a pit. Ugh, that's tough. Maybe not. I really don't know what the times are on the pit windows, but that is a lot of damage. And I mean, if you're in Sprinkler and Tai Chi's position right now, you've got to just be going like, if you didn't see what happened to the people around you that were just battling you, you've kind of just got to be like going, what happened? Where did these gaps just come from? As it's really opened up. Rotary's up into fourth now. That gave him 2 positions. It kind of, Dino's now up into fifth. I feel like he started, what, 10th, 12th? So he's already moved all the way up. Where did Dino started? Oh, he started higher than that. So he's moved his way back up in the top 5. Hebsy's there. Pacer's been closing the gap down, sitting on his personal best lap. As we see, it doesn't look like too many people got real quick second laps. We've got Sprinkler in the low 8s. That's a solid lap. But I think as we see that fuel come down, we could potentially start to see those lap times come down as well. I don't know if people's strategies are going to be to fuel it all the way up and run the whole time, or if it's to run 50% stints so that you have the faster lap times. I'd be curious to see. I wonder if you would lose too much time refueling to 50% every time, as opposed to just fueling to 100 every time and running on the lower fuel. So, when the laps do come up, as it looks like they're using about a quarter of a lap every 2 to 3 laps, so, they should be coming in between 8 and 12, roughly, depending on their strategies. As we do see the little bits of the gap starting to work their way up, as Pepsi is getting hunted down here by Storm Pacer. As we've been watching, Pacer's been on a pace. He's been flying around here, so he's been closing the gap on everyone. So Pepsi's going to have to get pretty defensive, I think, if he wants to keep him back, assuming no mistakes are made, because he has been really hunting this position down. And then we know to Dino there's a pretty good gap, so you want to get this move done as quick as you can if you're going to make it. So that way you can start working on that gap ahead of you, because while 5 seconds you can do over the course of, 26, 28 laps, but you want to start working on it as soon as you can. Oh, what happens? Well, so Viper was taking the lead. He ended up getting into a wall and taking a bunch of damage. And then at the same time we had Philo, who started 11th, worked his way up, and he also found a wall as well, taking engine damage. So the 2 of them have fallen back into the back, but I would expect them over the next 28 laps, based on the paces we've seen from them, to have a pretty good opportunity to work their way back up, top 5 potential. And, depending on what everybody in the lead does, I mean, you could really still say any position's up for grabs right now, because, I mean, you lose 1 corner into a wall and you get that engine popped red, and it's just going to cost you a ton of time. But currently, Sprinkler's doing a fantastic job, leading the group by about 5 seconds. He's got to feel comfortable that Viper and them slipped off, because his lead gap was coming down a little bit before then. Taichi trying to close the gap down just a little bit. They're coming through the section where the WRX has a little bit more speed and cornering ability, so I would expect a lot of times the gap to come down through here. The problem is keeping that gap down once that vet really gets once they really get on that straight, because there's just not a whole bunch you can do at that point. As we see Dino, again, you're going to get a lot of airtime in a Viper. It's just how that is. It's a gorgeous car. Pebsy coming through not too far behind, just 5 seconds back of him. And Baggage here, who's really just done a fantastic job of keeping it clean. And this is a perfect example. If I remember, he started a little bit further in the back. I think it was about 12th. And now he's all the way up to 7th, and most of that's just from everybody else driving off the track. You just keep your pace down, hit your laps. As we see, he's currently ahead of Pacer, who is running faster laps than him. How's he ahead of Pacer, who's running faster laps than him? I mean, so yeah, it's a perfect example of just keeping your car clean and just, giving what the track gives you. We see Pebsy with a comfortable gap here in 6th. And, oh, I missed it. Rotary's gone up into 3rd. What happened to Taichi? Oh, no, we see more damage, guys. On the back, that means he probably got a tank slapper through one of those corners and brought that back right into a wall randomly, and it just snapped damage on him. And it's just one of those deals where you just barely miss a corner and boom. You're probably right. I bet Storm did go off, which is why he's been able to pass him, and we don't have an updated lap time, because Storm has also picked up damage. Yeah, I mean, it's really one of those deals where we're seeing, a lot of people are getting a little bit aggressive, a little bit careless on the track. They're 3 laps in, they're starting to think they're in their comfort zone, and they think they've got it all down, and then it's just such an easy mistake. I mean, I literally tried to drive 2 laps here just to kind of get an understanding of the times. And I didn't even make it a third of the way through before I clipped a wall and it put a little flasher on my suspension. And it's just like, well, I mean, that ruins every lap I want to practice now, so let's try this again. Is Sprinkler really kind of still pushing real hard considering he's got a 10-second lead. That, I mean, if you feel comfortable pushing that hard, you feel comfortable, but that seems aggressive. I mean, you got a huge gap here, but I mean, I guess if he's just kind of hitting his lines and running comfortable, but I mean, you put this thing one time in the dirt and it sends you into a wall, and that 10-second lead is going to be gone. So, and March right now has about a 3-second lead on Graham, so definitely going to watch that. I know, or Rotary has quite good pace, so once he starts to get in the zone, which, I mean, anyone who's driven knows that those first few laps, you got all those nerves going, and then about lap 4, lap 5, you're not even hardly thinking anymore. You're just muscle memory the whole track, and once you really start to get in that muscle memory, Graham has a lot of pace in there, so it is going to be very interesting to see if he can continue to close that gap down. As we see it already down to, was it 5 or is that up? Regardless, Sprinkler has no intentions of slowing down or letting anyone catch up to him, though. So I think most everyone that's trying to catch up to him needs him to make a mistake, because it doesn't look like they're going to beat him at the current start with this pace he's at off the bat. But that's why they run 28 more laps, because, I mean, we've seen so much mayhem already that he just, it worries me with how aggressively it looks like he's driving the track while he's just gapping everyone behind him as well. Because it's like that over-aggression could just end up in a wall, and all that fastest lap and everything else just goes away. But Rotary is looking, look, it's already, so it was, look at it, he is just eating time out of March's time right now. He is sitting in a fantastic position. Dino, who's, like we've been saying, has got an amazing pace this race, already up into 4th. But even he isn't even closing that gap down on Rotary right now, and he's got the Viper's top speed. Taichi wishing he was in that Viper slip right now. Like, he's like just sitting there and just wishing he had the slip. Behind him, Baggage has got the slip here, and that's good for the Porsche. The Porsche, I feel like the Porsche isn't the best top speed machine that's ever been existed, and he's trying to get the inside for the second to last corner. I like the other side unless you can finish the move. Like, because if you go in like this, you have the inside to the right-hander, but then when it goes back left, you don't have the inside anymore, but he does get the move done. Is he going to go defensive as he comes around? Because he's giving slip right back to Pebsy, as we see Pebsy slipping right back in. And it looks like Pebsy just filters in. And, oh, Taichi, because he had the damage, is coming in. That's smart. I don't think you want to carry damage here. I think you want to repair any damage. Because, yeah, Rushed came in and repaired his. Wolfman Willie came in and repaired his. Viper has repaired his. Dankert never got any. Storm Pacer has not yet come in to repair his. We should see him coming in. Yeah, there's just no way he's going to leave the entire car covered in red. So in comes Pacer, so that's going to filter him back a little bit. Philo, who did have massive damage, already back up into 8th. He is looking at a 49 second to the lead, but 7th is just in front of him. 8th is only 20 seconds in front of that. 5th is only half a second in front of that. So, I mean, Philo would have an amazing recovery race if he could find himself anywhere near flirting with the top 5 by the end of this race, because he does have Taichi, who was racing him earlier, right behind him on fresh tires, fresh repair, fresh everything. So the battle that was at the front is almost restarting right here for 8th as they're catching up on LNR. Baggage, who's gotten repassed by Pebsy. So Pebsy's been able to find a way to maneuver his way back in front. And, I mean, it's kind of the best way to be. It's so hard to pass on the Nordschleife. So, I mean, really, he's going to have to try to find somewhere here. This chicane is a very tough pass. It's so fast. And it's going to put you on the outside for both of the primary corners, so that won't work. Yeah, you want the inside if you can get it. Oh, he could. I think you stick your car wide and take the inside if you really want to fight for the position there. Because you need the inside to this corner and this corner if you want to really win the position. Because that's about the only double left-hander you've got for a while. Because then you go right, left, right, left, right, left. It's just too easy to sit your car in the middle of the track and block everything. As we're kind of seeing him doing, is he just runs it across the middle, cuts it wide, comes back across the track, back across. And it's just, it doesn't matter. There's nowhere you can realistically get a run, because wherever he is, he's about to be on the other side of the track. So Good racing there from Pepsi. As we see, Rotary's lost a little bit of that time on March. He was closing it down pretty hard. He has no damage. That's always my first look is, did he take damage? Is this gap going down because he has a ton of damage? But the leaders are still kind of keeping it pretty consistent. Dino still carrying that penalty. If that's the same penalty, that's just flat out impressive. The Dead Men Racing. And Pepsi just still under just pressure from Baggage here. Oh, Baggage is looking out the outside. This will actually be the inside of the end of it as he got a little push maybe, guys. Keep it clean. It's heavy damage. Oh, I did not want to keep... That was... Yeah, it'd be dangerous to keep it on the outside there because if the Supra messes up, then you're going to get sent. But you guys were already going side to side through the more dangerous part a minute ago. I don't know why you didn't keep it there. I mean, this is intense. They are just right on each other. Any mistake right here would literally end both races for either one of them. I mean, this is lap 4 battling right here. I mean, I wonder if it's a situation where maybe Baggage thinks, hey, I've got more pace than you. I just want to get by you because I need to start closing that gap. That gap ahead's getting too big. But, I mean, he is literally all over him through those quick corners. And they kind of get to stretch their legs out through this fast section. The Super gets a little bit of breathing room. 4/10 isn't a lot, but at least you know you're not getting dove from 4/10. Most likely. I'd be pretty upset if someone dove me from 4/10 back into the braking zone. It's a really good exit from both of them through there. That was very clean running as they are just really on each other still. Baggage kind of slipping back a little bit. I think he realized that there's just not going to be too many places to pass without a mistake, so you don't need to run like right on him, because if you run into him, it's going to probably do more damage to you than him. Like, oh, he's going to get a run here for sure, as we saw Pepsi kind of get it wrong. Baggage gets the overlap and through, gets a little contact, no red. Oh, he's going to get the cutback. That was an aggressive cancel through the corner there by Pepsi. It's like, my corner, I'm taking the whole thing as he slips it through, but it isn't over. Baggage is still just all over the back of him. I want to check and see if anybody else is this close right now, but these... Oh, yeah, it's just... There's nowhere to really pass. I would have tried to get the run maybe up the inside here. He left it open enough for you. Wouldn't have been the best angle, but you would have... Oh, as he gets a run on the exit, maybe that is smarter. Oh, I don't know if he's going to have the speed to really do it through here. This Super is going to be very quick. Oh, he got a little help. Oh, he got a lot of help. No! Oh, that is huge. He's so lucky he didn't get any engine damage, but that is not good as Pepsi sends him into the wall. It looked like it may have been a racing incident. It's just both of them trying to keep it clean alongside each other there, but Baggage definitely got the worst of that. And for Philo, he's going to start seeing this time gap coming down super quick, and that's going to set off bells of catch up, catch up, catch up. As we see, Tai Chi's kind of lost a little bit. Philo's got that pace where he's just flying away. As we saw Tai Chi up in second, kind of keeping the battle, but now they're kind of in a flow. Yeah, Philo is flying. So he has a good chance to still find that top 5. He's closing it on Baggage, and we have to assume he's going to get that pass, because Baggage has to come in and change that, or fix that damage. And if he doesn't, he'll get passed either way. Pepsi, who really got lucky out of that he didn't end up getting sent the other way into a wall, and also didn't take any damage from a ricocheting car, or just damage from the contact in general as they were trying to go side by side through there. So lucky, and he's sitting in 5th good. Dino's lost a little bit on Rotary, and oh, look who has caught up to 2nd as Rotary is hounding on March. Every time we leave one battle, we just find another one. So we've got Rotary literally looking for that top 2 right now. I mean, at this pace, it seems like every single car is going to take damage at least once, because we are 4 laps in, and I want to say 8 of the 14 cars have taken damage so far. So, right now, it's just more about a race to find out and see if you can be the last man standing. It's more of attrition than it is anything right now. We do see Rotary on a best lap, and that's impressive. You're closing up a gap, you're staying on one of your best laps, and you're having to deal with the car's dirty air around this track everywhere. And then he's coming up here, and what do we have, the Jag? Yeah, okay, so he's in the Jag. Oh, and he kind of just let him go. I just wanted to see what car he was in. It was hard to tell. I couldn't tell if it was something weird. So Rotary up into 2nd. I think March may have just realized, like, dude, you just closed down 3 seconds. This isn't my lap. I'll get you next lap. Now, the problem is that I don't think the BMW is going to have the top end speed to give you the best pull in the world. The BMW is going to fly through the corners, unless there's a new BOP that got updated that's kind of changed the way the BMW works, which if it has, chat, please let me know if they've done that and they've actually made it fast in a straight line again. But usually your BMW's power really comes in its ability to corner, its ability to get oversteer. Everyone knows GT Sport's the game of understeer, and the fact that you can get some oversteer in the BMW can really get you some rotation through corners. But we see March, is he looking for a move or is he looking for fuel save? As we see, he's way lower on fuel than Rotary. Rotary's sitting real good. And so it looks like March is okay to just kind of filter into the actual GP circuit. We'll see if he wants to make a move into turn 1. Oh, looking like he's already saying, no, I'll take the outside. He's giving up the slipstream pull and giving him the outside run. Is he maybe doing it as a trick to last second dive him? Nope, and he moves inside just to make sure he doesn't make contact. So, I mean, honestly, we're seeing safe driving from March. He moved off the slipstream to totally tell the other car, I'm not battling you on this corner. Look, I'm not even using your slipstream right now. I just want to go in safely. And then when he closed the thing up on the right, he moved back off the line. So, look, if I miss my brake, I won't hit you. Like, I'm not following close. Basically just telling Rotary, like, I am content to follow you around this track. If you don't make a mistake, I will just follow with you. No big deal. So, I mean, that's some pretty fair racing right there. If I was in Rotary's position, I would like seeing that just because it's like, oh, I know what he's, like, you can read what that driver's saying with his car right there, where other drivers sometimes are harder to read. But now Rotary can see that the gap ahead of him is a mission. They're coming up on about halfway, so yeah, we're looking on the fuel, and tires are still looking pretty good, so it's really going to be a question of how far do they run that fuel all the way down. Are they going to run it down to the empty? Do they bring it down to about halfway and grab some new tires? And now we've got March. I mean, March has had a fantastic race. He is sitting in a comfortable third. I guess now that I realize they both are SMM, they probably know each other and know who the faster of the two drivers are. So therefore, that may just be a situation where March is like, you can go through because I'm better off following you than you following me. We know this. And then Dino looking good. Pebsy still sitting solid. I mean, if you're looking for an example of keep your car clean and you can be in a good position, this is it right here. He's kept his car clean, sitting in the top 5, just rolling. Then we got Philo, who is looking to close that gap down on 5th for sure. We saw him have the pace to almost be able to take a win. Still could take a win, you know, depending on how the race goes. But after that incident, we see if he's kind of settled it back down or if he looks like he's still in full push mode, which is just so awesome. You love to see it. Just you slam into a wall, you take big damage, and it just doesn't even affect your mentality. You're just still go, go, go. Like, I've just got one mode, and that mode is go. I love it. Watching that is so fun. As we can see, he's pulled the gap up back on Tai Chi. It's over 3 seconds now. Dankert sitting in a solid 8th with Viper trying to close the gap up. We saw Viper leading the race, but again, kind of like Philo, took a little bit of damage, had to take a pit to get it fixed, and has been kind of recovering and battling back through the pack ever since. We're only 30 minutes into the 4-hour race, so quite impressive that we're talking about almost the entire field having taken damage at some point or another. But, you know, everyone's itching. Everyone likes racing, so as we see Viper, this is not the best place to catch someone who you probably have pace on. You know, you've had a lot of pace to the track. You're running quite quicker laps by almost 10 seconds on him, and so every corner is just going to be tenths on tenths on tenths, and you can't make a mistake in hitting. That'll just add damage to both of you. Then you're going to feel bad for damaging someone, and you're going to feel bad for the fact that you ruined your race and your team's race over just not passing cleanly. Like, this is definitely a tough passing opportunity, as we can see him on board here. It's just, he has so much more pace through every corner right now, and there was almost a little nick there. Any damage? Nope. So you want to be super careful, but you got to get the move done. It's just costing you time on time on time right now. So we'll see if he can find some way. This is a tough one because all the cars going to... Oh, and he hit the brakes! That is so dangerous! Oh, that is not going to be happy for Viper. Viper can... No damage, though, so... Lucky. Lucky. That is not a brake corner, and this is what I'm talking about. Viper has so much more pace than him right here that it's tough to be safe behind someone when you're just catching them non-stop, non-stop, non-stop. Is he going to look for a move somewhere here? Oh, I mean, just lifts off it right. Oh, and he breaks way... Viper, you're going to cause damage. He is going to be braking early. This is tough driving right here. As we see Viper just struggling to do anything he can to get around because Viper has his break points nailed. And Dankert's braking just a little bit early everywhere as we see him trying to make the move. Oh, a little bit of rubbing. Oh, as he kind of pushes back. I think Viper's saying, like, dude, you keep braking too early. Just let me by. Oh, but Dankert actually closes it back off, keeps it defensive, and Viper's going to just have to filter back in and wait for another turn or another mistake to follow through. To be fair, it's real lucky that we're not sitting here talking about Viper having front-end damage and Dankert having rear-end damage. We saw 2 contacts front to rear right there, as Viper is still looking for anywhere to get around here. As we look through real quick, I don't think anyone else is too close, so we'll keep an eye and see if Viper can make his way through here. Wolfman Willie and Pacer are also right on each other, so we'll have to flip back and forth between those two as well. Oh, as Viper gets a little bit of wheel spin, so that's going to gap him out for just a minute as we see Wolfman trying to defend from Pacer. I mean, this is hard. These are like my 2 favorites. We got a BMW and a Viper battling. We saw a little dirt, so that's dirty tires. Is Pacer going to see that and try to take advantage on the next corner? He can't brake as well. Oh, it's really too fast a corner to be able to do anything on anyways. It's not really going to be a dirty tire kind of corner or section. As we can see, Wolfman getting a little bit of spin there, which is probably the end of the dirty tires. They don't usually last long. It's basically, I mean, I can't guarantee this is how it works, but I'm pretty sure it's just you get cold tires when you get dirty tires. Because, man, cold tires and dirty tires feel really similar. Like, they feel like they might be the exact same model. As we're back on with Viper, and this is, again, one of those sections where you just got to find somewhere to get your car alongside, and you want the inside of the next corner if you can. Oh, this is just tough, and this is brutal for Viper. It's just costing him time on time. There's just nowhere to pass. Is he going to try here? This is a dangerous corner. Oh, he kind of gets left by. It's probably smart there from Dankert. It's a really dangerous corner. Best case scenario is he passes you anyways because he already had the run going on the outside around. Worst case scenario is you make a mistake and pin him into the wall. So that's probably a smart move there from Dankert. You've battled for a long time. You've given him absolute hell. And I am sure he is raging at you right now, which as a driver is what you want. You want the driver behind you raging at you. So you've done your job there, Dankert. You held him up as long as you could. And now he's got 30 seconds to close down to Tai Chi. I mean, I don't know how everyone else feels when they're driving, but when I'm driving and I know the car behind me is raging, oh, I'm just ear-to-ear grins. It's just the best feeling in the world. They're swerving, they're flashing, and you're just, oh, this is the best day ever. Look at you back there raging. As we do see Philo closing it back up to Pebsy. We've seen this battle once before. Philo has some real pace going through this section. He is really close up, and there is a car off speed. Dino has engine damage. This is going to be super dangerous as we see ghosting, cars going off the track. Philo ends up the best of it. Pebsy, oh, did not get damaged. I was worried. They came around that corner, and there was just Dino not on pace with massive engine damage, and that is going to filter him down into the damage crew as well. And it looks like the leader of the damage crew is Tai Chi right now. Am I missing something? No, Philo is the leader of the damage crew. So Philo is the top person who has taken damage this race, and he is already back into 4th. I'm sorry, but I don't think he's human. This might be an alien driving. That is very quick to make your way. Like, he was in, like, last or something like that on lap 2 after taking damage. It's lap 5, and he's already back into a battle for the podium almost. We got March still keeping, hey, March, props to you, keeping that gap to Rotary pretty impressive there after you let him go. We've gone, what, 2 laps since then, and it's only 3 seconds, so I think that's probably what happened. They knew each other's paces, and they knew that there was really no reason to be battling too hard at this point in the race, so he knew that he could just slip in and try to gain some time by following, but now he's seeing that 30-second gap close down, like it was 31. Now it's 29. By the end of the next lap, it'll be like 25 or something like that, because he's running, okay, so he's only going to probably close up 2 or 3 seconds a lap, so he might, if they keep their paces going the way they are, well, if it's an average 3 seconds a lap, 4 seconds a lap, that's going to be a pretty close gap, as we do see Dino jumping in to get all that damage repaired. Oh, that engine damage. And so Viper's going to see that, and he's definitely going to hope he can get by the start-finish line before Dino makes it out of the pits, just because that would be one less person to have to follow around the Nordschleife. I think we'll definitely see Viper anytime he catches someone. If he can get aggressive on the GP layout, that'll definitely be where he wants to try to get aggressive, because he just has so much pace in the WRX through the speedy corners. But if you're following a car that's slower or a driver that's slower through the corners, it's just not going to happen. Philo is an alien when he wants to be. When he wants to be, man, he is on a hunt right now. Like, every time I flip onto him, he's going 5 miles an hour faster than the car that he's chasing, and it's just like, that's an impressive speed. Plus, he's driving an American-made Corvette, and you just gotta love everything about that. So, and I mean, the livery he's got here, let's take a moment. If he made this livery, just absolutely props to you. This is fresh. And he's a pro driver, that's always good. Don't need none of that pro-am. So, Philo is looking on pad 2. Yeah, but I'm not one of those followers of you're only fast on wheel. I have a wheel, I have a pad. I put the same times down on both of them. They're not great, but they're not bad either. You know, I don't think it's the driver. It's never the car's fault. It's never the utensils' fault. It is the driver's fault that they suck. Always and forever. But yes, being on pad does wear on your tire wear. It'd be like my biggest complaint about pad is you just don't have the same tire wear as the other cars. As I flip between them, he's obviously grabbed new tires, because that is insane, the difference between them when he came in to fix his you know what we didn't even notice, and by we I mean me, he didn't take any fuel on his pit. It was a put new tires on, which is 4 seconds, and fix the damage and get back out there as quick as possible. So he did not add a fuel pit stop. So he didn't actually change his strategy at all. All he did was add a pit stop to it total. So he may end up losing a little bit of time on everybody else later. He gains it by not wasting it in the pit right there. But come the pit fruition, when everybody's used their pits, if he's on one additional pit, it might end up costing him about 8 or 9 seconds plus the repair time. So we'll have to see if that ends up biting him back, if any of these people at the front, like Rotary, who he may catch up to, or if he catches up to March, or if anyone has mistakes. Sorry for Sprinkler, we have not been focusing on your pure domination of this track so far. But Sprinkler's been dominating out here. He had a little bit of battle in lap 1, he got a little bit of separation after lap 2, and since then, everybody else has just been in the rearview mirror. I mean, again, a very clean Corvette. I think we're starting to understand here. If you drive Corvettes, if you drive Vipers, you're a pretty cool dude. I think we get this on the same page now. Yeah, over a lap, pad and wheel is pretty much the same, but over a race, the wheel is very much more consistent. I'd agree completely. And the consistency is what allows the wear, because it's not like you're magically missing extra apexes. You're just like, you have extra tire wear, so your braking zones are moving a little bit more than a wheel user. Your acceleration zones have to be a little bit different. But that being said, one thing no pad user usually talks about, those triggers are pretty dang good for trail braking. Like, if you've ever driven a G29 or a T150 brake, you got to modify that stuff to really make it start to work out. With the pad, at least you always have real good braking. His baggage is looking like he's getting racy through here. He's gotten his damage repaired. He's caught back up to the pack, and he is not done with his race. He's got positions to gain. As we see Dino also getting his damage taken care of. They've also thrown in fuel, so they've both gotten their pit stops going. It is crazy hard to swap between the two for sure. I do recommend, if you get a choice, definitely drive on wheel. The immersion level is just next level. But if you are a person who just doesn't have the money to buy a wheel, doesn't have the capability to buy a wheel, or any of that stuff, never let any of those snobby wheel users, like myself, tell you that you don't have the same chance or you're missing out or anything, because it's all about the racing, it's all about the driver. The utensils have nothing to do with how good and quick you can be. Like, it's all on you. As we see them trying to go 3 wide. Okay, they got smarter. We saw in the background them thinking about going 3 wide. We switched to them, they lined up. They weren't too crazy about it. I thought they might be doing something really stupid here. Yes, we were talking about how Philo, who has taken insane damage, fell all the way to last and has worked his way all the way back through the field. Chris was here. is on pad. And I was just saying, but don't forget, pad and wheel are both fast. You can be quick on either. It's the driver, not the utensils, that make the race car. And then again, thank you guys all for joining in this race against dementia, as we see Sprinkler currently sitting in first at about the 45-minute of 4-hour mark here, lap 6 of 30. Rotary, who has had just a fantastic race. He's keeping the gap stationary too, so let's keep an eye on that. That might start coming down soon. The BMW really does start to come into its own here on this part of the stint. Meanwhile, the Vet, I will say, typically doesn't do great on some burnt tires, so that gap might start coming down. March, who just fantastic drive so far. He got himself up into second, ended up letting Rotary by, and has just held a consistent third ever since. Philo, I mean, we really can't say enough about this guy sitting in fourth right now. I mean, he could, if he was me, I'd be in last. After having his luck, his damage, everything else, but he flat out's having none of it. He's here to race, and he definitely wants to find his way onto that podium. Taichi, same thing. Had a lot of the damage issues earlier as well. He's found himself working his way back through, sitting in fifth. Pebsy chilling in sixth. Viper, our initial pole sitter, probably took the most damage of anyone in the race so far. By far fell to the absolute last position, and now he's worked his way back up into seventh. Still has positions ahead to gain as well. Not currently on the fastest lap of the race, though. That would still go to Philo. Dankert, who we saw have an amazing battle with baggage, ended up having baggage run wide into a wall, so he's held his position, kept his car clean, sitting in eighth. Storm Pacer, who really has some impressive pace, but we saw him take damage on like every outside part of the car, so he had to go in for a pit. He's back up into ninth. Dino, who was doing a fantastic job keeping his car clean. You guys are gonna start to notice a little pattern here as we get through all these cars. They took damage, is pretty much the pattern here. But he took massive engine damage, got reset all the way back to the back of the pack. He's worked his way back up to 10th. Baggage, who we just discussed, got in that incident earlier, trying to go around the outside of Dankert. He's gotten his damage repaired. He's back on the track into 11th. We've got, good job, Vurin, sitting in 12th with a decent gap. As we see March, he's the first person who hasn't taken damage to come into the pits. Wolfman Willie in 13th and rushed around the field out, sitting in 14th, about 2 minutes back, but he has had some damage as well. So that is the running order through the first 45 minutes. If you notice, it took me about 4 minutes to get through the entire running order. There's so many of them. So we do have nice battles on the track. There's little gaps here. We saw March go in. He's still chilling. They're not doing anything. Oh, they're fueling. I was like, why are none of the people doing anything? So he's getting some fuel, and that'll maybe get Tai Chi by. It's going to be close. Is he coming out? He's coming out. Is Tai Chi going to be able to get by March? March fueled to 75%. He goes semi-defensive on it, and now it's a battle between these two. Oh, he closes it up right onto the back. It's easy to get wheel spin there, guys. Be careful, as we see a little wheel spin from March. But he does hold on to the position, so that's good for Philo. Philo definitely likes seeing March being able to battle one of the people he's been battling, because that'll slow him down more, give him a bigger gap here. And you don't care if the gap's 9 seconds, 10 seconds, 12 seconds. You want a bigger gap, always and forever. Oh, well, thank you, Chris. I've only been going for 50 minutes. Give me another hour and 10 minutes and I won't have a voice anymore. So that's going to be super interesting to watch out as we get to see March and Tai Chi battling alongside. According to the mini-map over there, there are a lot of cars really close to each other, so there are probably some other battles we should scroll through and check out as well. Oh, as we see Dankert making the move. No, Pacer making the move on Dankert. What a little switchback double move through the little cheeky chicane. I like that move. I don't know if I caught it all. It looked like he was being cheeky and like just kind of forcing his car in at that angle. Either way, what a move from Pacer. Like we said, he took the damage, but he's really kept it going, and now he's up into the top 8 already. Dino can, I mean, that's a great position for Dino to be in. He can see 9th and 8th ahead of him, so it's not a thing of like, I hope this gap comes down. You can actually see when your gap's coming down. We've got Baggage. I mean, I think his pace is looking real good, too. He's got the 806s. He had, yeah, the 912. We'll disregard that. We know that was slamming into a wall at 180 miles an hour. But then the 807's back on pace. Lost a little bit last lap, but we saw him battling with good job, so we know that that was going to happen. So don't be surprised if you don't see Baggage battling for a top 9, top 8 or something here over the next 2 hours, because he's definitely sitting pretty there. And We know the Porsche can have a lot of pace around here, so it's going to be very interesting. All right, let's see here. So Dino, Baggage, where were we? Wolfman Wooly. I just got to tell you, Wolfman Willie has the best name ever, the best car, and the best livery. I mean, that is a lot of best things to have. So now, most unlucky position ever. His current needs to get out of that position. That is not a lucky position. But everything else is about as good as it gets. What's the best wheels? I know you're a BMW man, Jerry. Oh, I love BMWs, for sure. But I never get to see any American cars where you see me normally, Liam. So I rarely get to talk about the cool American cars. I just get to talk about the BMW, because all you Europeans think like the Aston Martin is cool and stuff like that. And it's like, nah, BMW. That is where it's at. Because I have one, and it costs so much to repair, and it's such a pain in the butt to have, and it's really a terrible car. But I have to pretend like I love them because, like, you know, you got one and you pay all this money to repair it all the time, and it's just a major pain. I don't even know why I'm a BMW fan, Liam. It's probably a mistake. Like, probably a life mistake, if we're being honest. The cars do look quite amazing, going through a lot of the different things when you get the sun on the background. I have been a pretty big fan of this time zone, this time setting that we have it in. Now, we are going to get to have some dark racing here coming up pretty soon, and, well, as we know, the track gets pretty dark at dark, so that is going to be a lot of fun. Let's look on the Baggage. Baggage closing it up on Dino. He's got a, whoa, that is, the gap dropped at 2/10, then went back up 2/10, and then dropped back down. That is people whipping and whopping everywhere. Dino's closing it up on Dankert. Is Dankert going to battle Dino as hard as he battled Viper earlier is the real question. Is this going to turn into just a bloodbath of battling? He does keep his car a little bit over the middle. He didn't quite go all the way to the right, making sure he knows, like, I am defending. As we see them all catching up, I mean, if I was to be honest, I would think maybe Baggage has the most pace out of this group of three, followed by Dino, then Dankert. But their paces are pretty close, it looks like. We got 17s. They're not that close. So Dankert is kind of just slowing the group down here right now. The other two are pretty much the same pace. So it's really going to be interesting to see if, I'm really curious if Baggage can recognize quick enough that he might be able to use Dankert to pin Dino. Like, if he can find a spot where Dino gets behind Dankert in any way, shape, or form, he could pin him. Oh, he couldn't get underneath. He tried to pin him high. Oh, but instead, it's actually Dino who's the smart one, and he used him as a blocker instead. Used him to keep him on the inside so he couldn't take the inside from him. And now it's actually Baggage who's stuck behind him, and Dino can now separate away. That is some racecraft right there. Use him as a blocker and go around the outside. I'm a huge fan, Dino. And so that is now Baggage needing to get this done. There's nowhere to pass for at least one, like, what, 6 or 7 corners? Because you're going to need to go through the fast section, and maybe you have this big winder coming up. It's just really, like, yeah, where are you going to do it? Like the big thing before the cork, or, I mean, I guess, good luck passing in the corkscrew. Yeah, this is one of those situations where you're really crossing your fingers Dankert keeps that slipstream on Dino, because you need to get by and still be in the slip, hopefully. As we do see a 3-car scrap here for 9th. No one wants to be outside the top 10, as we see Dankert Baggage around the outside. I'm telling you, steel balls, wow. He knew he couldn't make the move in carousel. It's basically impossible, and you're just asking for just a wreck. And just stick it up the outside, and if you get the grip, which you're in a Porsche, you're probably going to find the grip. What amazing. Just, what's the best racing wheel to buy? I would get a Fanatec. Like, don't listen to anyone telling you a G29 or a T150 or any of that crap. That stuff is good. It does what it does. But if you're really getting a wheel, get something that's going to last you years. And that will work on PC, Xbox. Like, get something that's, like, useful. For not only just one thing, like, that can transfer with you, that can move with you. So I would highly recommend a direct drive wheel or a Fanatec of some sort. I would not. I would personally not recommend the $200, $300, $400 ones. I would say make an investment on a wheel because it's a long-term investment. And if you invest $200 to $400, you're going to get $200 to $400. If you invest $800 to $1,200, you're going to get your money's worth at $800 to $1,200. You're going to feel. I feel like you're going to feel shorted with a $200 to $400 wheel when it's all said and done. Like you could have done better. And you're not going to feel shorted with a direct drive wheel. You're going to feel like you got your money's worth, even though you paid more. That being said, if your budget is $200 to $400, a G29, a T150, they are fantastic wheels. Go get them. They are a blast for immersion. But your question is, what's the best wheel? Like, if you're looking for the best racing wheel to buy, get a direct drive, get load cell pedals. I mean, spend the $1,000 to $1,400 and get yourself set up with a fantastic wheel. If you're looking for the best wheel. If you're just looking for a wheel and you just need a cheap wheel, yeah, G29, T300. There's even some. I want to say that Fanatec even has some $500 or $600 wheels that aren't full direct, that aren't as good as the CSL Elites and stuff like that, or the F1 setups, that also are pretty good. But yeah, if you're in the budget range, grab yourself a T300, grab yourself a G29. You'll be fine. But if you're looking for the best wheel, don't go anything short of direct drive and load cell pedals. So we should probably, oh my god, I'm reading the chat and I missed this because we're talking about what's an important wheel. This is why I don't read chat, guys. I was just chatting with you guys and our leader murdered himself at the start of the lap. This is going to be the longest lap of his life. This is absolutely mind-boggling. How many positions is going to get lost? And guys, 25-second lead. Rotary sitting in first. I guarantee you he is feeling immense pressure from Philo. Do you guys realize who could potentially win this race? Lap 2, down into last. This is going to bring a bunch of people back into the battle, as Sprinkler has... I mean, this is just mind-boggling. He's going to have to go around the track forever. That is like a 14-minute lap incoming. Does anyone know how long a lap with full engine damage is around the Norge? What? I mean, Taichi in a fantastic spot, just staring at that podium position. I think everyone's eyes in this entire race just went huge when they saw the first place person go second, third, fourth, fifth. Everyone's just like, oh, the race is back on. So now, the literal only people who I think who have not wrecked in this race is Rotary and March. I think they're the only two who have been able to keep it clean. So that's saying something for the SMM boys as they keep it together. Seems like Sprinkler didn't fix his damage. That's what I was thinking. Did he really pick it up somewhere? And, oh my god, he had a 9:04 lap last lap. Did he forget to go into the pit? Does he think he can... I don't know. Whoa, Philo running... I mean, that is impressive. Running the quicker and quicker laps, but we are about to see him... yeah, if you guys are noticing... Ooh, he's not that much under Rotary, but then March... I think March is in a pretty good spot. 37-second gap on the lead, but 13-second gap on Philo. And is he a pit stop ahead now? It sure looks like it, looking at his fuel and his tires. It looks like he's about exactly a pit stop ahead. So he was in the pits with damage. Did he forget to repair? Oh, no way. Because isn't there a button where you cannot repair? Or skip repairs? Did he skip his repairs? We'll find out in 12 to 13 minutes. I mean, that is rough, but I mean, that's also racing, and I think anyone who's been in any racing league or any racing events ever has had that person message who just had a terrible time, and the answer's always the same. Yep, that's racing. Stuff happens. What could you imagine will happen? Okay, well, that won't happen, but something worse will magically find its way to happen, and someone else will have a great race. That's how racing happens. I think he's skipping repairs by mistake as well. I know, I've gotten penalties in leagues before because, I'm quickly changing stuff and I hit X immediately and it's no refuel. And I'm like, oh no, I'm not allowed to refuel again. Like, what do? I have no fuel. I'm going to go refuel anyways and just take the penalty, because I didn't mean to skip the refueling process. I was just spamming buttons real fast. But we do have March sitting pretty Philo. I mean, the gap staying pretty stationed with Graham right now, plus the tire wear. I think Graham's sitting in a decent spot. I think he wouldn't hate where he's, or rotary, I apologize. March also sitting in a good spot here. Tai Chi, I mean, I think Tai Chi is also looking at that thinking, well, this podium's mine now. So I definitely think he's looking good. And I mean, I can't say enough about Pepsi. Like, he is still chilling, keeping his car clean, just showing that the only thing you really have to do is run your race at your pace, and you will be perfect. And as he's chilling, top 5 right now, and he knows he's literally seen everyone who's been in the lead take damage and fall behind him. Now, granted, Philo and Tai Chi managed to get back past him again, but it just means that the further and further we go through this, the more likely you're to hold that position. The gaps are going to get bigger and bigger. I feel so bad for Sprinkler if he forgot to repair. That is devastating. But the main thing for all the drivers and, you know, everyone watching, remember, is that we're here for a much bigger reason than just racing and going for wins. We're here to, you know, race against dementia, something that many of us probably have in our lives with family members and different, you know, grandparents and parents and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And so if you do have a chance, you know, make sure you check out any of the links in the comments. Make sure you look into, you know, any way that you can help with dementia. I think there should be a donation link if you want to donate to the charity in the comments or in the description as well. So, you know, make sure that you're keeping it, that would make sure we're staying here for the right reasons, you know, while winning it, and while Rotary's probably sweating right now and just probably feel his heart beating as he's sitting in first and he's realizing he's going to have to feel his heart beat for 3 more hours. You know, also got to remember why we're here, guys. And so, big 24-hour charity event, so I hope everybody is having an absolute blast. As we look through, and it looks like we got Tai Chi closing the gap up a little bit more. Pepsi, I mean, we haven't mentioned enough about Pacer. Pacer's sitting here right now in 6th. We saw him take damage. We've seen him kind of have his pace, and now he's kind of started to finally settle down here over the last, lap 4, 5, 6, and 7 are all getting more, and they're getting quicker, more consistent. So keep an eye on him closing that gap down for a top 5. I'm definitely going to be excited to see if he can keep that going. Sprinkler, we'll see how I mean, we're going to have to see how he recovers, because if he pitted to repair this damage, forgot to repair the damage, has to run an entire lap at 100 miles an hour. I mean, he's cruising at 100, like barely, not even getting out a third. Going back in the pits to then repair it, I mean, to say I'm a fan is just, we'll have to see what kind of recovery race he can have, because I would be an absolute fan if he could even find himself gaining positions after this kind of bad luck. Baggage, I mean, I can't say enough about this guy. Had a little bit of struggles and then just continues to fight, and look, he's found his way back past Dino. He's going to find his way back past Sprinkler. He's only 8 or so seconds, 9 seconds back of Pacer, so I mean, don't look past him. He could find himself inside the top 5. Dino, literally sitting a second and a half back of Baggage, exact same spot, find himself a top 5. Haven't given a good job Vuren. I don't even know why I'm pretending to try to say that. Good job here, enough time, and you know, honestly, I love the Lexus as well. I'm currently driving it in a separate league, and it is a fun car to drive. I can't imagine driving it here. It's got to be a little squirrely. Not the greatest on the top speed necessarily. It does actually have pretty good top speed. It just doesn't have the best way of getting to the top speed. So this track might be actually good for it, because it might be able to pull out its top speed eventually. It doesn't quite live in the acceleration realm of, like, you know, the cars that can actually accelerate, but it does have real good handling, feels super sexy in the fast corners. And then, to be fair, the best part about the Lexus is when you start getting a little bit of wear on those tires and you start getting a little bit of fuel gone and most cars are starting to fall apart, the Lexus is just like, this is where I like racing. Let's do it like this. Can you just keep me at half fuel and a little bit worn tires? Because that's where I'm fast. And so you should see a lot of second stint, third stint stuff out of the Lexus. So don't think he's gone anywhere just yet, because that car gets better and better and better as we see him catching up on Sprinkler, flying by. And so that Sprinkler down then to the barely in the 10th, might even fall into 12th by the time he gets out of the pits. As we see Viper all over Dankert again. I'm sure Viper is not happy to be in this position again, but it looks like he might be able to go ahead and just get it done right away. And he does. Alright, so now as long as Viper doesn't end up giving that position back because, yeah, he stayed out of the slip. Okay, so it doesn't look like Dankert's making too many moves here. He's said, I battled you enough last time. I don't need to deal with it this time. We got Willie sitting a minute back of Dankert, so but he's a pit ahead, so Dankert should be coming in pretty soon, this lap or next. Viper's got forever, as we see the whole group back here come in. Sprinkler, don't forget to repair the damage, my man. Oh no, Pebsy, we were talking about how you hadn't taken damage and you took it right before you go in. We'll let it pass, because it was right before you went in the pit. So far, it's the best damage taken. But that only puts March and Rotary into the no damage club, as Rotary has pit, come back out, and has a 7/10 of a second lead on March. So March's strategy is paying off. He's closing that gap down, and I'm sure for Tai Chi, that's not the worst place to see the leaders coming in and being right there. But fuel strategy-wise, not quite as good. He's not got as many laps as the others do. And then, I mean, again, this is basically Fee-Fi Folo is literally having the race of a century here. If he's, like, manages any way to find himself into a podium or better, I mean, he's still got to keep it together for almost 3 more hours, and we've already seen him make a mistake in the first hour, so I'm not giving anyone in this lobby a pass on not making more mistakes and taking a whole ton more damage, because they all took damage on the second lap, and yeah, forever. I don't know almost anyone, but I'm going to make fun of every single one of them, because they all took damage within the first 2 laps of the 4-hour race. So, bring back the Philando. Vilnado. But, I mean, Tai Chi, again, I don't think anyone ever confirmed. I'm just guessing that's a Malaysian flag, but I'm going back about 20 years to my freaking history, so who knows if that's even right. But Tai Chi, if that is a Malaysian flag, if I'm remembering right, making a great example here and really just showing how to drive this. He's sitting in the podium, got a decent gap. I should have been paying more attention to the pit windows to find out where he's going to fall out in relation to Philo here when he comes out, but my guess is, you know, he'll definitely be in a battle. They've been battling pretty much. Yeah, it is Malaysia. Oh, man, do you know how good I feel that I remember that from forever ago? School works sometimes. Got me that edumacation. So, Viper sitting in 8th, back past Pebsy, who got his damage repaired. Sprinkler got his damage repaired. I think Sprinkler just realized we weren't paying enough attention to him in first place, and was like, you know what I can do? I'll just slam into a wall real quick. And then I still wasn't paying attention to him and didn't even notice it. So he's like, you know what else I can do to get attention paid to me? I just won't repair my damage. There's no way he won't notice me running another 9-minute lap. And he's right. Now we're paying attention. Now we've got on board with him. Now we're watching him. So, yeah, history lessons serving me well in GT Sport. There we go. I know what the Malaysian flag looks like. As we do see the leaders, I mean, I don't know how I'd feel if I'm Rotary right now. I'm out of my pit, I'm feeling good, but the gaps aren't what I was kind of hoping they were. And I'm pretty sure everyone behind me is going to have to pit before me, so I think the gaps are bigger than they are. But you just don't get enough information in GT Sport without, like, listening to the commentary to know, like, if Rotary's listening, he'll know, like, yeah, your fuel's good. They're pitting way before you anyways. That gap is fake. It's a bigger gap than it looks like it is right now. But worst case scenario is you end up behind one of these guys and they start slowing your times down. Because you know Philo, he's got the fastest lap of the race. And if we look at him... Oh, he must have just pit, huh? Yeah. So he just pit. Because I was like, unless he just ran an 8:38 and didn't take damage. Yeah, he's on an outlap. So, Philo has fresh fuel, fresh go. 18 seconds back. Yeah, if I was Graham, I'd be worried about Philo's pace right now, that's for sure. Pacer up into a top 5, baggage into 6. So as the pits kind of start to shake themselves around, we got everybody moving and shaking through the field. And I mean, realistically here, Viper having himself a good job. He's got to close up 17 seconds to get into the top 7 here, but he does have the fuel advantage, but they're on roughly the same strats. Same as Baggage right here with Dino just all over the back of him. We've also got Sprinkler catching up here on Pepsi. And it's just one of those deals where, you know, you got to try to find a way to pass cleanly, and it's so hard. You just need to. We've seen it a couple of times where people go for the move, they stick it, they get it done, they put their car on the track, but then we also see a lot of these people who like do the dance, like I'm gonna go right, I'm gonna go left, I'm looking for anywhere to go around you kind of stuff, and then they just slam into a wall 5 seconds later, and it's like, yeah, why are you getting so fancy about it? Just wait for a corner to pass them, and move on. But like the more and more you dance, and what is this? Oh wow, that is crazy view. It like switched and it didn't look like it changed. Yeah, there you go. Just make the move and stick it. Stop slipping out and slipping back in. That's how you end up punting someone. And it's hard as when you're driving in front and the person keeps flashing you. There are two types of drivers. There's the I'm ignoring you and I'm just gonna hit my lines because I don't know what you're doing. You're just flashing everywhere. And then there's the, like, I'm going to constantly be looking at my radar to see if you're diving me, which means they're not looking at the track because they're constantly glancing at their radar. And it's like, oh, well, it's beneficial. It's beneficial until you slam into the back of them and wreck both of you. So I'm a big fan of, like, keeping it clean behind someone. And then once you decide you're going for the move, just go for the move. Like, if you're confident in your driving, you should be able to get it done. But the, like, peeking and poking, it's just going to wind up in disaster. As we see Viper still, the gap's not closing down as much as I thought. He's still got 17 seconds, 18 seconds to go. Baggage has gotten the move done on Dino. Apologies for missing that. I thought you would take longer, but clearly we should have been watching you because you would have shown the example of just get the move done and go. Well, oh. Who was driving off the... Oh, okay, I thought someone was getting... Oh, Sprinkler and them are bumping and bruising. Gets it done quick there, no damage, cleanish. We'll call it cleanish. There's not a lot of room on the track. There's always going to be nudging, but that's good for Sprinkler. Into 9th. Now we can actually look at a real gap, and I mean, realistically, I mean, you've got to think, if I'm in his position, I'd be like, well, Viper's going to work his way back through the pack probably. So as long as I keep closing that gap down, I'm actually technically probably closing the gap down on everyone. A minute 47 is going to need some help from the leaders, but not impossible. So he's back on pace, back on track, and we'll get to see exactly how much he can keep his head down, because, yeah, 2 damage laps, that'll break anybody. I've seen people rage over less. So, I mean, impressive to the drivers, not raging over how tough this track is, how difficult it is. Dino slipping in here. He should close up on Baggage. As a Viper versus a Porsche. If you're not closing that gap down, you did not get a good exit. Just look at that top speed. 166 before the hill. Meanwhile, Viper down the hill, 169, barely hitting 170, 171. Oh, I think you can hit 173 in the Viper if you get a good run, so he may have not gotten a good exit, because he should be able to get about 3-4 more miles an hour, which would gain him another, tenth? Half a tenth on him? Top 2 are nose to tail. Yeah, they've been pretty close the whole time. The problem is they're on complete separate strategies and they're teammates. So March has not been racing Rotary super hard when he's close to him. I have a feeling they know each other's pace because they race each other being on the same league, the SMM group. And so I think he's kind of letting him go. So we're checking back on it. We'll kind of keep bouncing as we can, and hopefully we don't miss any moves he decides to make. But I have a feeling he knows he's on a different strat. He saw him come out of the pits, and he knows that that's a false gap because he has another pit to come where Rotary's a pit ahead. So I think the leaders are kind of in a false gap right now. I think Taichi as well, because he's going to go in. The one that we really want to be watching to battle for the leaders is this guy right here. That is still coming down. It was at, I think 19 last time we checked on lap 8 or so, so he's bringing it down about a second a lap. Explain to me how 7:59 is an out lap. I was like, how is 7:59 not the best lap of the race? So that had to have been an out lap. So, man, I don't care what you say. A 7:59 out lap is a flying out lap. So that's pretty quick on his out lap. I'm trying to see if I can catch anyone else's out lap to see if theirs comes massively down. As we see Baggage here, still getting hunted by Dino. We do have this group up here, though. They are very tight. Like 2 seconds spacing them out. And I mean, really, this has been a fantastic drive from March. I've never seen March drive before. I do have a good feeling about SMM. I've seen a couple of them drive before, and it seems like they're all relatively clean, and their paces are all extremely, extremely competitive. So I do have a good feeling of SMM, so my natural inclination is that he's going to be a super good driver. And I mean, so far, just watching this race, I think we can all agree that he definitely deserves some props about being a good driver, because it is tough to be a third of the way through the race and holding on to second place. Impressive. As we said, Taichi's going to be coming in 2, maybe 3 laps. If anyone doesn't know about GT Sport, when the gauge starts flashing red, that's exactly 2 laps remaining on fuel. So, again, he has at least over 2 laps to go, because it's not flashing red yet. It exactly started flashing red now, so right now he has 2 laps of fuel left, assuming he doesn't do any fuel saving or anything like that. So we would expect him to either be coming in at the end of this lap or the end of the next lap. He would have enough fuel to complete a whole nother lap and still go into the pit. But so he's sitting in a good position. We got this gap staying pretty safe. I'm telling you, we're going to watch this Philo. He is on... We did the math earlier, and it was going to be close. You know, he's got 20 laps. He's gaining roughly 5 seconds a lap. So, I mean, not 5 seconds a lap. What is he gaining? Like 2-3 seconds a lap? So, yeah, he's sitting right there. I mean, if paces stayed exact and he's gaining 2 seconds a lap, he would just be ahead of Philo Rotary by the end, because I believe their pit strategies are roughly the same. So you'd end up with a little bit of a gap, but, you know... Yes, the top 3 are on different strategies. Taichi changed his strategy up when he got damage. March has not gotten damage, but is just on a different strategy than Rotary, who also has not gotten damage. So our top 3 are going to rotate around. Philo took damage, but has worked his way through, so he's sitting in a real good position right now. He's almost basically gotten himself back to realistically where he actually is on the track. So he's no longer in a situation where, like Sprinkler, his pit strategies changed because he took that damage late and did the double lap and stuff. So that 24-second gap to Dino could be less, because he might be 1 pit less than Dino, or it might be just a little bit more because he may have changed his fuel up and miscalculated, and he might need to go in and fix that later. Whereas when we look at Philo, he's been out long enough now that he's probably recovered most of the damage, and now he's actually just in full recovery. These gaps are legit again. We know he's going to gap Taichi when he goes into the pits. In March, he's going to roughly be 12 seconds back of, 11 seconds back of when Taichi goes into the pits here. So we should see Philo go into the top 3 here and be on the same strategy roughly that Rotary is on. So... yeah, Graham's going to have to really make sure he keeps his car clean, keeps it together. The pressure's definitely building up, and Philo looks like he may have lost a little focus early, but, I mean, again, I'm not going to put it past anyone to take damage again. We know how tough this race can be, but he has been I mean, he is just... I mean, do you see how hard he's hitting these curbs? He wants every 10th he can find right now. He doesn't even care about anything but these times. He takes a little bit more careful through this section, which makes sense. If you miss that up, you end up in this dirt, which puts you in the wall, which ends your stint again. So it makes sense to slow it down there, but I bet we barely even see hardly anything once he comes through here. He's probably never even lifting again. All the way down to the black board, we probably won't see any even lift, and this Corvette can gain a lot of time as it is very quick, and one of the best, like, honestly, just a really fun car to drive. It's fun to see people who can drive it really fast as well. Obviously, Philo knows what he's doing. I'm watching his shifts, and they're money. He's not one of those Corvette drivers who doesn't know that you can shift it like 30 to 50% and get the exact same speed as if you were shifting it the whole way. So he's getting the fuel save, he's getting the tire saving, and he's doing everything he can to gain time, and that gap's just coming down and down and down. We've got Baggage. Hey, he's actually gotten himself spaced out. What happened here? Oh, Dino took engine damage. I was like, Baggage and them were racing close, but Dino's had a little bit of a mistake. That's going to get Sprinkler catching up on him, and now we got to worry about the pass because it is tough to pass, and it's even tougher to pass when the car in front of you has like engine damage, sneaks it by. That was pretty smart of Dino. Just kind of stay off the racing line, let him, like, you can clearly tell I'm massive on the damage. Pebsy cleaned up his damage. He's getting hunted down by Viper, but he's gonna close this gap up on Dino. Dino with the engine damage just isn't gonna be able to actually carry any major speed. So that's devastating there, as we see good job back here. He's got a little gap everywhere. Still looking real good. We've got Dankert, who's been battling everyone who comes by. And Wolfman Willie, who's been in a consistent 13th. And Rush back here in the Mazda, really clean, sitting in 14th. But you got to remember, this is a team event, so his time gets added on with his team. So every second he can gain right now, every lap he can get consistent on is going to help his team out. So don't think that he's down and out right now. He's definitely still battling for his team, as we see him pushing that line right there. He might be in 14th, but it doesn't mean he can't hold the gas pedal all the way down. As we see Rotary gapping March, I wonder what happened there. We do see Tai Chi coming in, and as predicted, that puts Philo into third. And again, he's been running this 6/10 penalty the whole time. If he keeps this up, he's going to have to run the penalty off at some point, or he's going to carry it over at the end of the race. He's had that on for a while. All right, so Tai Chi is out of the pits. Let's see exactly what those gaps are. So it's about 20 or so seconds, 24 seconds maybe, for a pit stop and addition of fuel. And it looks like he's still sitting on a minute gap to Pacer. That is a big jump from the top 4 down to 5. And it's going to get bigger because these guys are still coming up on their pit windows. Their pit windows are probably like 3 or 4 laps away, so they still got a few pits to go. Sprinkler's got damage again, so he's probably going to have to jump in for another pit. That's going to be devastating. I mean, this is a win that's just, you know, you want to focus up as much as you can. You keep clipping walls, clipping cars. Rushed is on controller, no pedals for him. I mean, I drive on controller quite a bit. My pedals broke the other day, like a month ago or whatever, a while ago. And so I've been on pad for a little bit now, and like I said, I don't see the same. I refuse to make the excuse that it's the controller, or that it's my pad, or that like it's saying it's like my pedals aren't working, just switch to pad. Like, you know, it is what it is. I'm going to do the best I can do with the instruments that I have. And then I just always see some fast guy. There's always someone I'm like, hey, you know, what are you doing? Do you use a G29? Do you use a CSL? And they're like, oh, no, I got top 10 times and I'm on pad. And you're just like, okay, so it's definitely like doable. Got you. The tire wear gets a little iffy, but really realistically, everyone in this lobby has been flying. These times are quite quick. We're looking at some low 8 minutes, which is an impressive race pace. Low 8-minute race pace? That is insane. You know, my real question, I wonder, I don't think so, but if it was me, I might be greedy like that. If I was sitting in a position where, like, maybe Sprinkler is, and it starts to get later in the race, and you're starting to realize, like, it's a 42-second gap in front and a 39-second behind, maybe you jump in low fuel, grab a brand new set of tires, and just go for a fast lap or something like that. I've been known to do things like that. Like, yeah, if I'm not going to win, maybe I can pop myself on the fast lap here and run some low fuel laps. But Sprinkler, who has gone in and gotten his damage repaired, he's now getting hunted down by Viper, who we saw these two battling for first earlier. If Viper can close the gap down, we're going to see him battling for 8th, which is going to be a quite interesting time. Philo still trying to close this gap down to March. Sitting on a purple lap. Whew. Looking to try to get it under the 8-minute mark. That would really start to put the pressure on. If everybody sees the fast lap update, and the fast lap updates to something under 8 minutes, I think every single person in that track who sees like, I think March and Rotary would both just be like, oh, well, that is some pace right there. And I gotta be honest, after all the trouble I saw Philo have at the start, and the fact that he's been able to focus down, because we've seen everybody have some issues, and then they have another issue, and another issue, and they just cannot seem to, like, get it all together for the entire time. But so far, an hour and about 20 minutes, he's kept it clean. He had a little bit of mistakes in that first 5-10 minutes of the race, but since then, I got props for him. He has really put his head down and done nothing but set consistent laps. I mean, look at those lap times. 8:01, 8:02, 8:02, and then he's like really starts to hit it. 8 minutes, pit, 7:59, 8 minutes. And we know we've been seeing him on a purple lap this time around as well, so That could be crazy. And I mean, to be fair, Pacer's going to be coming in for a pit, but he's having a fantastic race too, chilling in the top 5 right now, trying to gap out Baggage, who, again, like, it's hard, like, to be fair, as we started the race, for a lot of these people, I was like, well, that's probably the end of their race. You just took engine damage, but every single one of them's kept their heads down, so props on that. And then, like, they were right, everyone ahead of them started to make damage and started to do the same thing, and they've all kind of gotten their positions back for the most part, except for a few people who've kind of had the massive, and I think we might have good job going off for a bathroom break for a second there, as we caught him at the end of the Ghost. And then Rush sitting about a 4-minute gap on 13th, so not going to be catching him necessarily without a lot of help, a lot of damage and stuff like that. But again, every second counts because you're going to add up all the teams at the end. And if you end up beating a team by a couple of seconds, as we see Dino getting a little laggy there. That's exactly how you take the corner if you guys haven't ever seen it. That is the perfect line. If you can warp yourself onto the dirt and then come all the way back to the apex and then warp to the curb, it's about as quick as you can go through there. So that was an impressive line we saw there. As we see a little bit of lag, you're going to see that. GT Sport's not a perfect game. We actually had to change hosts. You know, make sure you guys all give a shout out to Rotary. Graham here stepped up and actually hosted the lobby as, for whatever reason this morning. I hope in my internet, oh, that doesn't surprise me. We saw a bunch of lag there as he did end up lagging out. My internet wasn't doing real good this morning. I hope it'll be fixed by the afternoon. I'm not really having any internet issues, so I don't know why it was causing that. But we do have a Rotary currently hosting, and I'm not seeing any lag except for what we just saw for Dino on the most part. So it's holding together mostly good. But that is rough for Dino. It is a very tough time to have that lag happen like that. So hopefully in some way they can lock his time in. 11 laps. So he was on lap 10 when that happened. And I'm sure Groot has some sort of plan for that kind of stuff. I don't think we do a restart after an hour into the race, though. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe Schaller is watching and can type in the stream if we are supposed to do restarts for people after an hour and a half. But I highly doubt that there's any hour and a half restarts. So that's probably just going to be a situation where Dino, I would assume, just carries a race time based on the time that he ran. And ends up just with, like, the last place time, would be my guess, as a total time. Because he's going to need a time to add in for a total time. I just don't quite know how that's going to work. But we'll find out soon enough as we scroll through. Let's go ahead and go through the whole list, actually, guys. It's been about another 45 minutes since we looked at the list. We've got Rotary, over half a tank of fuel. Graham chilling out. Or is it Lewis? Have I been saying the wrong name the whole time? Regardless. Rotary chilling on first. And really just been having a fantastic drive as we see him getting down to 165, 66, 67. So you can see how the BMW just loses out a lot when it comes to top speed when compared to a Viper. But it's so quick in the corners, and Rotary keeping the car clean has really put him in a position here. 7-second lead on his, not his actual teammate in this race, but from the same team, S&M. March, ooh, almost clips that wall. You almost got caster curse there. We see him coming down, taking on, starting the 12th laps in second place. Philo, who we are all pulling for after seeing him have that insanely difficult start to the race, go from the top all the way to the back, and now he's working his way back up to the top, sitting in a podium position, just under half a tank of fuel. Taichi from Malaysia putting on a fantastic race. He's gone in the pits, gotten back out. He's also had major damage, battled his way up in, sitting top 4. Pacer, who will be coming in the next few laps for his pit stop. So we'll maybe fall back a few positions, but maybe not. Sitting in 5th currently. D Baggage hanging out in 6th, also having a great race, really starting to clean it up. Pebsy, who we were talking about, the just poster boy of keeping the car clean, you'll end up with a good race position. Then he ended up taking a little bit of damage before his final pit, and by a little bit I mean quite a bit. Still having a fantastic race, keeping his car cleaner than most, chilling in 7th. Sprinkler, who was at one point our vast leader, ended up with engine damage. Ended up accidentally at what it appeared to be as a non-repair in the pit, so had to drive an entire another lap, lap 7, lap 8, 9:04, 9:45, dropping him from first all the way to about 12th, if I remember, by the time he finally got his damage repaired. Worked his way back up into 8th, looking at 7th. Don't sell him short. He's definitely still flirting with the top 5, if I had to guess. And then we've got Viper, the pole sitter. Started on the pole, had a little bit of issues, then had a little bit more issues. Has had a very tough race. Couldn't get around some cars, slowed down by people, ran into a wall, if I remember right. May have had a little help into another one, if I remember right. But head down, he's sitting inside the top 10, and yeah, Sprinkler 7 seconds ahead, and he can't see that he's closing the gap down on 6th and 7th, but he probably knows he's also closing the gap down on Melm. Dankert, who has been having an absolute battle, honestly battling with every car around him, chilling, rounding out the top 10. We've got Good Job hanging out in 11th. We've got Wolfman Willie hanging out in 12th. That was weird. I just saw some position changes, but no one's close to each other. And then Rushed bringing in 13th. Technically gained a position because we had a DC there, which is very rough. They get put 1 lap behind the last. Liam has let me know, so the person who DC'd won't be, like, it's not major penalty or anything like that. They clearly understand stuff happens. And so they'll just lap him to the end of the race, and he'll get his time just like that. So it'll work out just fine, and the team will still be able to compete. So it's not the end of the world for that team. If that team's watching and they're like, oh no, our teammate just DC'd, what is that going to do? He's just put to the back, so it does suck that you lose some time on what he would have finished at, but it does mean you can gain that time up in Stint 3, 4, 5, and 6. That will be coming following this. Stint 3 will follow right after Stint 2, guys. Should be starting basically like this one did, right alongside it. Stint 4 will follow that. Stint 5, I'll be back with you guys. I believe that is from 2 a.m. GMT to 6 a.m. GMT, so I'm excited for that time. That's going to be a fun slot, so anyone who wants to be up in the middle of the night, come hang out with me. And then we will end it with Stint 6, where we see the grand conclusion. So for those of you who are just hanging out in Stint 2, we got a lot of racing left to go today, so I hope you guys are enjoying it, as we see Philo starting to close the gap down. 1.6 seconds. That is not bad at all, and I do believe I might even have someone joining to help out co-commentate in the 5th session as well, so cross our fingers, it might be more than one voice talking the whole time. As we see Baggage having a decent gap in 6th, so he is going to have to pit. We do know that's going to close by about 20 some odd seconds when they pit. Pepsi, again, great race sitting in 7th, has a potential to jump up closer to 6th once the pits come in, because he's still got the fuel. Sprinkler still got the fuel, also wanting the same thing, trying to close on Pepsi. Viper hanging out, looking good. Danker, we got Wolfman coming in. Does he have any damage? Oh, all of it. So he's going to have to get some damage repaired. That's going to close the gap down for Rushed. Rushed has that 3-minute gap. That's going to bring it down closer to 2.5. Couple more of those happen. He might be able to find himself another position. You never know. So we look through here. Viper's actually starting to get gapped pretty hard by Sprinkler. Every time we check, that gap's going up and up and up. So Sprinkler is definitely on that little bit pace. We got the 804s coming from Viper. Closer to the 802s and 8 minutes coming from Sprinkler. 810s coming out of Pepsi. So Pepsi's hemorrhaging time to Sprinkler, as he's probably just watching that time come down. And then we get the first big jump here to Baggage, who is sitting in a pretty comfortable spot. He's going to have to come in, but it's not a bad spot to be in right now. You're looking at 6th. You can see 5th. When you get on a straight, you can probably see 5th at least. It's not too far ahead. And then the same thing goes for Pacer. He's clearly going to be coming in this lap, but 6th is far enough behind to be safe, and 4th is far enough ahead that you're going to need help from him, clearly, in order to catch up. So it's kind of a comfortable place of just run your laps right now for Pacer. And then Taichi is in a weird spot. He doesn't know where he's sitting until these pits happen. And March is coming up on his pit, who's been passed by Philo. Philo with the 7:59 last in that lap. 7:59.3. He's going under the 8-minute mark. Ooh, man. Philo is flying. So that is the first driver of the day jumping into the first driver of the day for Stint 2, making it into the sub 8-minute mark. And I believe there was 2 or 3 drivers in Stint 1 who snapped into the sub 8-minute mark. So that is the third, fourth person so far to be able to snap under 8 minutes, which that is just absolutely flying. So he's up into second. The gap's only 8 seconds. Let's check strategy. Philo's a little bit lower on fuel, same tires, so there might be a thing where Rotary's going to gain a bit of time, about a quarter of a tank worth of time when they go in for fueling, potentially. But Philo is into second, so he is on an... I mean, geez, someone buy this man a beer if he keeps this up for the whole race, because this is just absolute pace. But, that being said, we're only an hour and a half into 4 hours, so if anybody thinks this race is over or anything like that, that is not how this is going to go. So, again, I'm hoping Philo makes no mistakes, but we've seen him make one before. We haven't seen Rotary make one yet, so is it going to be a case of Rotary making the first major mistake to put him in the damage group as well? Can Philo keep it clean for another, what is that, 2.5 more hours? Either way, we'll have to wait and absolutely see. I mean, if I'm in Rotary's position right here, can he see them? He can. I mean, yeah, that starts to get a little bit worrisome. So the silver Chevy is the only car to run sub 8 minutes in both stints now. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. The Chevy gets... Does that make sense that the Chevy's the only one? Not really. There's a couple cars. The Viper should be able to probably pop out. To be fair, March, getting around in this Jag is just impressive. I spin this thing every other corner. Like, I couldn't even imagine. So, I don't even know what kind of times the Jag should get. But I know when people are quick in it, they are quick. The fact that people are getting low 8s in the WRX, I mean, just look, 160. It needs the hill to break 160. It just blows my mind that this car is as fast as it is and that people are so aggressive in it. Like, am I the only person who's just sitting here, jaw dropped at the WRX competing at the North? Like, this just blows my mind that it's being so competitive here, because, like, we're looking at cars going 173, 172, and it's like 160 cruising down at, like, losing speed going up the hill, and it's just flying still. So, and props off to Tai Chi, props off to Viper, everyone who picked the Subaru. I mean, it is fast in the corners, and there are a lot of corners here, but besides the lap with engine damage and pit stops, Caliber ran sub 8 minutes, and yeah, it blows my mind. Like, I get the Subaru can do it. I'm watching them run low 8s in it right here. We've seen the last race running sub 8s in it, but to me, I mean, you even look at the times, just like, where? Like, that's how fast they are through the corners, because when you look at some of these cars going down the straight, if we can find one of them, the Corvette will probably be a great example here. Sprinkler, I guarantee you. Oh, well, guys, Sprinkler has engine damage, so this is going to be a difficult spot for him. Hopefully he doesn't end up slowing down Pepsi. They get a little bit of contact, but they're clean. That was dangerous right there. So Sprinkler won't be the best example of who can go fast. Do we have more damage? Oh no, it just looked like he was going slow. Why was there dirt coming from the Corvette back there? Huh, interesting. Maybe 160 is just kind of where all these cars balance the power out at, because the Supra's also stuck at 160. It has been, I will admit, it's been a while since I've done anything at the Nerd Schleife, but I swear I used to cruise closer to the 170 mark going over the hill. Maybe it's just been that long and the balance of power changes have done. Tai Chi's had a fantastic... Luke Mitchell said, nice to see Tai Chi doing 2-lap 13s. Oh, yes. Oh, no, it's fixed it. There will probably be display errors on the right side. As you can see, it already doesn't know when the pits were. So I will expect it to randomly start relisting laps and everything else, at some point. So hopefully no one ends up getting reset. I don't think you can get reset on this track. But yeah, GT Sport does a lot of things right, but for whatever reason, they can't get their clock to properly work. So timing in this game is usually one of the hardest things for it to simulate. Counting. It can do all the things it's doing with the tire model, but it has trouble counting. But it's what we got. It's a pretty good game. It's one of the best racing games. To be fair, it's one of the best racing games that's ever been released. there's maybe 3 other racing games that even compare to how good GT Sport is, and we're all so spoiled, and we treat the devs so poorly when they gave us the best GT Sport or the best Gran Turismo game we've ever had, by far. But it does have its glitches, and they can be quite annoying at times. And we are just kind of chilling on Philo, watching him go through, when we could be watching the battle with March and Taichi, as we see Taichi getting by. He wanted that podium, and now March ghosting randomly. The ghosting's so weird in this game too. Let's give that props too. But March now on a battle for his podium, as he has fuel. Taichi has fuel. This is, I don't know. These are so close. These strats are like, look, we have someone currently at 50% fuel roughly, 25% fuel, 55% fuel, and 75% fuel in the top 4. We have 4 people in the 4 who have different fuel levels and are probably on 3 different strats. Oh, and Narcotic says, I'm so glad someone else thinks that. GT Sport is not... Yeah, I mean, sure, if you jump on Reddit, you'll get the Reddit army pretending to be up in arms about stuff, because Assetto Corsa does this better, or iRacing does that better. And the fact of the matter is, I can get off work, I can come home, I can grab a controller, and I can race the fastest cars with a competitive person within 20 minutes of sitting down. It doesn't get much better than that. People are picky. Pacer has fueled... Oh, he fueled all the way to full, guys. No one's been filling all the way to full. I wonder what his plan is with that. He's also on... Oh, he's on the softs, not the super softs. He's all sorts of strategizing here. He is running more fuel, harder tires, but going for consistency, I'm assuming, and he just feels better on the softs and thinks that that'll get him a better time overall than over pushing the super softs and getting all the extra wear. Although, to be fair, I thought super softs and softs have the exact same wear. The super soft just has better grip. I didn't think there was a big wear difference between the 2 tires. But he is running the soft. He did fill the fuel, and as we see, interesting, Baggage also filled it all the way to full as well before his stint. Oh, Pebsy's picked up some back damage, and as he doesn't really have anyone near him, that must have been a tail whip. Got a little bit of slide spin or something and popped it into a wall on the right side. What is that? CWM have their particular strategy, but trust their judgment. Oh, yeah, Storm Pacer. I mean, it is. I understand he's got the tires. He can go longer. His pace is not that far off the super softs. He's like 5 seconds up across a Nordschleife lap, so it's not too terrible. He's getting the extra fuel, which means I think the goal is to limit the pits. And he didn't think, and they don't think that you got a fuel save, you can't burn it quite as hard and stuff like that, so it might be better to run the softs in that position. It's going to be interesting to see if it ends up working out, because Baggage is doing the same fuel strategy, but running the super softs. So that's definitely one of those things where, but I mean, pace-wise, their paces are pretty similar, so it's going to come down to mistakes, I think, and Pepsi, still too early. You can't carry that damage that long. You're going to have to jump in and repair that, I think. Viper, also picking up some damage. I think you need to jump in and repair that as well. Okay, and Polly, I think it's Polly, or Pointless. Oh, wow, that was horrible spelling. Said that the supers do degrade faster than the softs do, but if you protect the supers, you can make them pretty much degrade the same as softs, in which case, you need to be in complete control of the tires, like he says. But if you can get the degradation down a little bit, you might be able to gain, since you're actually saving them, you'll lose a little bit. But since you're on the softer tire, you'll gain a little bit. So maybe you gain half a second a lap and get the same tire deg. So, but at the same time, if you can push a soft and not worry about burning it up, I mean, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see exactly how that works out. He's sitting pretty right now. And to be fair, the gap that we're seeing, that 1 minute 17 second, like the only thing that will really help that come down outside of a big mistake is if you go one less pit stop. A pit stop's going to give you 20 to 30 seconds. So if you can get one less pit, you'll drop that through the pits. So that could be kind of what they go. And if you also, I think if you're realistic about the track, Everyone in the world is like, you know what would be a perfect race? Is if all 14 cars run bumper to bumper for 4 hours and we just have nothing but 4-hour battling. But at the same time, everybody knows there's going to be some separation. People are going to make mistakes. The track is hard to run bumper to bumper for hours at a time for sure. And so it could be just a comfort, and the softs just are much easier to run by yourself than the super softs. The super softs might just be a little bit tougher and burn up a little bit faster when you don't have anyone to kind of short shift behind or to kind of fall behind and just kind of like control your pace with. Did an 802. Who did an 802? Someone did an 802. Philo popping out a 759, an 8, and 801. So the tire wear is starting to kick in, but that is some consistency. Like for your tire wear to consistently drop you like 7/10 and then 1.9. That 1.9 was probably a mistake though, probably not as much. Although if he made a mistake, it would have run the penalty, you'd think. So maybe it's just the tire wear starting to kick in there. 802 soft in stint 1. I mean, that's fast. Anything in the low 8s around here is always going to be quick. 802s on softs, that is flying. Is March close? I think March is starting to close this gap up on Taichi. March does not want to hang back. Oh my god, was that a .001 purple there, Taichi? Keep it consistent the whole way around. And then, but I think March is kind of wanting to hunt that time down. And to be fair, Pacer is keeping that gap at the there it goes. It's like that's like almost half the lap at exactly 117. So that is a very tight gap. He just needs it to start closing down by anything else. And they did just complete a pit, it looks like, unless they both had the exact same mistake. So we do have Baggage trying to close it down. Man, he was stretching that all the way to the barrier. That's dangerous. Now we've got Pacer looking good. March still closing the gap down on Taichi, sitting right about that second. So it is into the tough area. You kind of just want to use this whole section as like a closing the gap, but you don't necessarily just want to get right behind the person because you want to catch up to passing through a straight if you can do it perfect, because we've seen the side-by-side through the infields and stuff and through these wavy sections, just it's a 50-50 chance. One of you is going to end up in a wall, and 50% of the time it's going to be you, and 50% of the time it's going to be them. So it's like really not worth flipping a coin for a pass. Oh. But the gap did get picked up through there, so that Subaru really stretching out through the windy sections. Pepsi coming in to fix that. I feel like it was last lap he had the damage, which it was, because he ran the 821. So I think he figured out after he finished that lap, this is probably a bad idea to stay out. Decided to come on in. So that's going to gift Viper on by. Sprinkler also going to make his way through. Dankert also coming through. I guess it's probably Dan Kurt. Maybe his name's Dan or Kurt. That makes sense. Oh, and Good Job gets through just in front of him. So Pepsi ends up slipping all the way to 11th, fuels it to the top, so he has that. He'll get him back. Plenty of time. Everyone flipping and flopping, but we do have the closer gaps here at the back. There's a little group, and then we do have the fall back to Wolfman, who's got about a 3-minute gap to Pepsi. Rushed has brought the gap down to Wolfman by 2 minutes, though, so give him the rest of this race, and he might actually be able to close this gap all the way up, because if you guys remember, it was like 301, 304, something like that last time we checked. Now it's down under 2 minutes, so kind of keep it going as we see back-to-back 9 minutes definitely hurt Wolfman Willie. Pepsi, then a second of Good Job. Good Job 2 seconds back at Dan. Dan's got a decent gap to Sprinkler, which makes sense. Sprinkler has shown to be one of the faster drivers at potential times here. Viper, again, having a little consistency issues, it looks like, on the last two. Oh, no, he's running with damage. I don't think that's the right call. That's adding what appears to be about 15 seconds a lap, so every 2 laps is 30 seconds, and it would take less than that to repair it, so I think maybe he is making a mistake here. I mean, I'm never the best with strategies or anything. It's why I don't disagree with the CWM. I'm sure they have more plans than I do about what the strategy is, but I am a big fan of repair your damage. Like, if you are not on your final stint where you can actually start doing the math as to I'm losing 13 seconds a lap, I've got 6 laps to go, I'm up by 13 seconds, you know, like if you can't actually start figuring out the math as to whether you should pit or not, just pit and get it over with and rip the Band-Aid off. This is just like slowly peeling a Band-Aid away, and it's probably going to hemorrhage more and more time, which is going to let Sprinkler close it up. I mean, if he runs another almost 820, that's 16 seconds. They're going to close this up over this lap. You got to remember, Dankert's only 7 seconds back of that, so he's not going to be far off that. And then if you end up in this group right here, this is an absolute battle. And you could avoid it by just pitting. So I highly recommend Viper jumps in that pit, because I think if he runs a full stint with damage to the right suspension and the entire front, I mean, he's going to end up hemorrhaging somewhere in the range of like a minute and a half over this lap. So hopefully he's doing some math and realizing that's probably not the best plan right now. The lap times are real high. Oh no, that is going to add a lot of damage. He went all the way around. So everyone back behind Dankert, good job. Pebsy, these are all positions they don't know, but these guys are all hunting down a position now as Viper's trying to get it together. As Sprinkler sneaks by him. Ooh, that was really close. I barely got back to that in time. And Dankert's real quick going to realize that this gap is dropping like a racehorse as he sees it go from 20 to 7, 7 to 6. And so this entire group is going to end up coming up on Viper as Viper's moved completely off the track for it. I mean, it's safe. Get out of their way. But I would have rather they had to drive around you. My personal opinion on that. But they do sneak by, so they all do end up gaining that position as Viper's going to have to end up getting into the pits. This is going to let Wolfman Willie close that gap down a little bit more rushed. We'll be closing a gap down, but he won't see it. But yeah, that puts Viper in a position halfway through the race where this is probably not where he saw himself or wanted to be. But this three-way battle right here for the top 10, no one wants to be 10th, they want to be 9th, they want to be 8th. This Dankert is literally leading it. He's got himself a nice gap. It's just outside of slipstream range, and I think most drivers live on slipstream range. If you're outside of slipstream range, not that worried about you. You're inside slipstream range, all right, I'm starting to pay attention as we do see Pebsy looking on the inside. I guess it's technically the outside of this part than the inside of the next part. Oh, if he could have kept the overlap, this is a good passing corner. If you can get the inside, that guy on the outside has to lift or they're driving off the track. So you'll be able to run it up the inside. This is a very cool camera angle. I am a big fan of this one. As oh, he's sucked right in there. He is all on him. He's looking up the outside. I guess it's actually the inside. I keep thinking one turn further than it is. I mean, this is a dangerous corner set. You don't really want to try to get alongside here. Like, you're just going to... If you have contact, you probably both mess up through this corner. So this would be a... Yeah, he backed out. I mean, yeah, I think you do that. You flash like you're going to make the move, because if they try to do something dumb, it'll slow them down, and you can just pass them through the corner. But if they stay real, then once they, like, just stay on the line, back it out, hit the corner. But, you know, maybe a little less. Don't want to gap outside of slipstream range here, as we do see Philo in the pits. 3% fuel. This will be Rotary getting his first real run. It's not a real gap yet. They're so catty corner with their fuels and everything that it should be a situation where we see Rotary pit and add fuel, then Philo pit and add fuel, and then Rotary pit and add fuel for the final, I think. Unless there's an extra pit. But so the gap's roughly cool, but it's going to come back together later. So you definitely, if you're Rotary right now or Philo, you need to pay attention to 37 seconds. Because that's the gap that was a 1 second gap a minute ago, or a 2 second gap a minute ago. So you need to make sure we're focused on closing that. Because if you're Rotary, and at the end of this stint, you're only up by 32 seconds, well, that's 5 seconds you've lost on this stint. So Philo, when you come out of the pit, is going to be 3 seconds ahead of you. And hey, guys, don't forget about Taichi. Taichi just under 4 seconds back, and March does not let anyone go. Have you noticed that? Every time we glance at him, whatever position he's in, he's battling with whoever it is. If he's in second, he's battling for first. If he's in third, he's battling for second. If he's in fourth, he's battling for third. Like, wherever he goes, he finds someone to battle. So that is an exciting watch right there. And he's probably having I mean, 2 hours in, you can't complain about that. What have you been doing? I've been battling for 2 hours, man. This has been a great time. And, I mean, let's be honest. I'm a big fan of Storm. He's driving a BMW. It's one of the best cars ever made, whether it's a real thing or if I've just tricked myself into thinking that because I've wasted money on them before. Either way, and this livery is very clean. I want to look at that. I love that. The stripes down the middle. Now, the real question is, did you take the time to manually do that with all different decals, or did you just stretch one decal and do the trick? Because you could just, like, stretch one decal over a car, and if you had it all set up right... But this is a clean-looking Beamer, not gonna lie. I'm a big fan of that. Is that just the default livery, actually? I think it is. I think that is just the default livery. That's probably why it's so clean. Oh, so let's check chat while everybody's racing around. Who do we have close? We got this battle going on with Tai Chi and March. You need gaps at the end of the 3-minute timer, so drivers need to be sending you screenshots of their screens right before the race ends. Knowing CWM, it won't be stretched decals. I mean, yeah, that's like me. I always blame everyone. I'm like, ah, you just stretched your decal over that. And they're like, no, I did not. I, like, layered everything. And it's like, nah, you just stretched one decal over that. Let's not pretend. The best, I had one, I'd put a livery on, and everyone thought it was the coolest. This is this rainbow, and it had a million different colors on it, and everyone's like, dude, I didn't know you could make such good liveries. And I was like, oh, it's just one decal stretch, guys. I have no clue what I'm doing. It just looks like I know what I'm doing with it, because it was a good decal to stretch. Nor is offended right now. I can hear him from here. Is that a default livery? Yeah, look, you can see. I mean, it's so clean. How could you not... that's not even offensive. It's so clean that I thought it must have been default. Like, no, that's like that is by far the best thing you can get, because you can't make a livery look as clean. I mean, I lie. You can make a livery look as clean as some of the default ones, because look at this thing. That is beyond clean. I'm telling you right now, if I ever need a livery, I don't even know the guy. I'm messaging whoever makes this thing and just being like, please, you are a god of liveries. Let's see what else we got. Oh, I love a Red Bull livery. This is a good one, too. Now, he's ruined it and gotten a bunch of damage on it as I see all the scratches, but that's a fantastic livery as well. Sprinklers is looking clean. I love the Batman. Race Against Dementia right there on the front. Who's winning overall, do you think? I have no idea. I don't even want to guess. I have no clue who's winning the overall right now. That requires math. I do like Pepsi's, as we do see this battle still going on for the top 10 right here. These guys are just not letting them go. This is a really nice livery, too. They put, the THG group put a lot of work into this one. Big fan. Oh, this is clean with the dashes going across them. Man, are you guys all so good at making liveries? As we see this battle in third, as he's closing the gap down. I really like this one, too. Fantastic livery. Tai Chi's team is currently leading, is the guess so far. I like this one too with the pace. This one's like the clean black. It's exactly like you'd expect from a Lexus, with just few decals and just that clean color all the way through. The big Lexus on the back. I like it. This one's super fresh. Let's see here, the Viper one. Oh, I love the little dashes and all these different little realms with the green. Green's such a good color. And it's got, oh, the wing is looking good. Man, you guys put out for these liveries. This is, wait, what does that say? Straight out of... I can't read the white part. I'm too blind, guys. I need my glasses. Someone will have to type in chat what it says. Straight out of something. Race Against Dementia. We've mentioned this one already. I love... Orange is my favorite color. As an Oklahoma State alumni, orange was our color for college and all that, so I can't hate orange and black. It's by far my favorite. By far. It's on a Viper. It's looking beyond amazing. This is just such a good-looking car. Rushed. Also with a great one. He's got the green with the little yellow in the middle. That is clean looking. With all the angles. Oh, I like this race. I like them all with the Race Against Dementia. Guys, you have put in so much work on these liveries. This is another default livery, clearly. This one is super clean as well. Jeez. I love the little red with that little... It looks like it's got that extension. That looks like that was kind of tough. Ooh. Yes, I'm working Tachi. I promise I'll get there in 1 second. I'm just looking at everyone's livery real quick. Uh, Dark Smoker Racing. We've looked at that one a lot. And here's Taichi. Clean, no damage from him yet as he's gotten the gap on March looking pretty good. You know, they were about a 10th back, but as the fuel came down on Taichi, he started to get that consistency pace, and we see... Huh. That is interesting. March must have just recently made a mistake because he's running faster laps over the last 2 laps, but this gap has just fallen back. So March must have made a mistake on the lap we're watching right now as he's 4/10 up his best. So yeah, that gap right there must be from a little mistake. Wasn't too bad, just a bit fitty. I mean, this is a pretty good livery. I like the cleanness of just the one logo and the race square on there, and then the race against Dementia on the entire back wing looks real good, and it's a great use. I love that blue with the black as well. I mean, all these are just looking real good. We've seen Marches. That's also nice. Got the number plate right in the dead center there. Race against Dementia. Don't forget, guys, this is all about the race against Dementia. So, and again, back to the default livery, guys, in case you haven't noticed. So the one guy who did no effort on his livery here. No, but I think, honestly, this might be the cleanest one. Oh, it's hard. If we're going to give a vote, I would definitely say that one's good and this one as well. The Subarus are looking real good, and the Supras. But back to the race. Enough looking at liveries. I will continue to talk about them. I think the liveries in this game is such a good system. I think people can get enough stuff off the internet to make anything they pretty much want out of them. And I mean, to be fair, and people put the work in, and they just look so fantastic. They add so much realism to the racing. So for everyone who put in any work on a livery, as we see March making the move up the inside, where did he get this run from? Why am I in this camera, by the way? Why didn't someone tell me to get out of that thing? And he makes the move stick, and it is a tough corner to pass on, especially since you go all the way left, and then you go all the way right, then you got to go all the way back to the left, and what do you know, March is looking at a little bit of a 001 purple lap as well. Everyone trying to flirt with some purple now. But yeah, again, to everyone who made a livery for this thing, guys, these look so fantastic. Thank you so much for your effort. I'm sure the drivers love driving in these fantastic looking cars. I know I love watching these fantastic looking cars battle. So yeah, to everyone who made a livery, anyone who put any time into setting this up or anything, big shout out, big thanks for us. And guys, make sure you give Rob some love, Schaller, Groot, as he's been just stressing over putting this together. And so far, this has been nothing but a fantastic time. Enjoyable liveries, enjoyable racing. Make sure you drop a like on the video if you guys are enjoying the racing, and if you have the time, maybe donate to Dementia. I think there's a link in the comments below. If not, we'll get one posted in all the stints so that you can make sure that you find that if that's something that you're interested in doing. As Sprinkler kind of finds himself in a little bit of a middle of nowhere now. I think he would definitely agree most of that's from him taking too much damage, but almost a minute gap ahead of him, almost 30 seconds behind him. And then the battle for 10th is, oh no, good job, has gone around and taken just all the damage. So he's got 3 points of damage, one of them being the devastating engine. You never want to see that one flashing. And then, so now we're really sitting in a position where the battle for 9th and 8th is still pretty close, so we'll see how that works out through the pits. We've still got Storm, Pacer, and Baggage have been holding on to this like 8 to 10 second lead for a minute now, and that has got to be a little bit on the stressful side. I'm sure Storm wishes he was pushing that gap up more and more so he didn't have to worry so much about it, and at the same time wish Baggage is probably wishing he was bringing the time down more and more. So it's gonna be interesting to see if their paces can keep it up. And like always, March has got someone to battle with, so here's Taichi and March. As Taichi's probably not too happy that March got him on that last lap onto that turn 1. He probably would like to get that position back, use the Jag for some slip, and then just really take advantage of the gapping ability through the tricky back section and tricky corners. All right, I mean, this is really close. Let's check out Philo. Oh, that is not good. If you guys remember, we said it was like a 37-second gap that Rotary needed to pay attention to, because if that comes down, that's going to be the gap that it's coming down when the pit windows finish. Philo's brought it down almost 10 seconds. It was a 20-second gap, I want to say, before he went in the pits as well. So I guess he's brought it down to 7 seconds, roughly 9 seconds, somewhere in there. So don't be surprised when Rotary comes out of the pits, as he should be flashing pretty soon. So yeah, he's got maybe a couple more laps to go, but when he comes out of these pits, guys, Philo might be fighting for a win at this point in time if he can keep it together, because he has really worked his way through. And March, I mean, I'm telling you, I just literally flipped back to him to just see if we need to battle, and he's always got him, so we still got the Tai Chi March battle continuing. Maybe I'll start doing Tai Chi in March, who knows? Maybe it's a sign. Oh, this is a dangerous corner to go that close. You can easily punt someone, but Tai Chi carefully, smartly keeps it in there. This is good for him. It's saving his tires, too. He doesn't have to be as aggressive on the exits, doesn't have to be as aggressive on the braking, can do more coasting. It's going to save a little bit of fuel. Everything about this can work out for Tai Chi if he can hold it. The problem is the dirty air. As you can see him battling the dirty air through that corner, because that's a fast corner. So you know in front of him, March is just throwing air everywhere, and you just literally see Tai Chi just trying to hang on through it. It's going to do the same thing here. See if he can keep that back end together as he whips a little bit more whipping, but he does get it in. He had to run it a little tight there to make sure he didn't overdrive off it. But yeah, I mean, as long as he can deal with this dirty air through the nasty corners, and save a little bit of tires, save a little bit of fuel, and just wait for a mistake to pounce. Alright. I mean, this is the closest battle I think right now. We do know this one. I mean, Philo, man, I'm going to give you a standing round of applause if you can find a way to get yourself back into the top one here. This is just beyond fantastic driving, my friend. March as well. I mean, to be fair, he's going to have trouble keeping his car from hitting a wall at some point, just because he's been under pressure for so long that his hands have to be sweating so much right now that whether he's using a wheel or a controller, it's going to be hard to hold on to it. But that being said, he is still holding on to it into the carousel as they go around. That is a tough one in the dirty air, but it's kind of low speed enough that you can be a little bit cautious, and we see Tai Chi continuing to keep the pressure on March, but March is kind of stretching it a little bit. He's still inside that slipstream, though. You really want to break that about 0.75, 0.8 range when you got someone behind you, so that you can make sure they're not slipstreaming on you when you head down a big straight. And there's only a handful more corners before you get on that big back straight, and if you end up pulling him on the back straight, he's just going to save more fuel. It's just going to continue to be better and better for him. Oh, he gets some dirt and some dirty tires. Ghosting a little on the line. I mean, it might not be too bad, but yeah, I mean, you want to be aware when you're behind someone, you see them put 2 tires on dirt, that they might miss the next apex. Like that, they're not going to be able to adjust enough for it. A lot of times you'll see people take a little bit of dirt, and then they'll run wide on the next 2 corners, and be aggressive about taking advantage of that, because sometimes it's the only opportunity you're going to get for the next 2 or 3 minutes. These guys are just battling tooth and nail right now. And I mean, just the way Tai Chi's driving, it doesn't really look like he's trying to like make moves. See how he's not whipping his car inside of him, outside of him, inside of him, outside of him, and like pretending to make all these moves. He's just tightly following like you're supposed to, and this is perfect, because as soon as we see a mistake from March, Tai Chi will actually be in a position to benefit from it. Whereas when you're like, I'm faking inside, I'm faking outside, I'm faking inside, they end up making a mistake, and he does go off, and then boom, he pounces on it, and he's through. That's such good driving from Tai Chi right there. That is exactly how you do it. And then, to be fair, March, what a fantastic catch. That could have been death. You went off the track where a wall is. Not only did you catch it, get it back on the track cleanly, but bro, you're still in the slip if you can really get an exit. Oh, he's just outside of it. He's going to need that top speed to bring it back in. If he can get the slip, that'll help out, and it'll repair everything, but Rotary's in. This is the gap we've been talking about. It's going to be up to Philo to see where he can come out. This is what he's been racing for. Ever since the mistake, his head has been down trying to get this position back, and it's really going to come down to where he comes out, because he may have already done it. He may have half the race to go and have already been able to make it all back up. It's going to be close. Rotary is changing the tires. His fuel is in. Or no, his fuel isn't in. Why did it take so long to change tires? He must have had damage. Oh, that's going to add more time. Oh, I think Philo is definitely going to go on through. Absolutely, as he moves into first with a good gap, as this should be with a release, is it is actually going to put Rotary into this battle for third. He's going to have hemorrhaged first. He must have had damage, right? Car machine broke. Oh. So this is going to be Rotary coming out, which is a 5-second gap. Now, still a solid drive sitting in second. Philo is just, I mean, do you want to slow down any? Oh, look at these times. 59, flat, 1. Okay, pit, obviously, right? And then 58, 59. This is like just flying laps. So, oh, longer pit stops now. I forgot. They've changed the world. Liam, why did they do it to us? It's more realistic. It's better. But yeah, so that is going to be that gap. So that 10 seconds that he lost in that stint, basically, that we discussed, ended up being the gap that Philo ended up making up. So, I mean, he made up all of that ground in that stint, just running perfect lap on perfect lap. And yeah, if you guys are watching this and having a good time enjoying it, don't forget to hit the like on the thing. If you want to donate to the fight against dementia, there should be a link in the comments as well. If not, we'll get a link to you as well that you can use if you're interested in donating anything. Everything obviously helps, but we also know this time of year and just the past year and a half in general has been tough. So if you're just here as to support a good cause, well, thank you so much for coming by and having fun with us, guys. I hope you're enjoying the racing as much as we are. And I mean, you can't ask for much. We've literally got a top 3 battle going on. It's only been going on since, really widening that entrance up there from March. We've only been having this battle going on since, lap 2. So we'll see if they can continue it for another 14 or so laps. I don't believe, have quite had anybody lapped just yet, but that might not be true. I believe Rush may have been lapped in the pit. So we do have the one person lapped, but everybody else is still on the main lap barely. As we see, Wolf is about a quarter of a track ahead of Philo, who is looking to close that up before the end of the race. As we see him driving through there, Rotary keeping the gap nice. March, I mean, still in a battle, because that's what he does. Like I said, I've never seen him race before, but I'm convinced every race he ever drives, all he does is battle, because I've not seen him do anything but battle this entire race. Same with Taichi. Taichi, realistically, both of these guys to be in the position they're in with how much battling they've been doing, not just with each other, but with just the entire race group, is impressive, as they are whipping and rapping all over here. And I'm kind of starting to think Taichi is not too upset with being behind him and might not have the... I wonder if Taichi doesn't have the pace that March does, and that's why March keeps getting through. Or if it's more of a scenario where Taichi's like, I keep destroying my tires, I need someone to pull me so I can keep my stuff... Like, I need to stop losing so much time. And so if he's maybe letting him back through just so he has that ability to lift before a braking zone and just get pulled into it, has the ability to be slower through corners and just get pulled down the straights. So I wonder if it's strategic or if it's just mistakes. It'll be interesting to see, as Rotary's actually getting gapped a little bit here by Philo. We'll see if that continues to go up. Based on how Philo's pace has been, I kind of expect it. But Rotary's also building a gap on March, so he is getting that second place a little bit more comfortable. And so, according to the chat from Narcotic, Taichi and March are actually racing for position or close to it. March needs to be about 11 seconds ahead to overtake overall. So this is pretty much a track position battle right now. Roughly a little bit of a gap between the teams, but if March is ahead of Taichi at the end, that is a net gain on that team regardless. Now, to flatten it out, he might need to gain 10, 8, 11 seconds, but definitely anything right now is a gain as we see them absolutely battling. And there's a lot of time to go. We still got almost 2 hours, an hour and 45 minutes to go, so it's probably roughly time to double check and go through all these people. So currently, with just under half of the race to go, we got our race leader rocking a 1-second penalty just for funsies. TNR Philo, followed by SMM Rotary, who was leading the race until recently when Philo got that lead back. March and Tachi currently battling for third. March currently in third. Taichi currently in fourth. kind of wanting to see if he makes a move through here before we go through the rest of everybody, but it looks like he's filtered back in. So Storm, who, like we said, having himself a fantastic race, got a pretty big gap to fourth, so strategy's definitely going to have to come into major play if he's going to make up that gap. But he has spread the gap on Baggage in sixth, so Baggage is sitting in a comfortable sixth, which gives him potential to bring in some real good time for his team and potential to gain on other teams as well. Sprinkler, who has the pace, we see him running low 8 minutes here, but he's just had a couple too many mistakes. He is in South Africa, so there's always the potential that maybe lag played in on any of that, but he is running some good times here, so with 2 hours and 45 minutes to go, if he could gain 2 hours and 45 minutes, that's not right math, 1 hour and 44 minutes to go. If he keeps gaining on the pace he's gaining on right now, he could definitely close this gap up to Baggage, so he could be looking at a possible sixth, possible fifth, but he's got to keep it on the track, can't be putting any more engine damage or any more suspension damages in there, and you know, and he's going to pit before him too, so it is going to be an uphill battle for him. In eighth, we've got Pebsy, who has found himself a good gap to Dankert, who is obviously just pit, so they might come back together roughly. And then Viper, who started the race in first on pole, had a very difficult time, and he's currently battling here with Good Job, who Good Job has been running a great race. He's actually been pretty consistent right here in the 10, 11, 12 range, or 10, 11, 12 range, yeah. Wolfman, same, consistent in that 12, 13 range, and rushed in the 13, 14th. We had the DC who fell to 14th, so that's why everyone's running in the way they are, which gave Rush a position, gave Wolfman a position, and also gave Good Job a position. I think Viper may have already been ahead of him when he passed, but regardless of that, that's the current positions they're sitting in. So as we scroll back through, yep, as it looks like, still sitting in that slip, so really trying to maintain that. The gap has gotten bigger on both sides for Rotary, so honestly pretty comfortable zone for him. He doesn't have a lot of pressure from behind. They're gonna pit before him. Rotary, I really thought he was going to come out ahead of Philo on that last stop and be able to battle him here, but now it's coming down to a situation where he needs to keep that gap within the pit distance because he needs to get ahead of Philo on the next pit, because we can see Philo's going to pit, and then that's going to add roughly 20, 25 seconds or so, so you got to keep that gap in there so that you can actually try to battle with him over the final one, and if you can make it up to lap 20, you might be able to go the whole way. Ooh. We'll have to see how those strats work out. Tai Chi's got the slip. Oh, I wonder if March is going to go all defensive across the track. You really want to have the inside to the final corner, so you really want to be setting yourself up if you think a move's coming early. Looking like no move. Is he going to flash up the inside at the last second? No, he didn't. I kind of got scary. The car in front ghosted, and sometimes when you're inside a ghosted car and they unghost, someone just gets slung. So, as we see him going into the pits here, both of them. Tai Chi lower on fuel, so March should get a little bit of time out of the pit differences there. Pacer probably won't be able to hit the start-finish line before they come out of the pits, so he'll hold on to his fifth. All of these, Sprinkler is closing that gap down. Pebsy has a really comfortable gap on both sides of him, but I think there's a pit change that'll change for Dankert. Viper's trying to close it down to Good Job. Oh, no, Good Job's trying to close down to Viper, but that's going to be a tough ask. It looks like Viper might have just a little bit more pace. And, I mean, Viper might be able to close down Dankert before this is all said and done. 24 seconds, and the gap difference, like 10 seconds a lap. That should only take roughly 2 laps if you can keep your pace going. Pebsy on a decent little pace here. He's got a good gap. Baggage on a personal best lap. He ran a personal best lap last lap, and he's on another one right now, so we'll just have to kind of let all of this play through, as it looks like Tai Chi ended up coming out ahead of March fueled more. And did Tai Chi underfuel? Like, Tai Chi fueled to like 70%, and March fueled to like 90%. So, yeah, that's interesting, because March came in with more fuel, so it looked like he was going to have the advantage. But to be fair, to fuel up 20% more than the other person and only be a tenth, half a second behind him, It's not bad. He does have the ability to run more fuel. He's not going to have to focus on his fuel on this stint, but there will be another pit. They are not going to, I don't think they're going to run 13 laps on one tank. So that is not their last pit. I think they might be able to get in the 9-10 lap range if they save. Maybe someone who's run stint 1 would know more specific about how far they could actually make it, pushing and saving and all that stuff. But I think we're probably looking at Rotary coming in one more time, and we're looking at Philo coming in one more time, but Rotary is going to be coming in way later, or he could come in earlier, and it's going to be interesting, that's for sure. And somehow I just changed to Wolfman, who will be pitting probably one more time as well. Why does it keep doing that? Rushed. I think everyone's going to have one more pit. It's just we have... Can people make it 13 laps on 75? No. So we've got people who are doing one more pit with that much fuel, and I think people doing one more pit with about this much fuel. So there will be time saved. If you have more fuel, you have to fuel up less on your final pit. So there is potential to save time there. Is Taichi's starting to stretch out on March here? March seems to maybe be a little bit better leading as opposed to following, as now that Taichi can stretch out with the fresh tires and the full fuel. And we got CWM here. Pacer is still on his soft strategy. To be fair, I'm kind of focused a lot on this when I glance through it and checking all his stuff, because my personal head is exploding thinking about running a harder tire in GT Sport, because normal logic of GT Sport is softest tire, lowest fuel possible. I mean, it's pretty true for racing in general. Softest tire, lowest amount of fuel possible to get away with. And they seem to be running harder tire, full fuel. And it just seems so counterintuitive to being fast, but they're sitting top 5, less than a minute on March here. So, I mean, closing the gap down. So, I mean, it's clearly working. Clearly working. So they've got something figured out for sure. As we see March trying to close the gap down. He's moving it down a little bit, but you should expect it. Anytime they're on a straight, the Jag's probably going to pull a little bit on that WRX. And then anytime they're in real twisty, tight areas, you'd expect the WRX to start pulling back on that Jag a little bit. Yeah, see, like through there, back up to 1.7, and then they'll come through this, and you'd expect the Subaru to kind of maybe gain a tenth or two through this little area, but then they're going to come onto this little bitty straight, not right here, it's after the big right-hander up there, that will actually maybe give that Lexus, the Jag a little bit of a chance to close that gap down, but it's just kind of looking like Taichi's kind of got his pace, and he's just kind of running that right now. So we'll have to see if maybe March can't close it down more, because right now it's starting to gap, and the gap to Rotary is quite substantial, but it's also getting bigger to Philo. Philo needs to know, like, I think Philo probably is aware of the fact that if they pitted now, Rotary comes out ahead of him. Or, like, if he pits now, Rotary goes ahead of him. That gap isn't big enough to pit and not come out behind Rotary. So he really probably needs to focus on really trying to stretch that up, because if he can get that big enough so that he can go in the pit, put in his fuel, and still come out ahead of Rotary, then he won't have any chance of potentially having a battle that could ruin the first place. It's just him keeping it clean around the track at that point. Where Rotary needs to be aware of the exact opposite of, you got to keep that gap inside one pit, because your best chance is finding any way that he makes a mistake battling you. Just because his pace is so strong right now. I mean, 58.3. Let's go. Philo is flying. Yeah, his pace is so strong right now that trying to race him in a pace race is not as good as racing him in a race. Because actually being able to race him can slow him down. He's clearly not slowing down on qualifying laps. And he's not going to run into traffic at all. Like, if you just look at the mini-map in the top right, you can see that the first traffic is going through turn 1 right now. And he's not even on the back straight. So he's not catching traffic for a very long time. Like, the closest person, Rushed, who's actually behind him, so it's Wolfman who will be catching, he still has, a 2-minute and 10-second gap on him. So he's got a long time to close that down. And yeah, the 7:58.390 might be the fastest lap of the race, including stint 1. It's clearly the fastest lap of this race, but it could potentially be the fastest lap run in the races yet. So if that's true, Philo, I mean, way to get that head down. This is an impressive run, and Rotary is proven. Keep your car clean, you're going to have a good chance here. You know, that first lap isn't kill your car lap. As we do see March coming around, he has kind of stabilized the gap, but it's still over 2. I think he would like it to still be that 0.4, but it really just kind of shows how good Taichi was, man. It is hard to follow a car in dirty air. Like, it is just tough to keep that gap nice and low. It's so easy to make a mistake. It's easy to make a mistake when you're on the track by yourself. So we'll see if Marsh can keep it clean, but this is about the most breathing room he's had all race, so maybe he's even kind of happy with just being able to drive some laps finally. As we do see this battle for 11th and 10th still kind of shaping up. Good jobs right behind Viper. Just a second gap there. Dankert with a pretty good gap between Pepsi and Viper, so that might be kind of tough for them to close up. Got a little 9-second gap between Baggage and Storm, which means Baggage has kind of started to find a little bit of pace. It was about 11 or 12 last time we saw it. March here flying down there. Taichi getting closed up a little bit. Yep, under 2 seconds now. That straight helping out. Yeah, okay, yeah, look at the Jag. Jag's at 171 going around that corner, 170. Okay, I was like, what is this 160 stuff? I'm pretty sure it's faster than that. So yeah, the Subaru's losing 7-8 miles an hour down that straight. So that is a lot of time to be hemorrhaging, to be gaining in the rest of the track. So it really kind of shows for March, like, you want to try to find any way ahead of him, because he can't realistically pass you through all the twisty parts of the Nordschleife. And he definitely can't pass you on a straight, which is the best passing zone. So if you can close it up and keep it tight, or even find a way in front of him, you really probably can keep him back for most of this race, because his car is just naturally not going to be able to pass you in most passing zones. He's going to have to find a way to pass you, like, on the actual corners, and that's tough around here. We've been watching it the whole race. Every time. It's so easy to leave your car in the middle of the track. It's so easy to take up a lot of space. It's just almost impossible to get a real run alongside someone, because as soon as you do, they're going the other direction because the next corner goes the other way. And so it's going to be interesting. Sprinkler about to jump in the pits here. That's going to close the gap to Pebsy a little bit, who will not be jumping in the pits. But hats off to him. He's back up into the top 7. If a lot of people had his kind of race, the multiple issues, the double lap with engine damage, like, they wouldn't even be holding on to a top 13 or 14 right now. Like, they might have rage quit out or something like that by now. So keeping it together, back into a top 7, potential to still find himself in a top 5 when pits and everything work out. We'll have to see how that works out. At the same time, though, could potentially find himself in 8th or 9th if the pits work out in a different way, because they have fuel behind him, so they won't be pitting when he comes in, and the people in front are pitting a few laps from now. The real question I have is Rotary. I don't think he can go the whole way on his fuel. I think he needs another pit, which means Philo needs another pit, so they're both on a 1 pit to go. Where's Rotary going to bring that pit stop in? Does he just straight pit the lap after Philo? Because if I'm him, I don't know, I want to run as long as I can, I think, and pit late, just because realistically I need to keep Philo behind me, and I need to get ahead of him and try to gap him and hope that maybe he falls into anyone else, because, yeah. I mean, it's just been a fantastic race. If Philo keeps it clean, it's not much in the way of stopping him from taking stint 2, it looks like. Unlucky third. Ooh, running real wide. That was a real slow corner, but, I mean, 18-second gap. He's fine, and he's still gaining. Almost went it too wide, but he actually kept it together. So we do see Sprinkler hit the pits. I don't know if Pebsy's going to get all the way by him as Sprinkler is out. Nope, but he did close the gap down pretty good. He's at the back of the straight as he's at the front of the straight, so he can see him again. A little 10-second gap. Real good gaps here, so let's just look at some sexy Lexus driving around. And, I mean, sitting in the top 10 here, LNR's doing a fantastic job. He's really kept it clean. Had a couple of issues there early in the race, but now that it's kind of settled down, he's kept his gap stationary. And he's looking in a pretty good spot here. Oh, no. Viper taking all the damage again. That's going to be problematic, and that means Wolfman Willie, who does not have all the damage. Oh, no. Good Job also had damage. I was like, I thought I saw more damage. So Good Job has taken some damage. Viper is taking all the damage, and Wolfman may not realize it just yet, but Wolfman's looking at 2 positions potentially in front of him. I think both of them need to jump in and probably get that damage taken care of. 30 seconds to Viper, so he's definitely gonna lose a little bit here. I think Wolfman should catch up to Viper on this pit stop, I would think. I mean, and the problem is I don't think Viper can fuel, because realistically he could just go full fuel and then just run one last stint, but can you go 12 laps on one tank? Maybe, if he's fuel saving, because you don't want to turn this into 2. You don't want to magically turn in when you only had 1 stop to go, 2 stops to go, as he's rocking. So what's going to be interesting is we do see Good Job come in. I wonder if he is just gonna, I just don't know if a full tank of fuel gets it there. It might. I think if it does, if you can get it there, you got to just go for this as the final stop. As we do see Wolfman probably noticing that gap is dropping in a hurry. He's going to get back by. He's looking at an 11th position here. He's got to be hyping himself up as he sees this gap closing down. He's been in 12th for a while, and 11th is starting to look potential. He randomly sees 10th in the pits, so he doesn't know what he's doing. As we see 10th repairing, and out he goes. No, oh, he did add fuel and did give tires. Is that enough fuel to go the distance? Is he planning a splash and dash later? Viper's jumping in the pits, which means Wolfman Willie is going to go ahead and move on by, so DMR into 11th. That's not right. Okay, yeah, I was like, and he's only a handful of seconds back from Vurin right here. Man, I'm excited for Wolfman. Wolfman has 10th in sights, and if a little mistakes, good consistency, the pit strategy might not work out because he's got another pit coming. But if he has another pit coming and Vurin still has to pit again, it's really going to come down to me needing to know what that fuel percentage is. Is that 12 laps worth of fuel, or is that like 9 laps worth of fuel? Because he did not fill it all the way. And I couldn't imagine going into the pits and filling to 75% and it being 9 laps and not being enough, because you clearly had enough fuel to fill the other 2 laps if you needed it. Like, there's 75% or so of fuel left, so I would think that right now, as we sit, he should probably, yeah, you should have filled to go all the way, unless a full tank of fuel wouldn't get you there no matter what. And if a full tank won't get you there no matter what, both him and Viper just put themselves behind the proverbial 8 ball, because that was not where you needed it. You were on your second to last stint and you just double stinted. But I mean, to be fair, Viper put the same exact amount of fuel in. So maybe that is exactly enough fuel to go one final time. We'll have to see. Whoa, what is going on here? Oh no, Philo! Philo takes insane damage, and Rotary's gonna go through into the lead. Where did he get that damage? Oh, I wish I had replay. How long has he had it? I apologize for missing that. We were watching the other battles, and we didn't even realize the lead was about to flip-flop. Where is Tachi? Tachi is a long way back, so Tachi might catch up after repairs. Philo is literally going to be raging right now with this damage, as Rotary goes sailing by, just gaining 10th on 10th. Every second is gaining him 10ths on 10ths here. This is huge for Rotary. This might be the game breaker, because we know Philo has this pace to catch up. And so Rotary needs to take advantage of every second right now, because he might need a solid 20 or 30 seconds for this to be enough. As Philo goes in for the pits, we're going to have to see what that total time ends up being, as Tachi is coming around. Tachi's watching this timer come down. He's got to be freaking out. March has seen him go in the pits, and these guys have no idea, because his fuel's low, that he has damage to repair too. They probably just think it's a scheduled pit stop. And they're just going to be like, why isn't he coming out of the pits here? Oh, Graham, go, go, go! Wait, is it Graham or Edwards? Why did they have to change their names? Regardless, Rotary, go, go, go. He is up and running it out. Philo, get out of the pits. We need the battle. His repair is not done. Oh, we hear him starting to work on it. And he's got a lot of extra time as we see Tachi coming by. March comes in. Did he have damage? He did. Oh, that's rough for March. Oh, as Philo comes out, is that enough fuel to go the rest of the way? I'm assuming my pit timings are just wrong and their fuel's enough to go the way. Oh, as he is full on Tokyo drifting that corner. That is a rage acceleration if I've ever seen one. He's got more fuel than Tachi, so he's got Tachi for sure. If he can go the rest of the way, he's good on that, but Rotary and Tachi have the same fuel, so... This, Rotary, don't forget, for everyone who goes, I think this just lost Philo the win. If he fueled up to go the rest of the way, which, maybe? I don't know, that's a weird amount of fuel, I have no clue. But if he can go the rest of the way on that, if that was his plan... he has a good chance to close the gap down to Rotary. Now, as we were talking earlier when we saw, I don't remember who it was, we saw Viper pick up that damage and we saw Good Job pick up that damage. It was the worst time. You don't want damage on your second to last stint because you want to go into the pits, come out and run your final stint. You don't want to come into the pits, fix some damage, put some fuel in, go back out and still come in for your final stint later. So the biggest issue for Philo is it may have split him into from doing just 2 stints to end the session to adding another stint, and he might have to come in a third time or a second time to finish it all off. And if he does that, that might have cost him it. But if he is on his final stint right now, 43 seconds, Rotary has a pit, those take like 30. 13 seconds he's closed down before, so don't count him out yet. But like we were saying, he's got to keep it clean. Keeping your car clean is the name of the game here. Call. Good Job. His other name is Sheepy. Yeah, sure, I'll call him Sheepy. So Sheepy back in 10th. And then, I mean, Wolfman's 18 seconds back, but he's got a pit. Uh-oh. Sheepy's got damage on the back. Is he going to come? This is where it's... there's still enough laps. You've got to come in and repair it. It's tough to get damage in back-to-back laps like that, but... it's just, it costs like so much time to have all that damage. So I think he's going to come in again, which means Wolfman, no! I was going to say you have a position available. But Wolfman also wants to go ahead and add damage onto his car as well. That's tough. You saw him. He cut that tire off, and it just brought the car all the way around. And you just end up in a moment where there's just nothing you can do about it. But to be fair, he got back on the track quick. He's got his pace going again quick, so... he could have lost more time and didn't, but he is going to have to jump into the pits to get that taken care of. He probably also is going to need to fuel up, and if this was roughly where his last pit is, it might not hurt as much as it hurt other people. He might still have Wolfman might still be able to catch up to Sleepy here for a battle for a top 10. And then we've got Dankert, who, I mean... got his fuel in, looks like he's probably just about good to go. He's got comfortable gaps everywhere. Sprinkler trying to close that gap down on Pepsi, so we'll have to keep an eye on that as that's going to keep coming down. Baggage, Pressive, still bringing the time down on Pacer, huh? So Baggage is trying to close it up some here. Philo lost it looked like coming around before the final big straight. Took massive engine damage, massive damage to the front, and ended up giving up the lead to Rotary before going into the pits, and then just had Taichi come out ahead of him after he repaired. Now whether or not that's a stint coster, we'll have to see. But it was late, and it may have added an additional stint to what he had planned originally, and all of that would be working against him as it's a 46-second gap to Rotary. Rotary still has, I believe, 1 stop to go, so he will be giving some time back here, but it doesn't, if you look at the fuel, there's not a lot of difference between them, so I think Philo might need fuel as well, so he may also need to stop. So we'll see. He's still got plenty of time to recover, guys. 1 hour and 20 minutes are roughly remaining in this race. So a 46-second with pit differences and everything, there is still plenty of time for him to make it up. We've already seen him do it once. But yeah, it's now at the point where, like we said, he didn't need damage anymore if he wanted to get a win. And now I think we can all safely say that you need to keep it clean the rest of the way. if you want a chance to get back into a stint win here. I really like that overhead view right there. That looks real cool, especially when there's two cars in it. It looks real cool. But right now, the battle for third and second seems to be about the closest battle. If you look at their fuel, it's roughly the same. Tires are not the same because Philo just pitted for the damage. But this is roughly a battle on track for position here. We know March and Tachi are also battling for position in the overall leaderboards. So March having that little slip up and dropping back is definitely having to repair that damage. Going to cost his team a little bit against Tachi, but honestly, a fantastic race from him. He's gaining on so many teams here. 36 seconds over Storm. Storm's still got that 6-second gap, so keeping it clean to Baggage. Baggage pushing that Red Bull Porsche everywhere he can. I think we're going to have to start paying attention here. Sprinkler's looking like he wants to battle for 7th. He has definitely been constantly closing that gap down in that green Chevy. Let's see here. Sleepy's got a little bit of a gap, but Wolfman's coming in to, repair some damage. That's right. He got some more damage. Didn't he get damage? Or is that the damage from last lap? So he's coming in to repair it. Sleepy also got his damage repaired, I believe, as I don't see it on his car anymore. They've both put their fuel in. And I wonder if Willie's good to go to the end or if he's got one more planned. Viper also picking up a little bit more damage, guys. Yep, it's going to be the battle of the race. Like, for every stint coming up that you guys have, just remember and learn from each stint. It's just not worth taking damage. Like, damage is so much time. You could run faster laps at like 8:05s consistently, 8:06s consistently, and no damage. So, you know, definitely wanting to try to clean that up to really push through. We do see some decent gaps here as the pits are kind of starting to wind out. But again, everybody's on the lead lap here except, I want to say, Rushed at the back has been lapped maybe a lap or so ago in the pits. But everyone else pretty much still sitting on this lead lap. Rotary coming around on a couple of people, but there's still a pretty good gap as Sprinkler's sitting here, 4/10 all over the back. Let's go on with him and see how this looks. See if we can find any kind of moves through the Nordschleife on this. Is he going around the outside? Oh, we're giving the inside contact into the wall. No! Keep it. Oh, as it looks like he ends up getting on the track. Oh, his tires are dirty. Wheel spin. And they're back in line. It was a, look, that was a tough pass. That was a tough pass. It wasn't the cleanest. It wasn't the worst. I don't think it was his fault that the track just is barely big enough for these two cars. They got a little bit of contact. He ended up clipping the wall. Thank goodness it didn't give him damage. And then they both carefully rejoined onto the track and are back into racing order. But Sprinkler does end up getting the move done. So they're sitting here. Just under 10 laps to go, or just over 10 laps to go, I guess, actually. As we see, did something flip? What did we see? Oh, Baggage just brought it back down to 5 seconds. Do we have any damage anywhere? Oh, Pebsy picks up damage. He must have picked up damage. I don't know if I checked him after the contact. Did he get damage from the original contact back then, or did he must have clipped a wall over here. No damage on Dankert, but that is a lot of time to be closing up. Sleepy here has a decent gap there on Wolfman after they both went in the pit. So Wolfman will have to work on closing that up. He's going to need some help. Still curious if they're going to have to pit one more time. Viper 20 seconds back. He's got some pace if he can keep it down. We can just see some back-to-back. Just really a few bad laps on there. 14 was real tough. 18 was real tough. 19 was real tough. So get back on that pace. You can close that 20 seconds up. And who knows, you might find yourself inside the top 10. Rushed coming across the start-finish line, starting his lap 20. As we see, he's got some consistent laps, sitting roughly in the 18 or the 8:20s, 8:19s. A couple of bad ones there at 10 and 11 that gypped him back a little bit, but looking clean, looking fresh. Back on with Rotary, 43 seconds in the lead over Taichi. He's got to be feeling good about that, because that is a lead that can work through pits. Well, Philo, not only does he have to catch up to Taichi and get by him, but then he's got a solid 44-second gap. March, after repairing that damage, has fallen back. He's got that damage repair, so that is just absolutely tough. The additional time in the pits after the update, He's been battling, but I'm sure he's probably pretty happy about sitting in fourth right now, so he's probably not too upset with that. And we see Baggage has to come in to get his fuel, but Storm, who was kind of the battle he had, able to stay out another lap, maybe another 2 laps on those softs. As Baggage comes out, that gap goes from about 5 seconds to about 43 seconds, so that is a pit timer. We've got Sprinkler up into 7th. He started to gap off Pepsi, who took damage. I think, again, I just don't think you can, like, this lap is so long that it's almost always worth it to repair that damage unless you can actually try to hold someone back, but they're just going to pass you on a straight. Dankert looking soup, really stretching that limit, going all the way up on the curb to really fly around. He's got a comfortable gap everywhere, so I wouldn't imagine he's pushing too hard, but also about this time, you're looking at about 3 hours in. He's just come out of the pits. He's got decent tires, mostly fuel. He's probably just in a, boom, boom. Look at the times, 8:16.7, 8:16.7. It'd be pretty impressive if you did it 3 times in a row, but yeah, that's just when you're in a zone. You're just hitting your lap over and over and over again. As Pepsi's coming in to get that repair job done, Dankert trying to close that gap down a little bit. That'll separate Sprinkler away from that, so we won't have to worry too much about the battle for 7th as Pepsi slipped back, but he's going to need some help to get up into the top 6, top 7, as the pace just hasn't quite been consistent, as we see him dipping into the low 80, the low 8 minutes, and then up into the 8:30s and 8:40s, and then back into the low 8s. So clean it up. Still time to close it up with 1 hour and 15 to go. March rocking a little bit of a penalty. He's got gaps everywhere. I'm sure he's feeling comfortable. He battled for like 2.5 hours straight. I am sure he is absolutely fine. Taichi and Philo are still in a pretty good battle. Taichi on a personal best lap, nowhere close to a fastest lap. Both on the super softs. Rotary keeping it clean still with that 40-second gap, but as we notice, it's dropping a little bit, and we know these pits take forever. I mean, this is kind of just fun right here, watching these guys race right there, and it looks like Philo's just outside of the slipstream. He should be able to close it up on a straight if he keeps it about where it is right now. I almost wonder if he's trying to keep the gap about where it is right now just because of how bad the Corvette is at turning, and the fact that dirty air and turning don't go hand in hand with each other. And so I wonder if he's almost trying to wait to close it up until he gets to a straight, just so that he's not just eating dirty air through every little corner through this entire section. Because yeah, now they're on a straight. He's closing the gap all the way up. All the way up. Is he going to get a run out of this? Oh, it's just there's nowhere to make a run here. He's going to go all the way from the left, all the way to the right, then all the way back to the left. But into this corner, if he gets it, he's going inside. He's looking for it. You got to make it stick. Keep it clean. Oh, as he just cleanly gets it. This is what I'm talking about. You just follow, 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 and then as soon as they're off the apex, you take it and you just get the move done. That's how you pass through the field. I mean, you guys I think people need to take a little bit of note of that. Where did he get that penalty? Everything he did looked clean to me. But there's early in the race, we saw a lot of people deacon, like, oh, I'm going to fake an inside move, I'm going to fake an outside move. And it's like, God, you're just killing your own times here. Either make the move or don't. But they're eventually going to just assume you're faking. I do. If you fake one move on me, I'm going to assume forever you're faking moves until you don't. And then, well, I guess we're just going to hit each other on the corner because you've been faking moves. I don't know what's real and what's not back there. And then we get to see just an awesome move there from Philo as he just comes through. And as soon as he gets the run, and as soon as he gets the move, he moves over. He makes the decision that he is making this move no matter what. Like, this is where my move is happening. And he got the move done, moved through, and now he can start trying to close that gap down to Rotary. And if you're Rotary right now looking back, you're probably not super pumped. You've been doing a pretty good job of keeping Taichi back all race. You have his pace, maybe even more pace than him. And then, yeah, like roughly his pace. But Philo has been closing this gap down on you all race. And he's already done it once to you. And now you got 9 laps to go. You got just over an hour to go. Or just over 9 laps to go. They're just about to come start it. And you, once again, got Philo following you back. So I'm sure he is feeling pressure knowing that he's going to have to stop one more time. Philo is too, though, so he's not going to get to gain a lap. It looks like Philo's going to have to stop one more time. And so it means, like, we said head down earlier that he needed to come back from, like, 12th or 13th to make it all the way through the field. But now it is, once again, you're going to have that head down. That is a 43-second gap that you need to close up in an hour. That is, you need to be closing a second a minute. Like, you need to be flying. Like, so it is, because you need more. You can't just, like, close a second and get to him and think you're just going to pass him in one move. Like, at that point in time, he's probably going to be full-on defensive. So you got to close it up, and you need to give yourself a solid time to find a way to pass him. Again, guys, thanks everybody for watching the 24-hour Nürburgring Stint 2 race against Dementia. As always, you know, if you feel like you would like to donate or anything to the cause, there should be a link in the comments and stuff like that. If not, like always, we'll make sure group posts it at some point for everyone to be able to go to if they'd like. We understand if you're just here to support the cause and cheer on and talk, that's awesome as well. Absolutely love chatting with you guys as well, but if you do find a way to throw anything at the Race for Dementia, that would be awesome as well, so those proceeds can go to, well, the continued fight that a vast majority of us will eventually deal with, assuming we live long enough to make it there. So just think of it as paying it forward to yourself in the future. But already under 42, so Philo's not messing around. I mean, he definitely wants to get back in those times, and we know that, you know, being able to gain roughly 3-4 seconds a lap with 8 laps to go means that you can gain 30 to 40 seconds, and you've got a 40-second gap right now, so you can't over push it, but if you push it on the edge right now, that gap is closable. You both have a pit stop to go. You're gonna have to fuel less than him, so you're not gonna spend as long in the pits. There are a lot of things going Philo's way right now that could have him close it up to Rotary here, as Rotary, you know, just sees the gap and doesn't probably know that Philo has more fuel than him, and that Philo has more, well, he probably knows Philo's got the pace. He can see the fastest lap on the board. And so really it's about just hitting your times. Right now, Rotary's times are good enough to battle for first, even if Philo's running perfect times. If Philo makes mistakes and you run good times, this wins yours. So, I mean, just head down, and we'll watch the battles unfold over the next hour as we see. Everyone else, for the most part, is pretty gapped out. Pacer finally coming in, has that thing timed out perfect. 1% fuel on a 9-minute or an 8-minute lap. That knows your pit windows right there. That is dead on the money. Baggage is going to be able to close up some of this time. It's going to be interesting to see if Baggage can close it all the way up, because he's gone in, he's got a full tank of fuel. I'm assuming he's good to go to the end. So this will be Storm's last. He's putting the tires on. March still with a good gap, so nothing's going to really change there. Storm's putting the fuel in, but around comes Baggage. Baggage might be able to close up a lot of this gap here. Is Storm coming out yet? Still putting fuel in. On the straight comes Baggage. Storm is still putting fuel in. Baggage is going to end up buying, maybe. He's coming down the straight, he's coming out. Is Storm coming out? Storm's coming out. They're going to be side by side into turn 1. Can Baggage get it around the outside quickly? Storm needs to keep it aggressive. Don't let him make the pass. You want to keep it there, but he's got the inside for the next quarter. Baggage aggressively holds it, and this is where you want to be. You're both on your final lap. It's for position now. This is 100% a battle for position on track. Depending on their paces, this could be a battle for the next 8 laps here for a top 5 position. So Storm ends up behind. He's on the softer tire, or the harder tire. He has more fuel. Baggage is on the softer tire, has less fuel. Every logical thing you could say is if Baggage can make it to the end, this 5th place is his because he has the softer tire with less fuel. But so far, everything about that makes no sense, because I would say that this strategy of Storm should not be a potential top 5 strategy, and here he is, battling for the top 5. And so let's see if he can make this work out, because he's right there, and he just needs to wait for those softs to burn up a little bit, and then those super softs to burn up a little bit, and then those softs are going to start to come online. They're going to start running those same kind of laps those super softs are running and really try to attack. So this should be a management period here for Storm of keeping that gap manageable, because you know your tires are going to come online at the end, and his tires won't be online at the end. So this is all about managing that gap for about the next 3-4 laps until the tires start to switch over. March is sitting in a still perfect spot, holding on to a good 4th. Taichi will be coming to the pits relatively soon as well. So will Flo, I think, unless somehow Philo, I mean, there's just no way a little over a quarter tank's going to last him that long. So he'll be coming in here pretty soon, as will Rotary, as it looks like, I think he's definitely pushing it. So this is going to close down under 30 seconds, or under 40 seconds now is Philo. So hopefully he's not trying to do too much math as he's running around this track, and he's just trying to run his best laps, but if you start doing the math on 40 seconds with 8 laps to go, you need to be gaining roughly 5 seconds a lap, 4 seconds a lap in there, depending on how things go with a pit stop coming up, and, well, you're gaining about 3.5 a lap. So you're right on it. Like, if you keep the pace the way it's going, you keep these purples flashing, Rotary's under pressure, and he probably knows it's close. He probably doesn't realize that it's literally on the number close right now, based on their gaps. So it's really going to come down to Philo not making another mistake. We've seen him make 2. They've both been extremely costly, and another one will straight end it. If he has another damage, if he takes damage again, first is out the window. He cannot have a mistake in a lap for the rest of this race. He has to be the definition of focus for an hour. He's on purple, he's showing it, but like absolute an hour of focus to go for him. And it's just, if he can do it, he has the pace, it's going to be close. Like, if you do the math, he's gaining about 3.5 seconds a lap. 8 laps to go, it's going to gain him about 25 to 30 seconds. And we know that times are trending, so, I mean, yeah, if he runs his laps and Rotary runs his laps, it's going to be within 5 seconds come the final lap. And that's assuming no mistakes from Rotary, right? Who could easily do the same thing that we're saying Philo needs not to do. Rotary could put it in a wall. So, focus on your apex, focus on your braking zones, don't think too far ahead. No reason to start celebrating anything just yet, but keeping it clean as Philo is really on the push. Tachi's lost a little bit of the pace with Philo. We'll see if he can catch it up, but I think he's probably sitting in a comfortable third right now. Knowing that he's in a battle with March directly in position with the teams, and knowing that he's got a 30-second gap on him right now, he probably is pretty comfortable with, making sure that he continues to gain the gap that he's gaining for his team, not ruin any gaps by trying to close up a, 30 or 40-second gap on anyone. Back to Baggage and Pacer. Pacer's doing a good job of keeping that gap in range. We know for a fact the super softs are going to be faster now. There's just no way that a heavy car with softs is going to be faster than a slightly lighter car on super softs. But I'm pretty sure the thing is that they think the crossover point between the medium or the super softs and the softs is close enough that you don't have to last too long on the softs before you start to hit that crossover. And if that's true, if that's right, Pacer's on pace to be able to battle for a top 5 here, because he's going to hit that crossover probably in about 2 or 3 laps. His paces will start to similar with Baggage, and then if he can actually close that gap down and make a move, he's got a top 5 in his line. The strategy might be sound. I said I didn't think it would work, but I mean, it's looking like it has potential to top 5 it here. Oh no, March! Well, that's okay. He just wanted the wider line, I guess. He got lucky that there's a little bit of pavement out there, so he didn't get any dirty tires or anything, as he's still keeping it pretty clean through here. And on through. Oh, it looked like he ran wide right as I slipped off, but no, he's absolutely clean coming through here. What is this, coming up on one of the corner names? Mini Carousel, that's what I thought it was, but then I thought I'd sound dumb when I was like, oh, he's on the other side of the track, never mind. So yeah, and he goes, actually closing the gap down on Taichi. He will gain some time in the pits. Taichi has less fuel, so he won't have to fuel up as much when he pits. Same thing with Philo. Philo's going to gain time on Rotary in the pits. He has more fuel as well. Not as much of a difference between March and Taichi, but it is something. And as we see, was it Rushed? No, it was Viper getting lapped. So Viper's gone a lap down to Rotary as well. So that lap is gone. He probably, he gets a little squirrely coming out of there. And I mean, really, Rotary's on a good one, and that could be problematic. We need to remember the fact that there is a lapped car in between Philo and Rotary, because that could potentially play spoiler to Philo, because right now his times are so tight that he needs to be on his times all the way through every lap. How did Rotary do last lap? Yep, an 8:04, and we've got Philo in the 59s. That's that 4-second gain a lap, which is what he's looking for. And if he can keep gaining about 4 seconds a lap, it will close down before the end of the race, and he'll be right there. But we've got Viper, and Viper could play spoiler. If he ends up battling Philo at all, any 10th, all 10ths matter right now. So anything that happens when Viper gets caught up to by Philo could potentially affect the race win, race leads here, because he is currently kind of the cork in between them that's just going to have to be passed by both of them. And we saw Rotary didn't lose much time to him. Kind of just went around him through the GP, moved on by, blue flags out. I don't know if blue flag rules are in effect. I would assume they are, so he should probably have to move off the racing line for Philo, but we all know when you're passing lap traffic, stuff happens. They have their race to race as well, so this Rush is coming around here. He's got the gap down to Viper at the 2-minute mark, so to be fair, he's been doing nothing but closing the gaps down this entire race. He just had that real rough first like 5 laps where he got that gap like 4 minutes out. And then it's just been a battle since. So, I mean, really props off to him. It started at like 4:50 or something like that, 4:04 maybe. And he's already got it down under 3 minutes, almost under 2.5 minutes. I mean, the guy's got pace. He just had a rough start. As we're watching Rotary here, just cruising on by, but I'm sure he's not happy. And I hope he's not doing math, because we all know when you start doing math while driving, that's when you slam into walls. But hopefully he's not counting the seconds that are coming down, because that gap is closing non-stop, dropping and dropping and dropping. And that means Philo is once again back there on a mission, doing what he does, running those sub 8-minute laps, and that's closing that gap down constantly here. Yeah, Rotary is going to have to definitely be a little nervous about that. He's got to put more fuel in than Philo, so Philo's going to gain some time there. There's a lot of things looking like Philo might be able to spoil this win for Rotary, and it just doesn't look... I know for anyone just joining, you're like, but you're talking about a 36-second gap. There's just no way. And it's just like, but it is. It's just going to be real close at the end if they keep it clean. The main thing is Philo getting by Viper cleanly, because that is a lap traffic that they're going to come through. We've got Wolfman. Everyone else is pretty much on the track. We got a couple of battles if we find them. I think Storm and Baggage should still be close to each other. They are. So, and Storm shouldn't be at the overlap point, and so it's real impressive he's keeping it under 2 seconds. I was really in my head thinking as long as he keeps it under about 2.5 to 3 seconds over the next lap or so, he should be good. He's running 8:06s right off the bat. We got Baggage. You can see from his laps, it's 8:07s, 8:05s, 8:06s. So the pace difference between the two drivers is roughly the same. And once the actual, flip over point starts to come, we'll have to see. We'll have to see when all this happens. This is interesting to see as he closes it down under 1.3. So maybe they start to... see, Baggage doesn't really have any tire wear yet. I don't think that's affecting him just yet. So I don't think that's going to be the one that's battling. It's down to 35 with Rotary, though. So he's still hunting it down. Baggage getting a little bit. The Porsche is going to be real quick through these little S's right here, but so should the Beamer. Oh, Storm putting a couple tires on the dirt. But he keeps it clean, but that lost him a hard 6/7 of a second right there. That is not what he was looking for. That is the opposite of what he wanted with this stint, I'm pretty sure, because that's letting him get that gap to where he didn't want it to be, because now he's going to have to start closing it back down. But we are going to keep a close eye on this soft versus super soft strategy. I'm worried that it's not going to have the pace to take over the super softs. It just seems like the softer tire will be faster. But, I mean, that's why we race. We got to find out what's actually going to happen. That's just a prediction of what's going to happen. Sprinkler with a great recovery up into 7th. Pepsi, who's been keeping it pretty clean for the race, had a couple of damages he's had to repair here and there, but still find himself solid top 10. Dan Kurt, also solid top 10, 30 seconds back on a personal best lap currently. We've got Sleepy hanging out. He's still hanging in the top 10. And Wolfman, who for a moment there we thought might be able to close it down and get himself into the top 10. He must have taken some damage or something, or maybe just a couple of bad laps, because now that gap's up over a minute. So I feel like he probably... Oh, his Viper's gotten it wrong again and taken insane damage, and that's going to be a problem. Where's Philo? Philo is coming through here. Where is Viper? Is this going to become a massive issue? Where's he coming through on the track? This is going to be that right-hand banker, and that means, yeah, we're going to have Philo actually coming up on him really quick, and he gets very little warning about this because he doesn't have a gap on it, meaning potentially he could come around a corner and just have a car slow out of nowhere. I wonder exactly where we have Viper at right now. So Viper's coming through these fast S's right here. I don't actually know that Philo is going to get messed with it too much. He's going to probably catch up to him on the long straight and be able to be clear of it, it looks like. I thought maybe that might be good luck for him if we're going to be honest. He's closed it down to 32 seconds already. Already gapped Tachi by 12. Is there damage? There's no damage. Already gapped him by 12. It's only been 2 or so laps. He is... Dude, I mean, hats off. Again, this is an impressive amount of laps. It's like, I'm sure he is raging that he took so much damage this race. Because I'm 5/10 up on a best lap right now? He's looking to run a 57. I mean, I'm telling you, Rotary needs to worry about this 30-second gap. That is a lot of laps to go. There is a lot of time left in this race, and I mean, I wouldn't put it past Philo to put it in a wall again. I don't think he will. He seems to have really started to keel it in, but we've seen him do it twice, so we'll see if he can keep it clean as the wear starts to come in on these tires. Your braking markers change, your entry changes a little bit. But as he catches up on Viper right here, but he does get him on the straight, so he's going to sneak a little bit of slip. I don't think you're getting much when a car's going 100 miles an hour. But he is still purple by 5/10. He's looking for the 47. 47, that would be insane. 57. If he ran a 47, I'd just walk off and stop commentating. It'd be he wins. He's running 30 seconds a lap faster than everybody. But he is on an absolute lap here, trying to close it down to Rotary. Rotary goes in the pits. I don't think Philo goes in the pits on this lap. I think he stays out. As Rotary hasn't even entered the pits yet. He hasn't even entered his stall. As now he's in the stall. They're changing those tires. Is Rotary coming in here? Oh, he almost clipped the wall. No, he's staying out. Or not Rotary, is Philo coming in here. Philo stays out for one more lap. Rotary has the fuel going in. And Philo's going to move around and gap back into first, but he will have to pit before the end of the race. So now it's all about Rotary keeping that gap within a pit stop. As we see Tachi come in as well, Taichi is sitting only 16 seconds of Philo when he went in, but it's going to obviously gap up from there. 5-second gap, and I'm thinking you need to keep that within roughly 20-25 seconds before he goes in the pits for a pit window. He's gaining some time every lap. This could potentially get real close here at the end. I mean, Rotary's done a fantastic job. It's almost hard to root against him, even though we know how well Philo's been running. It's hard not to root for Rotary to find a way to win this because he's done what you're supposed to do. He hasn't taken damage. He's run his race. He's gotten his completion. And now he's literally, it looks like he's not in a good position, but he's in the position to take the win here. And yeah, I mean, Philo, like we said, he was 5/10 up the entire lap. He just found 5/10 and then just kept it the entire lap. And he's just set a 57.8. So yeah, he knows he's got to pit again. He knows the race isn't over, and he knows that he needs to gap Rotary because Rotary's done. He's not coming in the pits anymore. Rotary's got to run these final 6.5-ish, 6 3/4-ish laps, and he's done. And the gap is good. He will come out as long as he doesn't make any mistakes and doesn't get gapped too hard over the next few laps. He will come out ahead of Philo. And then Philo will need those last 2 or 3 laps to close the gap all the way up. And it's what it's shaping up to look like is kind of a barn burner here for the finish between the first and second place drivers. Just as March has found himself back up in third, so that's a great drive for him, but he is going to have to come in and pit again. The reason he's in third is because Taichi has pitted and grabbed his fuel, so March will be coming in a lap or so. And that will give Taichi that spot back. Now let's glance back into this fifth battle. It should be about the time that the crossover starts to happen, as we see an 8:07 for Baggage and then an 8:06 for Storm. Let's see how this lap ends up going. We saw some sparks flying there from Baggage. It's a 1.3 second gap. We've got an 8:065 and an 8:068, so it is starting to cross over. They're getting into the same time zones. They're pretty much running the same laps at this point. If it continues to teeter Pacer might be able to close this down. He's definitely looking at that top 5 and definitely having to think also about being smart. You got to race for the total time as well. So, yeah, Philo has to make up about, last we checked, it was 40 seconds with 10 laps to go. 4 seconds a lap was his gain. So when we checked it with 10 to go, it was right at a 41 second, and he was gaining right at about 4 seconds a lap. So if that math stays consistent there, which it's stayed pretty consistent all the way through, they should cross the finish line at roughly the exact same time. So it's going to be interesting. But I mean, just what? Oh, this is a great camera angle. Let's just not talk. Oh, that was so good. I love it. So, I mean, to be fair, Philo is just really showing how to drive a Corvette here. To have as horrible of a stint as he has had, and still currently be in first, and for us to be able to do the math to know that first is still a realistic thing he could get. I mean, everyone needs to give this guy hats off and a beer at the end, because, I mean, this is a race of a decade here, having to go through the field twice in a 4-hour stint, and doing it. That's tasty speed right there. But just because he's doing all that stuff, let's not even begin to shy on Rotary here, who has had a fantastic race and is technically in the lead right now once the pit finishes. Now, that gap could end up getting high enough that he doesn't end up in the lead, but if Philo was to pit on this lap right now and Rotary was to lose no more time, he would be about 20 seconds ahead of him, maybe right at, yeah, somewhere in there. So, yeah, right now, Rotary keeps it clean. He will gap him on the next pit. As we see, he has the fuel. Philo is coming in probably this lap. Like, there's no reason to risk that. March, still chilling in third. I mean, that's not good. He's definitely looking at a top 4 for the team. I mean, let's say that's just a hell of a race here. And the fact that everyone was taking damage, and he battled for 2 hours with cars on his rear, on his back, on his front, on his left, on his right. And for the most part, he kept it clean, or he did keep it clean that whole time. The only damage he took was afterwards, I think, when he drove himself into a wall. So, I mean, amazing race here from March as well. Let's make sure we give it to him. Tai Chi, who should be in third, once the pits happen, will go into third also. Just an amazing race. And then the best part is we still get to watch the 5th and 6th battle, as it looks like the overlap is, man, they are running just similar times. So this is going to be a battle here, as they're running 3/10 off each other on every lap. Sprinkler, don't forget about him. I don't know that he'll close down 42 seconds over, you know, the final 6-ish laps, but he could. Mistakes happen. We know that if you get damage, it's going to cost you, like, you know, 30 seconds on the track and 30 seconds in the pits, and you're going to be gone for a minute. As we see Dankert coming in, getting his final pit stop done and out of the way. Pebsy in 8th, he's had a fantastic race as well. Let's not sell him short, sitting in the top half of the field, basically just outside of it. But yeah, for the most part, keeping the car clean. As you look at the cars, you can just kind of tell, like, the cars that have all the damage on them are further back. The cars that have less damage, more towards the front. But Dankert is looking good as well, sitting here in the top 10. And then we got Sleepy rounding it out. And then we got the bottom 4 of Wolfman, who still kind of closing the gap down, but just not enough to really think that it's probably going to be a top 10 run without some help. But got plenty of time, just under an hour to go. Sitting in 11th, and then in 12th we got Viper. The one-time sitting pole sitter has engine damage again. I'm sorry, Viper. That is a rough stint for you, man. I mean, obviously, best of luck in the next stint. Learn from this one, but that is absolutely not the way he wanted his stint to go. And then rushed again. To be fair, he's still got the time under 3 minutes here. It's going to be coming down even more now that we see Viper running with all the damage. So I think, you know, Rushed will close it down as more. And he's also running a heck of a race, keeping very consistent through a lot of these laps. You can see back-to-back 19s on 17 and 18 with his best. And he's just sitting there in those 25, 24, 19. I think we might have a damage or a pit there at the end, but I mean, really, outside of his pit windows, he's staying consistent. My bad, I cursed you. That's my fault. I'll take blame for that one. That was commentator's curse. I'll move away from you, and we'll just say that was my fault. Philo gapped it up to 7 seconds here. He's got to be coming into the pits here any minute now. Why is his car ghosted there? He's not running his penalty. He must be like resting his arms, and since he's at full speed, he just put it into pause, because the auto drive can't actually slow you down at that point. It's just going to keep you revved out anyways, so I think he may have just been resting and just paused it and just like resting those arms like, oh, still got 45 minutes to go. Let's get this thing ready. I mean, to be fair, if Ethan can somehow keep the pace of Philo back here, that would just be insane, because Philo is running a pace of that should be mentioned only with like names like, you know, other gods, Thor, Achilles, you know, Amuzencab. Pick your god you worship, because that's the only people Philo's time should be listed with right now, as other gods, because this time is just insane. But there goes Rotary back into first place, and I'm sure that heartbeat is right now, because this is the final stint. You have first place on the final stint. You just have to keep him back, and you don't know what the gap is yet, because like us, he won't have seen it yet. It'll be blanked out like it is. Philo is going to be adding the fuel in about now, yep, and he's getting released right now, and that gap is 20 seconds. 25. Is it going to come down any, or is it going to keep going up? This is a dangerous one. The higher it goes in the 20s, the worse it is for him. 26 seconds, 6 laps to go, and he gains roughly about 4 seconds a lap. Well, I hate to break it to you guys, but that math is about 24 to 25 seconds. Rotary, if we just mathematically decided the race winner, would be up by about a second to a second and a half right now, if their paces were perfect and we just decided it based on math. We're not going to decide it based on math, so I have a feeling Philo and them might have one heck of a battle here on that final lap, potentially. Taichi's out of the pit, or not out of the pits. March is into the pits, which moves Taichi up into third. We see him fueling up March's car as we see Baggage and Pacer under a second now. They're starting to flirt. This is going to be a close finish for fifth as well, it looks like. I mean, you just gotta like it when all the racers, you know, kind of flirt at the start and it separates everything out. But then come the end, here they all start getting flirty again with each other. Pacer, that's a rough place to be, not quite in the slip, and neither one of these cars have good top speeds. It looks like the Porsche has about 1 to 2 miles an hour more. So yeah, you definitely should be realizing it is important to hold that slipstream. Gotta get it on that last corner or you're not gonna get that extra speed as he goes up to 167 versus 165. So yeah, he's gonna lose about 2 miles an hour through the whole thing. The Porsche, faster than the Beamer, who'd have known it? Oh, Philo now sees the gap. And don't forget, Philo will carry that penalty at the finish line if he doesn't run it off in some way, shape, or form before. I don't know if he's gifted the time back. Maybe one of the, like, you know, Rob or someone could notify us, but I don't know if he would get gifted back at 1.4 seconds. I think he would probably have to make sure he burns it before he crosses the finish line. And that would be problematic towards the total time if he's having to burn off a 1.4 second penalty in an absolute drag race to the finish. To be fair, 4 seconds a lap gap was when he was running 59s and Rotary was running 04s or 03s. And if you look now, they've both gotten 2 seconds faster, by the way. He's now running 57s on his last lap in the 59, and now we're at the 801s, but that was an out lap. So we'll see if their paces stay the same. We'll see if they're going quicker because their fuel's lower or anything like that. But this is going to be, it's looking mathematically like if they keep their paces going for another 40 minutes, they're going to be coming across that finish line at like the exact same time. It's looking like Taichi's got his stuff set up good. March has more than enough fuel to go the whole way. Oh, that Porsche's fuel. Uh-oh. That might be dangerous. That is looking splash and dash amounts. Let's watch his shift point for a couple of seconds. Let's see if he's revving out or if he's shifting early. Does he also know that his fuel is tough and he needs to start being careful with it? Because that is a scary amount of fuel. 50% with this many laps to go. That is like, ooh, revving out that first gear, revving out that second gear. I mean, you got to rev the Porsche out to get its max speed, if I remember right. Can't really short shift it. I wonder if he's gonna use fuel maps if that's low, or maybe he has enough fuel. Maybe he's like right on the edge of fuel there. But I'm sure Storm's sitting here going, please run out of fuel. Please run out of fuel. Where's this pace coming from? And so we'll have to see if he ends up making that work. His car should be a little bit quicker because he's got the less fuel in there. But again, if you run out of fuel, you go very slow. A minute 12 will probably be tough for Sprinkler to make up, but on the same side, he probably won't lose a minute 13 to Pebsy either. So Pebsy sitting comfortable in 8th. Dankirk coming around nice and quick. Sleepy pushing the full limits of the track. You know, this car's bouncing. It's like bouncing over those curves, barely keeping 4 tires on the ground. Wolfman keeping it, bringing the time down. He's almost got it under a minute now, so he's definitely gotten, yeah, they have roughly the same pace there. And then Viper, yeah, I mean, we can see lap 22, lap 23, lap 21. That's 3 laps in a row with major damage. Then 19 had damage. 18 looks like it had damage. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of his last 7 laps resulted in a pit, possibly. And so, yeah, that's just going to cost way too much time, which is why he finds himself where he is, because his fastest lap in 8:04 would be pretty competitive for, you know, a top 4, roughly, top 5. He'd definitely be battling in the top 5 range for sure with his fast lap. So it really is a tale for everyone watching, anyone who's participating in a later stint. Like, you know, give up the 10th. Don't hit the walls. Try to keep your car together, because I mean, you can ask Philo. Philo will tell you, you know, this win should be up by a lot right now, and instead he's in an absolute battle. It's up to 1.5 seconds, so Pacer closing it down a little bit. It was almost 2 seconds there coming out of the starting part of the Nordschleife. So we'll have to see if he can keep bringing it down. But, I mean, I'm thinking for Storm, because we saw the speed difference on the straight. It's all about getting this gap caught up. You need that Porsche slipstream out of that final corner, or it's just going to be hard to find passing zones on him. He's going to have the straight line speed on you, it seems. The Porsche, its acceleration is okay. It might not have the acceleration on you, but it's definitely going to have the straight line speed. But if you can get that slip, then you get the straight line speed that he gets, and that pulls you right back in the battle. So I think that's really what Storm needs to focus on, is anything he can do to close that gap up for another... You know, it only needs 8/10, 7/10 of a second over the next 6 laps to really get it possible there. Let's go check the gap. 23 seconds. This is really close. 8:01 on his last lap. We'll have to see if we'll have to keep doing some calculations, see how close this is going to get, as Philo should be coming up. Oh no, it's Rotary's coming up on the time zone. So he crosses it at 17.79, 2 seconds up on his best. That's not great. So he ran at 17.79 through there, as we see Philo coming by. Ooh, that's a pretty good speed. If he can hit the apex there, he's going to keep a lot of speed through here. This is going to be way better than 17.9. 13.9? 14? 3 seconds? 2 seconds? Whoa, it is not. Did I miss the times check? I missed the time check. It didn't ping on mine. That's not fair. It's not fair. How am I supposed to be calculating stuff if the game randomly doesn't give me a time check? I guess we'll have to check at the line instead, but the gap is getting closed down. I don't know if he's closing it down by the 4 seconds a lap he needs currently, I think is roughly the math we did on that. He'll have 5 laps to go. He'll need roughly 5 seconds a lap, 6 to get the pass done, 4 seconds to close it up. We had Rotary cross it at an 8:04, roughly an 8:05. 8:04 high, and what do we got for Philo on his out lap? So it's not the best one for math. Well, that time messed up. 57.1, 58.1. So that's not bad. He's closed the gap on 1 lap. That's 1 lap of fast enough. Just needs 5 more fast enough. That is a 6-second catch through there, but again, it's not the most accurate because it's an out lap, so sometimes the timer starts at a weird time and stuff like that. So we'll get more information about it coming on this lap when we both get an actual lap from both of them, where it'll be an official lap. But I mean, yeah, down to 20 seconds here, 5 laps to go. I mean, Philo's sitting here. I mean, this isn't hard math. He can probably do the math as well right now and realize, like, I'm gaining about 4 seconds a lap. I got 5 laps to go, 20-second gap. I'm like right on this. So, I mean, he has to be aware at this point that he's right there at the time to close it down. And March, sitting pretty. This is going to be a good time for him, sitting in 4th. Oh, no, I missed a mistake, and Pacer has back damage. Oh, it has to be one of those tank slappers catching a corner wrong and putting it into a wall. It's going to I mean, for baggage, if you're a baggage fan, that's a big relief, because Storm was all over him, and if the tires kept flipping like they were flipping, Storm was probably just going to keep closing and closing that gap, but maybe he overpushed just a bit. So that is going to set him down. Lucky for Storm, he has built himself over the 3 hours and 30 minutes he's been out there enough of a gap that he's not in a huge threat to lose 6th. He will lose a lot on that gap. It'll come down. It'll be under a minute by the time he gets out of this pit right here. But on the good end, he doesn't have to worry about running out of fuel if that was ever in question. I doubt it was, but he gets to go in the pits if he needed to splash anything. And he's not going to lose out on that position for 7th. Now, the real question I wonder, is he going to take the 4 seconds here to throw on super softs? Because obviously the soft strat is gone now. Like, you're not going to make the time up on softs anymore. Is he going to take the time to throw the supers on and see if he has the pace to close this gap back up? He won't probably need to refuel if he calculated right, so we do need to keep an eye on if he's all in here. If he's all in with the super softs, though, he could take damage again, and that's how you end up throwing 6th and end up getting 7th, or even worse. So let's see if that tire switches from soft to super soft. Then we'll check that lead. Nope, he just did the repair. No tire change, no nothing. He decided to make the pit as low as it could be, but it's still a 20-second loss. I don't think the super softs made the difference either. But here we are with the 20-second gap now as Philo is continuing to close it down. We haven't talked about Tai Chi and his ability to close it down. It looks like he's probably not going to be able to catch up to Philo here, outside of a major mistake. I think everybody knows that if Philo throws it into a wall and takes engine damage, it's Tai Chi into 2nd place 100%. So I think Tai Chi's smart here. Keep your pace good, keep your times good, but you don't really need to try to overdrive, because the only way you're getting past Philo or Rotary is if they put it in a wall. And if they put it in a wall, you don't need to be going any faster. Under 20 seconds. This is going to get insane. Heavy damage around the Nordschleife, and they potentially are going to be neck and neck on the last lap. This is getting real close. As we see Sprinkler jumping in the pits, he picked up a little damage as well. We know it's going to be 20 seconds roughly to get the damage flipped and nothing else. So Pepsi gonna see himself inside about 30 seconds here on Sprinkler, I bet. Dankert, not gonna see much of a difference. He's a little too far back. So is Sleepy. Everyone else tends to have a pretty good gap at where they are, so they can do mostly what they want. And they probably will hold their positions pretty solid as we are getting closer and closer. Oh no, Rotary, we can't be doing that. That is a huge loss. Philo. Who's Philo catching up on? That's not Rotary already, is it? No. Alright, so Philo's got some lap traffic to deal with. We're going to go on board to watch how he deals with this. We did see that gap for Rotary drop over 2 seconds as he goes through the area that he messed up on. That could be what cost Rotary the whole race if he keeps everything else clean, because we knew he had about a second gap based on times, and he just threw a 1.5 seconds gone. So, like, it just got even closer now. So, this is going to get real dangerous here. Now, if you are in Philo's head right now, you're seeing this lap car ahead of you kicking up dirt and everything, and it's just like, dude, get out of the way. I would be surprised if he hasn't started flashing him almost. Like, dude, get out of the way. Get out of the way. I don't know if you know how important it is that you get out of my way right now. As we see who it is, it's Wolfman. Let's see what Wolfman's going to do. Is he going to just let him by, or is he going to give him some battles? Any battles here by Wolfman is the end of the world for Philo. Like, Philo, he's already flashing. He's like, get out of the way. Like, do you know what race I'm on right now? I am closing down a, like, 40-second gap. Do not block me. And, I mean, if you're in Rotary shoes, you can't see this happening. But in your head, you need to be praying, Wolfman, slow him down. I messed up. I need an extra second back. Like, I need another second back, so please battle him some. As we do see Philo catching up on it. This is actually going to be an important part of the race, because if he catches him at a bad spot and loses any time through here, it could be race losing. Like this, like Wolfman has no idea how much is coming on him getting out of the way of Philo right now and not completely botching him as he's going to make the move here. I bet. No, yeah, he is. Oh, he did. He moved out of the way, so he goes through relatively quickly, losing no time. Everybody give Wolfman a round of applause for not being the ruiner of it. And now it's up to Philo to keep it all clean. He's going to have him on the last lap at the pace right now. The pace right now, he will be on the back of Rotary at the last lap in the faster straight line car, and it'll be up to Rotary to literally defend for his life if the paces stay the way they are. Now, he did lose 9/10 of a second on this lap, but when we see what Rotary lost with his drive off, it'll be like, you know, 2 or 3 seconds probably. So, even though Philo got slowed down a little bit by the traffic, I think he's still holding pace for, yeah, 3 seconds up there, and Philo's only 9/10, so he didn't gain as much as he would like, but he is still gaining as we see him coming around this corner. And they are on the straight together now. If you're Rotary, you know you're on the straight. When you look behind you going over this hill, that is second place hunting you down right now. Like, that is now the second place car. I wonder if Rotary went wide when passing, by the way. Huh. He's super lucky he didn't take any damage from that. Thank goodness he didn't. That would have been terrible. But instead, it's really just going to come down to keeping his head down. Don't focus on the times right now, because you only need to focus on the car when he's in your mirror. Like, until you can see him and need to start defending on him, it's just about trying to hit your laps over and over again. You need those 803s, you need those 804s. Like, the 805s are too high. Like, that's going to close the gap up way too fast. So we have the 27th, 8th, 9th, and 30th lap to go. That's 4 laps to go, 15 seconds. If he's gaining 4 seconds a lap, that is a 16-second gain. He will be up by a half second at the end. This is just shaping up to be absolute insanity. Do we have anything else to focus on right now? Let's go through the final order one last time with 4 laps to go. Rotary praying to hold on to first. Philo trying to close it down and take first. Taichi comfortably in third. March comfortably in fourth. Baggage got lucky to hold fifth, luckily from Storm when he took that damage, but he's there. Storm still holding sixth after the damage. Sprinkler with a tough race, but managing to get in the top half. Pebsy keeping it clean. Dankert in ninth. 10th is Sleepy, 11th is Wolfman, 12th will be Viper, 13th is Rushed, and Rushed is taking alternative lines through that. Makes sense. You know, straighter angle's the best. And then back around to really the battle that's left. It's the closing down from second and first. The battle for fifth kind of got slipped up, and it's not probably going to close up 30 seconds over the last 4 laps. But this one right here, oh, there we go. Rotary on a best lap through the GP circuit. That's what I'm talking about, getting back on those times. Exactly, and Philo, that, like, if you can hear this, you need to know that he's back on pace, so it's all out and up, and that gap is not coming down like it was a minute ago. As Rotary, I mean, that has to be the most high-pressure 4 laps ever. Like, you've got a 15-second lead. The guy behind you has a 4-second gap, or a 4-second per lap run on you. Defend your life away, man. Don't make any mistakes. This is the coolest race. So this is going to come down close in first. Third's going to be locked up. March will be locked up. He can burn off that penalty. Baggage, what a race. Well, you know, to be fair, my initial recovery or read on him from the initial part of the race was back of the pack. He got some damage. He's in the Porsche. It didn't seem like it was working real well. And then now here we are, sitting in 5th, and let's just call it a comfortable 5th. No mistakes, and it's yours. So that is a heck of a race from Baggage. Storm as well with the little sneaky soft getting in the top half of the field as well, and Baggage coming in. He needs more fuel. That is that'll be the race back on for 5th, guys. Now Rotary on this lap is keeping that gap a lot better than he's been on the last few laps. It's still right at 15 seconds, so starting to really get that pace going. We'll see if he can keep it up for the entire lap, as Baggage needs to get those tires on. I don't even know if I would have changed the tires. There's not that many laps left. Pacer is on the straight. This is going to be another one of those. They're coming out the exact same time again. It's just the reverse. This time it's Baggage who's going to be on the inside. Pacer's not quite going to be there, it doesn't look like. But that is him back in the race. Now the problem is going to be Baggage on those brand new Super Softs. Pace on the little bit worn Softs. I mean, it's nice that he brought it back in 3, but I think he's going to need some help from Baggage making mistakes here, because Baggage has the fresh tires and low fuel. Pacer has the low fuel, but not the fresh tires and the harder tires, so it'll take every bit of racecraft Storm has here in order to get by and take 5th place. But when it's a 3-second gap, anything's possible. Damage can come out, mistakes can come out, pressure can play on. All of that's possible. So the battle for 5th could still be up in the air. 7th still locked in. The rest are not locked in. Wait, why are you two battling? Oh, lapped car. Okay. I was like, wow, how did I miss this battle going on for 9th? Wolfman, inside a minute of Sleepy. I don't think he has enough time to actually close the gap, but you got to remember, it's a full 6-stint, 24-hour run, so he's not just racing for position, he's racing for time, and every second he gains is time he's gaining for his team. So that is just an absolute example of keeping that head down and not hemorrhaging the time. We got Viper also trying to close down whatever time he can, and Rush doing the exact same thing, trying to keep it clean. 14 seconds. He's closed it down another second. Gotta keep it going. It's just, oh, it's gonna be so tight. As it's now down to 14. Again, we're gonna have to keep mentioning, I'm pretty sure Philo has to run this penalty off before the finish line, and it sucks that that is a tight, his time is so tight that, like, finding out a way to run it off without running any loss of time for the most part is going to be an important part too, because if you cross the finish line with a 1/10 of a second of a penalty, it's going to automatically amp it up to a full second, and you're going to cross the finish line with a full second of penalties, and like that, as we're standing right now, is going to be the difference in this race. I mean, Marsh is kind of doing it as well, it looks like. He's had a penalty for a while, but every now and then we check him, and it's just a little bit lower. So, yeah, I think Philo's kind of in a situation where he does need to pay attention to that penalty. I'm not 100% sure how the penalties rules work. I think he would probably know, being a driver, more than I would if he gets that time gifted back if he crosses the finish line. But I would assume you don't get time gifted back for a penalty, otherwise they would just turn penalties off. So since penalties are on, you're going to have to get rid of it somewhere. Yeah, Subaru looking good for Taichi here as he's flying around. D Baggage, I mean, yeah, I think he probably knows he's on the better tires, that his gap is safe without mistakes. Like, he doesn't have to push too hard. He's on the better tire. So he's pretty good there. But Storm, I think the same thing can be said for Storm. Like, you don't have to really do anything other than try to keep the gap dangerous, so that if he starts missing, because everyone knows how it works, you miss one apex, and then you miss the next one, and then you go off the track and you get dirty tires, and then you mix the next one. And so you just got to stay in the range where if he puts together like a 2-second mess up, you can just close that gap right up and maybe even get by him. So I think, Pacer's doing a good job of keeping it right in range of, if you start making mistakes, this gap's going to start closing real fast. 12 seconds. This is getting real dangerous here for Rotary. It was at 15. He closed it down like 3 so far on this lap, which is good for Rotary. To be fair, if you can keep him in that 3-second range, you're good. If he's only closing 3 seconds a lap, he won't catch you. It's that 4 seconds really that you got to be super worried about right now. So we'll check it again when he crosses the finish line and see exactly what the gap is. But I mean, dude, Philo, 758, 759, 757, 759, 8 even, 759, 759. Obviously, I skipped the pit laps if anyone was following along there, but oh no, Philo's got more lap traffic coming up, so let's go on board and see if he can do it cleanly. Oh, why has this guy got his flashers on? That is a full second he lost coming through there. Oh, that was not what he wanted at all. That was time that is lost. Let's watch that gap. Look at it. It's going up, and he's in the vet, and the timer is going up down the straight for a second. That should never happen. Oh, so that is a little bit of time, and we all been watching enough to know that every little bit counts right here. I'm super surprised this vet can't go faster than 165 up this hill. That means the Porsche has the same top speed as the vet does going up the hill. See if he can go over 170 down the hill, though. Does he get that extra pull? 171? No, man, the vet, that newest update may have touched it just a little bit. I thought it was a little bit quicker than that, especially compared to, like, the Porsche, for example, but down to 12 seconds. Let's see how much time he ended up losing from having to go around some lap traffic. Oh, a full second at least, yeah. So that's a 28.5 versus a 28, or versus an 8:03.5 for 6, so he only gained 3.1 seconds that lap. Guys, that is not enough for him to end up making a pass here. He needs to gain more than that. There are 3 laps left. He needs exactly 4 seconds a lap. Technically, he needs a 5th second somewhere, because he also has to burn a 1-second penalty. So that, like, to be fair, if he ends up less than a second from catching back up to Rotary, he just had trouble getting through the back end of that traffic there. They were on the racing line, and he had to go wide around the line, which cost him a lot of time down the straight. And he ended up losing like over a half a second to a second right there, going down just that straight. So, why am I in this camera? My bad. That could be detrimental to him. Now let's check 5th, as it looks like Pacer. Oh no, Pacer's gotten some more damage. Now, good for him, his pace is fast enough that he's separated away from Sprinkler enough that, again, if he pits to fix it, won't be the end of the world. He won't give up the position over it. But, I mean, I don't think this final stint he wanted to have to pit twice for damage on, and so that's gonna probably kick 5th out of the possibility. Everyone else keeping their tires clean, or not tires, their car clean, is, oh, Sleepy is way off the track. Luckily, he's got a good gap. Viper's car staying clean. Rushed, everyone's car's clean, so we don't have anyone carrying any damage except for Pacer, who's gonna have to clean it. But everyone else is keeping their cars clean here over the end. Under 12 seconds goes Philo. And then it goes back up over 12, but he's gonna just keep bringing it down and down and down. And honestly, it's going to come down to whether or not passing those 2 lapped cars, which both cost him a little bit of time, cost him too much time. And it's not the lapped car's fault by any means. I mean, Philo slammed it into a wall twice. I'm sure he'd be the first to tell you if I hadn't hit the wall, it wouldn't have been an issue. But, I mean, at the moment, when you're flying around the track and you're doing the math and you know you've got the pace to close this gap down, oh, you just want the lap traffic to just get out of the way. Just move off the track. Definitely don't be on the racing line with your flashers on. As we see him coming over, I don't think much other changes happen without any damage. I think these are pretty much the locked positions that we're sitting in, as the gaps are all quite large, except for this one for first, as it's now down to 11 seconds. I mean, yeah, Rotary's still staying on a best lap for him. Those 802s will make it almost impossible for Philo to catch up. Philo would have to be running those 59s consistently, or 58s consistently, which, while doable, is not his most consistent time. The 59s is what he seems to hit the most. So anything in those 803s, he's good. And he's going to keep closing the gap, and he's on the pace to catch it by the last lap. Anything in those 802s, and all of a sudden Philo is in trouble. So Philo needs to hit his pace, but Rotary has the ability to pop off a couple 802s here, and if that happens, it doesn't matter what Philo runs unless he also starts popping off like non-stop 57s, and he's only done 57 once. So I don't know that he's going to run 3 57s in the last 3 laps here, but he's going to need them if Rotary keeps his pace up, because Rotary was throwing up a blue time last time he went through a checkpoint. We'll check one more, see if he's still keeping it blue, hoping we're not casters cursing him by focusing too much on him here. But he will be coming through a checkpoint right through here, and he is up a tenth. He's up a tenth on his best, so that's not bad. That would be an 802.4. And, oh, as you can see, Philo really pushing that car. And he's up 7 tenths, so that's a 58.5. That would work. They are currently at the 4-second gap. So, I mean, yeah, it's just so dead on. We'll see. It'll probably end up not getting as close as it seems, but the math right now is showing that it should be within, like, visual distance, slipstream distance. I mean, the big hope here is that there's no major mistake and that everyone just keeps their paces going, because he's still only a tenth up on his time. Philo's still trying to hunt it down, but this gap is not coming down as much as he'd want it to. It's still over 11 seconds through here. This straight definitely needs to be a time that he's catching time, which he is down under 11 now. as he's coming up on the timing window, and he is going to be up. Oh, I guess it didn't give me the timing window back there. Dang. You know, sometimes the game gives it, sometimes it doesn't. But now it's getting closer to under 10. These straights really need to be maximized by this Corvette. As Philo knows, that's 10 seconds, so 3 laps to go, a little under 3 laps to go. You got the 29th and the 30th, so you would need to gain 5 seconds a lap minus this. So you need to close it down more. You need to find like, dude needs to find like 2 seconds around this back section somehow. If he can get that down to 8 by the time they hit the finish line, that'll be 4-second gap. And that's about where his pace has been falling, unless Rotary makes any kind of mistakes here. As he's continuing to keep it clean, it looks. He should be, what, there's a timing window, I think, around this corner, so we'll see if he's still a 10th up on his best. 2 tenths up, lost a little bit more, so that's now an 8:02.5, 8:02.6 range. It's starting to go up and up and up. Almost under 10. It is under 10 seconds now. Back over 10 seconds. Didn't quite have the same exit that the Beamer did there. Wait, is he even in a BMW? What's Rotary driving? Yeah, BMW. Oh, now it's still under 9. He's seeing that time closing down. I mean, it's really just the race for first right here. As he somehow managed to get a 10th burned off there, but he also lost a 10th to Rotary, so he did get a little bit of that penalty burn. My guess is he made a mistake, though, and it just naturally burned. I mean, yeah, I don't know. He's going to have to really start going fast. Rotary seems to have really found his pace here at the final, which, I mean, that is... When you've got this kind of pressure hunting you down and you then start to really get consistent, let's see if he can really do it. But, I mean, Rotary's starting to look really quick through here. Philo's still keeping it under 10, though. Needs to find another second somewhere, and he's going to find about a half a second or so on the straight, I would think, just from the top speed. We've seen the BMW maxes out at about 160. We've seen the Corvette maxes out at about 166. So there's time to be gained if he doesn't make any mistakes there. As, ooh, we see Rotary getting a little squirrely there at the mini carousel. You got to keep it clean onto this back straight. You know the Corvette's going to be really fast in a straight line, so you cannot afford to lose exit speed here. You need to maximize everything you can. And he gets a good launch. That was not bad through there. Now it's all about the Corvette maintaining pace and also getting a good run through here. This is where he needs to close this gap down. He needs this timer to just start dropping. He needs it under that 9-second mark if he wants to have any chance. If he gets it under 9, he could potentially catch the slip on the last lap, and that's all he really needs. The slip will make up the difference, but it is a long way to go, and I think he's going to need a faster lap. I think he's going to have to find more time. I think he's about a second off. I think he wants to be crossing the finish line under 8 seconds, and it's looking like it's going to be over 9 seconds if they don't do anything crazy. As he's coming down, it's still over 9. He wants to get it. I mean, this is close. It's all about where he gets that slipstream, if he can even get it. Oh, he almost slammed the wall, but he kept it clean. It's still over 9, though. That means he has to close 4.5 seconds a lap right now over the final 2 laps, plus make a pass. It's starting to look like it might just be too much for him. That is a big ask. You are on some tires that are worn. You are on low fuel, though, so your car's got that extra speed there, but that is a tough ask. You need to average a 4.5 second a lap faster. That is that's a low 58 every time here. I mean, if he's not hitting those low 58s, I don't know that he's going to be able to close this gap all the way back down. You really wanted it to be another second closer, but you never know. There's a lot of pressure, 2 laps to go. As we see him coming through, it's still not under 9. That's starting to be worrisome. Like, you kind of want to see this gap constantly starting to roll down. He's only got 2 laps. There's only a couple of real straights where he can try to use any of that top end speed to really max out. As he's starting to inch it under that 9-second mark. I mean, I think the real gap is going to be when he comes down on that final lap, the absolute last lap of the race. If that gap is under 4 seconds or at 4 seconds when he hits the start of that lap, there's a real opportunity he could close that down. If it's under 3 or like 3.5 or below, there's a real good opportunity he can close it down and make the pass. But if it's over 5 seconds or something when he comes through that line, that is a big ask. Because not only does Rotary then have to run a bad lap, which he isn't. He's running pretty consistent laps on this stint. So not only are you going to be relying on Rotary to do half the work for you, but then you also have to run like the best lap of the race on not great tires. And the only thing you got going for you is you're low on fuel, so your car's light. So I mean, Rotary, as much pressure is being added, you just got to kind of like just block all that out right now and realize that you're in a good position. Your pace is good right now. Your pace is probably going to have him by a half a second to a second. You might even have him by 2 seconds right now. But the only thing that can really cost you this race right now more than him is you like over pushing it or not just hitting your pace. So I mean, we've really got to, you know, root for Rotary to keep it on, or if you're rooting for Philo, you've really got to root for him to really start putting down the insane lap times and really just go full alien. You know, you never want to go full alien, but this might be one of those times. As we see everyone else having pretty decent gaps, when we hit lap 30, I will quickly kind of run through everybody, so that way the Stint 3 commentator can kind of see the gaps. I'm also running through them now, so if you are watching right now, you can start writing down the order they're in, as the vast majority of these are not going to make any changes. The people who are being lapped or being passed are being lapped. But we do have Rushed, Viper, and Sleepy in the 11th, 12th, and 13th, and then Wolfman in 10th, Dankard in 9th, Pebsy in 8th, Sprinkler in 7th, Storm in 6th, Baggage in 5th, March in 4th, who is catching some lap traffic as we speak. Taichi with a fantastic race, to be honest. Had such a rough start. Recovers it all the way back, and he's got a comfortable 3rd right now if he keeps it together. Philo in 2nd, but, you know, this is the one that might switch here on the final lap. This is one of those situations where the leaders might change come the final lap, because he does have it at the 8-second mark. He's got about half of the track to go. If he can find 3 or 4 seconds somehow, he's got a chance here. But I mean, if we're being realistic, everybody, I think we're starting to look and Rotary having the pressure go to him now, because it's less about Philo finding the time and more right now about Rotary not losing the time, because he has kind of managed to keep this gap up, and this is, I mean, just what a drive. If he's able to pull this off, this is the perfect example of why you just got to keep your car on the road and just run your race. Because don't forget, Philo has a second penalty he's going to have to run somewhere as well, but he is continuing to bring this time down. To be fair, I don't know why you would run the penalty, since it's just going to get added on at the end anyways, and you're doing a total time thing. It probably runs more time to run the penalty off than it does to actually just finish with it. But it's still over 8 seconds. The gap's just not coming down enough. It doesn't look like he has the pace to get into those 58s, which is what he's gonna need if he wants to try to close this gap all the way down. He needs to find some 58s, but we have Rotary coming up on lap traffic. We've seen this be a major issue before, and could you imagine being in the lead and this is what you're seeing ahead of you as you're coming down the straight? You've just got this lapped car just on the track. I'm sure he's doing the exact same thing that we saw doing. Is there any flashing of the lights going yet? I'm not seeing much flashing yet. I would already be flashing. Like, dude, you better just start getting out of the way. Do you see what position I'm in right now, my man? Get out of my way. As we'll see if he can find any way to get around this lap traffic, as it looks like the lap traffic is currently the person in last. I think it's Rushed. It is Rushed. Rushed kind of running a little squirrely through that. Is he going to concede? He concedes in front of him. Oh, my God, that's going to cost him time. It looked like he conceded right out of the corner, and it looked like Rotary had to get on the brakes. Oh, the timer's already dropping under 7 seconds. That is a huge loss of time. Now, don't forget, Philo is going to have to pass this exact same person here in a second as well, and this could be one of those deals where if Philo can get by without any issues, that's that second that he was looking for a while. Is he going to be able to get this down into the 4-second range now? Oh, Rotary is just needs to not rage about it or worry about it. It's not that big a deal. It wasn't a huge time loss, but I don't know why he braked where he braked. Like, I don't know why that was how he conceded either. That was a weird concede, and that definitely cost you a little bit of time there. As we see, Philo, can he see the lapped car yet? He can, so he knows there's a car. Oh no! Wrong button. Thank God I didn't close the whole thing. So he knows there's a lapped car coming up. Oh, everything's all messed up now. Oh no, we're good. We're almost good. There, we're good. So I think Philo actually made it by him while I was messing with everything. He did. Right? He's there. He's there. Oh no, he did not. Wait, did he? I'm so confused where he went. That was my bad for backing out there. Oh, he did it again? Jesus Christ, guys. I am falling apart at the 3 hour and 54-minute mark here, guys. But it is okay because Rotary is not falling apart, and he is still maintaining that lead. He's still got that 6-second gap. He's going through the mini carousel. This is big. If he can get onto that straight with a 6-second gap, it means he's going to hit the finish line with a gap of over 5 seconds. And Philo has not closed 5 seconds on a lap yet on him. The best was probably 23, which was a pit lap, so not even fair. So his best close I see would probably be roughly 7 seconds if he runs a 57 versus an 04. And even then it's more like 6 seconds. So, I mean, literally the only chance Philo has right now is if Rotary runs one of his less consistent laps and he runs his best lap, or the obvious, Rotary makes a massive mistake, because it is going to look like it is over 5 seconds at the start-finish line, possibly, although this timer is coming down quite a bit. Philo was past the guy, so I'm thinking he got by pretty cleanly, so he didn't lose the same time that Rotary did, which means, guys, I might have lied to you. He might have it under 5 seconds coming to the start-finish line. If he's got it under 5, it's really on. It's going to be just over 5. I think he's going to be just outside the total, like the math on it, unless Rotary makes a mistake. Rotary's looking clean, but he can see him in his rearview mirror. That is a nervous feeling right there when you can just see him back there. The gap was 10 seconds last lap. It's like 5 seconds this lap, and you're just like, oh my God, oh my God. This is where you really make or break. So real quick for the streamer in the other lobby before we get into this final stint, we've got Rotary in first, Philo in second, Taichi in third, March in fourth, Baggage in fifth, Storm in sixth, Sprinkler in seventh, Pebsy in 8th, Dankert in 9th, Wolfman Willie in 10th. Sleepy, but he goes by GJ, good job, Vurin, LNR, so you can put the right teams together. But he goes by Sleepy in 11th, Viper in 12th, and Rushed in 13th. 14th was Leon, or I don't remember the name that DC'd, but the one that's missing was 14th because they DC'd. But Rotary sitting just over 5 seconds, going through the GP. Oh, that was nervous. Did anybody else's heart drop when it looked like he was about to put 2 tires on that dirt? Oh, let's see if Philo can get through without it. And Philo's through clean as well, so it is still just a race to try to bring this time down. Rotary and Philo have basically the exact same tires. Philo has enough fuel to go the whole way. Rotary has enough fuel to go the whole way, so no one's going to magically run out of fuel at the very end. It's really just going to come down to if Rotary keeps it at an 8:04 like he did last lap, and Philo runs a 58, he's good. Like, all he has to do is run his normal, less than consistent laps, and there's almost no lap that Philo can do that'll beat you. There is. He has done a lap that'll beat you, but almost impossible, and he's on bad tires. He probably can't do it. The only thing I feel like that'll lose it for Rotary right here is overthinking it or any major mistakes. You put some tires on the grass and go around, it's over. You overthink and you late break into a zone trying to push or for whatever reason, it's over. But you keep it clean, the gap's looking good, man. Philo, though, on the other hand, is in the exact opposite shoe. If you got nothing to lose here, it's a 43-second gap. They won't catch you. Put 2 tires over every single curb you can. Any 10th you can find, you should be going for right here if you want the win. Realistically, if you're going for time, just run the quickest lap you can because the time will work itself out eventually. And your total time was quite fantastic this race. As they're coming around, so Sprinkler passed Storm. He caught him up. Storm must have taken more damage. He did take more damage. Oh, that is so rough. I was like, how did he close that up? That was like a minute gap. But Sprinkler's found himself back in the top 6, which is 100% why you gotta always remember, you race until it ends. You never know what's gonna happen in front of you, and that's exactly why we're watching this Philo and Rotary so close, because we can mathematically tell you that Rotary's time should be good and Philo's time shouldn't be fast enough, but we can also tell you that if Rotary touches a wall, puts a tire off on the grass, gets sideways or anything, that's that. It's already under 4 seconds here, so he knows, he should be able to do the math to know that basically his times are good. Just can't make a mistake, and that is a next level amount of pressure there. I do not envy Rotary for the amount of pressure he's got to be feeling as he's driving around right here. So again, we've got The only real change in position that could potentially happen right here at the top with Rotary and Philo is inside 5 seconds, but it is just a tough ask to ask him to come back from 5 seconds down with half a lap to go. Not impossible, a lot of mistakes can happen, but it's there. And then you've got 49 seconds back Taichi. Then we've got 1:23 back March, 2:59 back Baggage, so a pretty big drop right there into 5th. Sprinkler at 4:17 back, Storm at 4:36 back, still carrying that damage. 5:50 back is Pepsi, 6:53 back is Dankert, 8:52 back is Wolfman Willie, 9:63 back is Sleepy, 12:17 back is Viper, although it just disappeared because he went in the, I don't know why, 12:17 back is Viper, and 16:43 back is Rushed. So on a 4-hour race, the furthest anyone back is 16 minutes. That is insanely quick pace. And then the fact the leaders are within 4 seconds of each other after 4 hours and 40 seconds, and they are still inside of each other, that is mind-boggling. That is the most insane thing I have ever seen here. I mean, it is hard not to be rooting for Rotary when you have seen the amount of just consistency that he's been putting in. He has got to be out of his mind trying to keep his nerves under control, because I'm nervous for him right now. Oh, it looked like he went a little wide and caught some dirt there. Is it a time drop? It is a time drop. So it's now under 4. Oh, yep, under 4 seconds with not many corners left to go. Philo, I mean, probably just absolutely pushing this Corvette everything he can, just praying that there's anything he can do, as it is down under 4 seconds now. He's literally coming through the carousel right behind Rotary. Rotary's having it come down under 3.5 seconds as they're getting closer. It's gonna be close. It's probably not gonna be a photo finish, but it is gonna be extremely close. As Philo's trying to find any second he can find, just anything. And we got Rotary just trying to keep the car from going out of control. At the last second, my internet wasn't working. We needed a host. Rotary stepped up. Not only did he host the race, but he had to set the grid. We barely got this thing going, and now after 4 hours, he's got a 3-second lead on the final lap. I mean, that is just putting in the work and getting rewarded for it if he can keep it together. This is an impressive race from him. I mean, you can just see right behind him, this gap is not going up, it is coming down. Philo is not letting anything go, and if he makes any mistake, he's going to be there to pounce. So it is still insanely tight up here at the very top of this race 4 hours later. I mean, all it really takes here is if Philo can find any way to close down this gap. If he catches the slip, it's going to be a difference maker, but I don't think it's going to happen without some sort of mistake here from Rotary, but it's getting close. And yeah, I mean, the vet in the BMW slip will get a run. If he gets the slip, he has a run, that's for sure. Rotary has to know that he can't let him catch his slip. And there's not many corners left. We've got 3 corners to go before we make it onto the back straight, and I don't see him making up this full second unless Rotary makes a mistake, or actually be a full almost 2 seconds to get into the slip here. As Rotary's coming into the mini carousel, what a fantastic drive. Keeps it clean, keeps it safe. Keep actually going pretty quick here. Did Philo take damage? Oh, Philo's having to save fuel maybe. That is a very low fuel tank. As we see Rotary coming onto the final straight, he has one more major braking zone to go with a 2-second lead, as we see Philo literally 2 seconds back just outside the slipstream. To be fair, if they hadn't had the issue with the lap traffic, who knows where these battles would be right now, but it is probably not going to be enough for Philo to close it down. It doesn't look like that is a lot of a gap to close down in one big straight, but you are getting a little bit more miles per hour, so it is coming down. He's going to have to late brake and pray for Rotary to make a mistake. I don't think it's going to happen. Rotary is looking super clean through here. As Rotary keeps it nice and safe through there. Not pushing it too hard, down under 2 seconds is Philo, but it's not going to be enough as Rotary comes across 30 laps at the Nürburgring 24-hour, and he takes the win. Philo coming across in second. What a race from those two. Tell me you were not entertained watching that insanity. Taichi with a comfortable set in third, obviously putting his car into pause so he can rest those hands on the 4 hours. Incoming Tai Chi. He'll come in to take his third. And we will end up seeing a lapped car. I think it's Wolf who is behind him technically. That'll come across after Tai Chi. But Tai Chi coming down the big long straight through the fast corner onto the final straight. One more little set of corners. And in he goes, Tai Chi to finish out the podium. Rotary, Philo, and Tai Chi taking first, second, and third. And then we see, I do think that is Wolfie coming across, taking a top 10. Way to go, Wolfie. What a job. We've got March coming around right now as well. He is coming down the straight. We got a lot of people about to finish. Are there lap cars coming across? No. Oh, Rushed came across. So Rushed getting 13th, not last. Ended up getting 13th there. Pretty good run. Good times from him. Incoming is March for his very good fourth position. I'm sure he's quite pleased with the fourth, but I think he knows he was battling for a second and third in there as well, and a couple of damages go a different way, and he might be battling on the podium. But what a race from him as we see Baggage coming around. Baggage will be rounding out 5th place, and Sprinkler, he deserves a round of applause here. Sprinkler had a horrible start to that race once he got knocked down, and he just kind of kept picking up damage and then just kept getting his pace back down. And look at this, 801.4, 801.2, 801.6. Like, what a fantastic consistency from him there, as Baggage here is going to lock down this 5th position as he's coming around the final corners towards the big straight section. Sprinkler still got quite a bit of time. Time remaining. Remember, you can only run a 3-minute final finishing time, I believe, or maybe that's what it was set to. So the timer is going to come off here in about 30 seconds. So there will be a couple people whose gaps we'll have to check as they come around. But Baggage will make the finish line before the timer runs out. It appears close in 5th. Sprinkler's going to come across in 6th with 4 minutes and 15-second gap currently. Storm is currently in 7th and pretty locked up with a 5:15 gap. Pebsy a 5:55 gap. And Dankist with a 7:07 gap as the time is going to come around to clean it out. Baggage might not quite make it. He makes it. No, he didn't make it. It didn't give him the flag. What is that? What a race, guys. But that was absolutely fantastic. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We'll go through the finishing order here, and then I believe stint 3 will be starting just after this one ends. So, race results here. Congratulations to Rotary taking the win. Then Philo with an amazing race, just barely outside of the top 2. Tai Chi with the WRX coming in 3rd. March coming in 4th. And then we had Baggage 5th, Sprinkler 6th, Storm 7th, Pebsy 8th, Dankert 9th, Wolfman Willie in 10th, Sleepy got 11th, Viper 12th, Rushed 13th, and the DC in 14th. So we had one lap back from pretty much everyone. Baggage, Sprinkler, Storm, Pebsy, and Dankert were all on the main lap. And I read their times off right before the timing ended, so that should be available for the stewards to get the timers. Everyone else, as you can see their times here, with the 4:05 was they ended plus a lap, the 4:06 plus the lap, and the 4:05 plus 2 laps. Clearly, Viper is also plus a lap. So that was the stint 2 of the AXR 24-hour charity race against dementia. We are 8 hours into 24 hours. The stint 3 should be going live directly after this one. It might actually be live on the channel potentially right now as well. So if you are looking for the next 4 hours, it will be starting any minute now. And keep it tuned in here at the AXR YouTube. Links in the description, or should be, for any donations or information you'd like with the race against dementia. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you all for having a wonderful 4 hours with me. And I will see you guys here in about 8 hours.